Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Naruto Path of Shinobi in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1. Konoha. Council Chambers. Several days after the success of Sasuke Uchiha retrieval mission, Naruto Uzumaki stood right in front of the entire council of Konoha, consisting of both shinobi and civilian parts, with 3 counselors Homura, Koharu, and Danzo sitting right in front of him, with the current 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, looking at him with tired, saddened and practically defeated look. Young genin of Konoha felt of himself many glares and fury of the council, from both the shinobi and civilian sides, with civilians not hiding away the hatred, spite, and some kind of sick satisfaction at seeing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in bandages, with a sling and just barely visibly alive. Sasuke has done a very great number on Naruto, piercing his chest, breaking his bones and injuring Naruto so badly, that if it had not been for Kyuubi and his chakra, he would bit the dust before he had managed to knock that bastard out and drag him back to Konoha. And just as he did that, fatigue, blood loss, torn muscles and broken bones finally forced Naruto to collapse at the gates of his village, and the last thing he saw before passing out was Sakura and Kakashi running towards them, followed by Tsunade Baa-chan and Shizune-chan. With that sight, Naruto was sure that he had completed the mission and everyone would thank him, and with those thoughts, he passed out. Unfortunately for the blonde-orange loving goofball, when Naruto woke up several days later, he found himself as an object of unified hatred and fury of practically all of Konoha. Not even an hour after he awoke, Sakura had come to visit him, and Naruto greeted her with a smile and cheer, but all he received were 2 punches in his face and a broken nose, followed by proclamations of hatred, endless berating and statements of Naruto breaking his promise to Sakura about bringing Sasuke back to her unharmed. Naruto didn't have either strength, will, nor opportunity to answer back, before Sakura left Naruto, calling him a demon and a monster. That brought back bad memories of many times when Naruto had been called that way, and along with blood flowing out of his broken nose, tears came as well, the feeling of betrayal and suffer creeping its way into his heart again. Over the course of the day, Naruto had received many guests, and all were worse than the last one. Shikamaru, the leader of the mission and one of the few people that Naruto saw as a friend, had berated the young blonde on his recklessness, brutality, and deceit that Naruto had used for so many years, as Shikamaru revealed to Naruto that now everyone knew that he had Kyuubi in him. This revelation came to Naruto as a shock and a stab in the heart, as Shikamaru called Naruto not only an idiot, but also a cheater, thinking that the reason for Naruto's abilities was all attributed to Kyuubi. After he left, the rest of the teams also came in, calling out Naruto on him being a Kyuubi holder and his seeming cheating in everything. It hurt like hell for Naruto to hear them all call him out a cheater, traitor and worse, with the being convinced that Naruto had tried to kill Sasuke instead of bringing him back. They didn't care for Naruto's side of the story, none of them. With each and every berating and shouting, Naruto's fragile beliefs in his friends, good of the people and even the will of fire crumbled and eroded away. By the time evening rolled in, almost every genin of his class had visited Naruto and gave him a lashing of his lifetime, with only those that were still critically injured and Hinata not paying him a visit. When the evening came in, Naruto's sensei, Kakashi, has finally showed his masked face, and Naruto had hoped that at least he, the man that was responsible for Naruto, would explain to him what was going on and let Naruto speak up. But alas, Naruto's heart sank even further and his beliefs were shattered, when Kakashi, with a tone of disappointment and harshness, told Naruto how he was disappointed with Naruto, stating to him that his mission was to bring Sasuke back unharmed, yet Naruto seemingly went out of his way to lash out on him, all because of the petty rivalry. Naruto listened as this man whom he considered to be the closest thing to an older brother and even father was verbally destroying him, revealing to the young blonde the real colors of Hatake and his endless favoritism of Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi ended his tirade about the importance of teamwork, how Naruto had went up against everything that he had taught him, and also against the teachings of Naruto's favorite Hokage, the 4th Hokage, with information that Naruto was no longer his student, nor was his secret protected as Konoha Council finally revealed it to everyone in the open. When the Cyclops had left Naruto, young blonde looked worse than ever, with a feeling of his soul being torn to shreds and his heart crushed to nothing. For the first time in years, Naruto had wished that he was dead. When the night rolled in, with Naruto hoping to at least lay down and sleep, he received the very last visitor Jiraiya, the pervy sage and a man that Naruto had admired almost as much as the third Hokage. By the end of his visit, Naruto's opinion had changed drastically, as Jiraiya had expressed the very same disappointment and anger with Naruto as everyone else, with Toad Sage going as far as to admonish Naruto for using Rasengan on his friend to kill him and relying on the demonic fox to fight Sasuke. Just like all the others, Jiraiya cared not for Naruto's critical condition and what Sasuke had done to him, instead focusing on Naruto's failures. Toad Sage had expressed to Naruto that Lord Third and Fourth would be sourly disappointed with Naruto, especially the Fourth, along with informing young Genin that he was no longer a summoner for Toads, as Jiraiya had terminated Naruto's contract. Everything that Jiraiya had said, Naruto simply took in with a blank expression, showing no emotion or anything, only letting his tears fall freely as the man he once respected was berating him for practically nothing. When Jiraiya left Naruto, young blonde had simply stared at the wall with the dead expression and not even will to move anything. Years of berating, beatings, isolation and hatred, and now all coupled with what he heard today from essentially the closest people Naruto had. Everyone has a limit to how much pain and sorrow they can take, and no matter how strong your spirit is, how powerful your will is and how much light you have in your heart. Naruto Uzumaki had always clung to the belief in best of people and that he had those that cared for him, yet today he faced the harsh and cold truth of his life. No matter how much he had tried, fought, bled, and protected, people of Konoha will always see Naruto as a demon and trash. And with this realization, came the understanding that Naruto's dream of becoming a Hokage was only ashes to him now, because with so much pain, suffering and sorrow that he had experienced, Naruto's soul couldn't hold on to a hope of finding happiness in Konoha any longer. For the first time in his life, Naruto had let the long-quenched and restrained hatred for Konoha gain a hold of his heart. It was always there, festering and expanding, like a cancer, with every glare, every beating, berating, bias and more and more. Naruto had tried as hard as possible to quench it, but now he accepted the simple fact that he had realized when he was a kid. He hated this place, he hated the Konohagakure and he hated its people for all they've done to him. Naruto has had enough and the wall that held back his darkness finally crumbled, with the blonde accepting the cold and harsh reality as it is. The next morning Naruto was woken up from his dreamless sleep by Umbu and Shizoan, informing him that he was summoned into the council chambers immediately. With the help of Shizoan, Naruto was able to dress up and get to the place, where he stood now, feeling the collective glares, hatred and resentment from everyone in here, save for Tsunade, Shizoan, Kurane, Anko, Hinata, and Umbu guards that were here, as Jonins were also summoned here, along with heirs of clans and current generation of Genins, including Sasuke, who was looking at Naruto with a victorious smirk and arrogance that couldn't be hidden away even by a Hokage mountain. Out of everyone in the room, Kurane and Anko Mitarashi were looking at the bandaged and battered boy with unhidden sadness and sympathy, with Kurane, much to everyone's surprise, practically having tears in her eyes, while Anko was supporting her, while Tsunade simply allowed her tears to fall. Naruto was surprised at looking at them all, but in his mind, he already knew what this was all about and he was already prepared to what was to come. He has had enough of Konoha already and seen how rotten it is for him, so there was little to nothing that they could to surprise Naruto at this point. Genin Naruto Uzumaki, in light of your atrocious behavior towards Konoha, dishonorable actions in the field, attempted murder of clan heir and fellow shinobi of Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha, usage of A-rank kinjutsu and endangerment of Hidden Leaf Village by releasing Kyuubi's chakra, the Council of Konoha has found you guilty of all charges. You are hereby stripped of your status as a genin and a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Your property, valuables, and money are stripped of you in order to compensate the damage done by you to Uchiha-sama and this village. Koharu read the verdict, with Naruto gritting his teeth from anger at how all of them have stripped Naruto of all that he essentially had. In addition to that, the Council of Konoha has found your presence in this village and land of fire to be a danger to both the village and our country. Because of that, you are hereby banished from Konohagakure no Sato and the land of fire for life. Should you ever be found within the borders of Hinokuni, you shall be executed on sight as an enemy of the state and traitor to Konoha. You have 24 hours to leave Konoha and 1 week to leave the land of fire. Now, place your shinobi license and your headband before Lady Hokage. Naruto's bangs of hair hidden away his eyes, but his entire frame was speaking of one thing: unbridled hatred and fury. The sick satisfaction of civilians, Shinobi Council's smirks, the victorious looks of Sakura, Sasuke, and counselors towards him, all and far more was making Naruto utterly furious, yet he contained it all in himself. This village has practically destroyed him, making sure to kill him since he was an infant, and now it had achieved what it always strived for, while he was stupid and idealistic enough not to see it from the day one. Slowly, with a pain in his muscles and bones, Naruto made his way to Tsunade, who looked at him without hiding away her own pain and suffering. She had initially saw Naruto as small brother, but over a few months, her views on his changed, and Naruto became far more like a son she never had. Tsunade maybe never showed it, yet it made her heart warm when Naruto called her Baa-chan, occasionally even Akaa-chan when she was particularly caring towards him. Not long after Tsunade had returned to Konoha and saw just how horribly Konoha has treated Naruto, she tried to her hardest to ease the hidden pain and anger that Naruto had in him, helping him however she and Shizune could: restoration of Naruto's apartment, good food supply, clean water, new and clean cloths, and more. And now, this village has destroyed the young blonde and everything that was good in him for this place, and it hurt Tsunade. Hurt even worse when she had lost Dan and even Nawake. As to her, Naruto was her son, and she was the one to fail him. As she was absent, tending to Naruto's injuries, Council took this as a golden opportunity and used it to the fullest, doing its best to exile and destroy Naruto, take away everything that he had, all right under Tsunade's nose. Tsunade had never hated the village her grandfather and granduncle had built, but after this and what she had found out later on in Sarutobi's files, Tsunade truly, for the first time in her life, felt an utter hatred towards this place. Naruto saw the familiar pain in Tsunade's eyes, and only gave her a sympathetic look. Young blonde maybe hated this village now, but not Tsunade, nor Shizune. They were never the ones to hurt or betray him. No, they were about the only ones to truly help him, to care for him as he was and without any deceit. He maybe looked like a fool, but even Naruto knew that this farce was fully on hands of the council and not his surrogate mother and sister. With a free hand, he took off his headband and placed it onto the table, followed by his license on top of it. When Homura was about to reach it with her hand in a sickeningly satisfied look, Naruto slashed a kunai right into both of the, piercing the symbol of the village and his license, surprising and shocking everyone, as kunai went right through both objects and table, earning him even more heated glares. Before anyone had a chance to say anything, Naruto finally spoke up. "Good riddance," was all that he said, with a voice filled with coldness, hatred, and resentment, one that was completely foreign to everyone's ears, with Kurane, Anko, and Shizune breaking down at those words, while Naruto wobbled away from the chambers, not caring for the insults thrown towards him by his former friends and others. Naruto. Right when Naruto was about to leave the building, he was stopped by the voice of Tsunade, making him turn around and see her coming towards him. "And Naruto, I am so sorry, Don TB." Naruto simply stated to Tsunade, surprising her a little. "You and Shizune-chan had nothing to do with it, I know it. The council, civilians, shinobi, advisors. I long knew that they wanted to get rid of me, I was just stupid enough not to accept it. I am actually surprised they've even allowed me to live. I was ready to meet the executioner's blade, to be frank with you." "Naruto, don't say it like that. It's not like you." Tsunade practically shouted at him in shock. "I know that what happened here was harsh and it was utterly atrocious, but don't let it get to you. I will overrule them and they'll regret ever doing such a thing to you, and you'll be back in no time." "Kaa-chan." Tsunade was immediately stopped when Naruto called her like that, looking at the greatly saddened face of her surrogate son. "Thank you, you and Ne-chan for everything. I know that you mean well and want the best for me, but please, just let me go. You and I both know that this village and all of those people, they'll never accept me as you and Ne-chan had accepted me. To you, I am Naruto, but to everyone else, even Kakashi team and Jiraiya team, I am a disappointment, a cheater, a demon, and only a tool to be used and tossed away like a trash. They, Sakura, Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba and everyone else have let me understand it all too well." Tsunade was shocked when she heard of it, instantly understand what had happened. Naruto had been visited by all of them and must be received on hell of a verbal lashing out that it had finally broke her favorite blonde. Tsunade was gripping her fists and stopping herself from going right towards all of them and snapping their necks one by one, followed by their parents and friends for doing such a thing. Hell, the first one on her list was her own former teammate, Jiraiya, whom she hated at this moment more than even Orochimaru. He was entrusted with Naruto, had taken him as an apprentice and did this to him. Jiraiya, I hope you already left this village, because if not, I'll personally send you to hell for this. Tsunade mentally swore to herself. And you, Sarutobi-sensei, I hope your pitiful soul is suffering in Shinigami's stomach for what you have done to my Naruto and allowed those bastards out there to do to him. If only my parents and grandparents had seen it, if only Minato, my boy, had seen all of you and this. Tsunade thought to herself with deep sadness as she remembered the fourth Hokage. Arg, screw you all. You may take away everything from my Naruto here, but you won't take away from him what belongs to him by his birthright, nor will I just abandon him, not the second time. To hell with being a Hokage and all of you fucking bastards. Tsunade wiped away the tears and looked at Naruto, pulling out of a pocket a green storage scroll and giving it to Naruto. Naruto, this storage scroll contains water, provisions, medicaments, cloths, money, books, scrolls and a map from Senju's vault. This is all yours. Tsunade surprised the blonde when she gave it to him. The food and water will be enough for you to last at least a year, while there is also more than enough money to start a new life somewhere nice, while scrolls and books should teach you what those two bastards should be. Don't worry or even think about returning any of it, all of that is yours and I won't hear otherwise. Tsunade said to him with strength. But why? Naruto asked with a shaky voice, shocked at Tsunade giving him so much. Because you deserve it all, Naruto. Tsunade simply said to him, kneeling down to him and pulling him into a warm, motherly hug, with tears again flowing out of her eyes. Why you just stay safe out there, okay? I'll send out Katsuyu to you with L letters and if you need anything, just ask, oh okay. Naruto, with a shaky hand and small tears of his own, embraced his surrogate mother. Oh okay. Kaa-chan, thank you. Naruto said to her, with Tsunade looking at her surrogate son with a small smile and tears speaking up to him. And Naruto, inside the scroll, there is a map with the detailed paths and directions to a particular place I've marked for you. I want you to unseal it once you leave the village and far away from it. Tsunade instructed him. When you are feeling well enough, travel to the place marked there. And what are that place? Naruto asked of Tsunade. It is the Uzushiagakur, the land of whirlpools and ancestral home of clan Uzumaki, your clan, and clan of your mother and my grandmother. Naruto looked at Tsunade with wide eyes. The place may have been reduced to rubble and ruins by Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo many years ago, but they failed to destroy what is hidden away there, the legacy of Uzumaki and Senju clans. And I entrust it all to you, Naruto. Use it how you see fit. Naruto nodded to her with a smile, before Tsunade pulled out 2 envelopes with the stamps of Hokage on first one and one of Clan Senju on another. Naruto, when you get to Uzushiagakur, I want you to open them. I know you have many questions about both your parents, the Kyuubi, and much more, and I hope that in those 2 letters, you'll find your answers. I am sorry, I wish I could tell you all you wish to hear, I really do, but... It's okay, Kaa-chan, I get it. Naruto smiled to her, hugging her one more time before parting with her. I think I will be on my way now. I don't want to spend any more time here than I already have, and I don't want to give them all another chance at lashing out at me. Can you tell Shizune-chan goodbye for me? Of course, Gaki, I'll even send her to you from time to time with Katsuyu. Tsunade smiled to him. Take care of yourself, Naruto. I will, and... I am sorry, Kaa-chan. Naruto said to Tsunade, surprising her. I know how bad this village has treated you and your family, and I am sorry for forcing you to come here. Don't be sorry for that, Naruto. Tsunade said to him. Don't worry, as long as I am Hokage, I'll keep those bastards away from you, so that they don't get any ideas at getting you back. You just find yourself a life of your own and be happy, really happy, you hear me? Promise me to be happy, okay, Sachi. Naruto was shocked when he heard the woman that had been like a mother to him acknowledges him as her son, before eagerly nodding to her and smiling with tears to her. Good, now go. And I am hoping for the good news in at least 3 years, Gaki. What good news, Kaa-chan? Naruto asked of Tsunade confused. Oh, for the love of. I mean, about you getting yourself a wife and kids, Gaki. Tsunade practically shouted at him, shocking Naruto. I want to have grandkids to spoil rotten, and Senja with Uzumaki 1T get back without new members, you hear me? Why yes, Kaa-chan. Naruto almost winced when she shouted at him, but then he felt the warmth of Tsunade's embrace and how she kissed his forehead. Goodbye, Naruto. Go, and live a happy life. Tsunade smiled to him, as Naruto parted away from her and exited the building. Umbu. Hokage shouted, as 10 of Umbu Shinobi appeared before her. Nico, Okamai, ULL escort Naruto out of the village and protect him while he leaves the land of fire. Anyone who will try to attack him are to be executed, no exceptions. Make sure that he gets to Uzushiagakuer safely. Yes, Lady Hokage, as you wish. Both Nico and her partner Okamai responded with clear eagerness and enthusiasm, already leaving to do their duty. Lady Hokage, is it wise to? Bor had tried to speak up, but he was met with a powerful glare from Tsunade and his comrades from Umbu. I mean, what will council and advisors say? To fucking hell what they ll say or suggest, I am a dem Hokage and I've had dem enough of their scheming bitching. Tsunade responded to them. Saru, find that traitorous frog of a pervert and get him in my office in 5 minutes. If he resists or refuses, then do whatever is needed to get him, safe for lethal force. Lady Hokage, a personal request, if I may. Saru, a female Umbu clearly from Sarutobi clan. Can I at least break him a leg, or a rib? I promise, he will be in a coherent state upon delivery. Saru, I've already said to you, if he resists, do whatever is needed to get him, safe for lethal force. Tsunade could sworn she saw in Saru's eyes a murderous gleam, though she couldn't fault in Umbu. If anyone is killing that bastard, that's gonna be me. Tora, Taka, you are now on surveillance of Sasuke Uchiha. He tries to even get close to any of the gates or shows any signs of leaving, I authorize you to detain him with extreme prejudice and send him to prison, got it? With pleasure, Lady Hokage. Both responded, feeling especially vindictive for the young blonde whose suffering they witnessed today, leaving already. The rest of you, carry on as you were. The rest of the Umbu nodded and disappeared, with Tsunade seeing Kakashi and Haruno Sakura already coming to see her. Hey take, Haruno, what do you two want, and be quick about it. Lady Hokage, I wish to ask you to train my genin Sakura Haruno as a medical nin, since. Kakashi had begun with his usual smile, but he was immediately shut down. Denied. I will never train this disgrace of a kunoichi in arts of medicine and surgery, never in my entire life. Tsunade harshly and mercilessly replied, shocking Kakashi and Sakura. But, Lady Hokage, I have a perfect control of chakra, and my grades W were at the top of the class, and Kakashi-sensei. Sakura tried to defend her position, but Tsunade didn't give her any room for argument. And I am your Hokage, Haruno, and if I say no, then it stands, period. And as for you two, and that precious Uchiha of yours, your Team 7 will now be on D-rank missions for the entirety of the next 6 months, half of your earnings will be exempt from you in favor of the Konoha orphanage, while Sasuke Uchiha's earnings will be only 1/5 from the missions. Additionally, you are prohibited from entering the next 2 Chunin exams. And as for you, Kakashi, all of your earnings from those D ranks and your next 20 C ranks, because you will only stick to them from now on, you earn will be sent to orphanage, understood? Tsunade gave them the death glare, shocking them. Lady H Hokage, why you can just. I can and I already did, hey take, so shut it. And if you think the council will be able to overrule me, think again. Suggest you spend this time teaching your genin some actual training instead of those teamwork exercises, because Sakura Haruno is now on month of probation due to her poor record as a shinobi. If within the said month she does not improve her skills, I'll personally boot her out of the Shinobi program and deny any appellations about return. And until the probation is over, no other Shinobi of any specialization will give her any training. The criteria for completion of the test I'll give you later, hey take, so you best get to work, because if she fails, then I will consider it as an evidence of your incompetence as a Jonin Shinobi and there will be a suitable punishment for this for you. As for your favorite Uchiha, I'll be placing a special traitor mark upon him, so as to make sure that pathetic excuse for Shinobi doesn't escape again, and if he does, you know what will happen with him, don't you? Lady Tsunade, you are taking this too far. What could ve caused my team to suffer such uncalled for punishments? Kakashi asked of Tsunade, genuinely shocked at hearing this, knowing full well just what a special traitor mark means in Shinobi world. Your blatant bias, favoritism, and also your inadequate work as Jonin, Shinobi, and self-proclaimed best student of 4th Hokage, hey take. Had you really cared for Minato's teachings and followed him, you would ve known by now, that you ve sullied his memory and legacy in the worst possible way. Now, get out of my sight. Tsunade roared at them, making the two scatter away from her, while her thoughts were once again with her surrogate son. Take good care of yourself, Naruto. And I hope you are watching over him, Minato. I am very sorry I had failed you, and I hope you'll forgive me, my boy. Tsunade thought to herself, as she went towards her office, where she was greeted already by the sight of Sara literally tying up Jiraiya to the chair, while the Toad Sage was struggling to get out, but it wasn't easy with a broken leg and arm. Lady Hokage, as you have requested. Sara pointed at Jiraiya, with Tsunade nodding to the girl and letting her go. Hey, Tsunaheim, what's the big idea? If you were looking forward to spending some quality time with me, you should ve just asked me. Jiraiya spoke up in an insulted, yet perverted way. Just tie me down and we'll. Jiraiya, I am tired of all those hints of yours. Now, what you are going to do is tell me everything you and our bastard of a teacher have done to Naruto, and Kami save you. If you try to sway your way around, I will make you wish you died, understand? Tsunade cracked her fists and was ready to make her former teammate suffer. Ts Tsunade, WHYD don TUCC calm down and we just sit down in a bar, like we used to, an. Tsunade's right leg connected with Jiraiya's broke one, and a single kick was enough to shatter the bone even further. Arg. Fine. Okay, I'll talk, just don't talk, and best pray to your toads I don't kill you afterwards. Tsunade threatened him with full seriousness. 7 years later. Land of Waves. Land of Waves, once a destitute backwater country under the heel of a mighty tycoon, now is a prosperous trading nation, with ports and markets always bursting with dozens of merchants, businessmen, and traders from all over the globe. In all of elemental nations, there is no better trading hub than this nation, no better place to buy something at the best price and quality. And to all of this Land of Waves and its people who are enjoying their golden age owe to Naruto Uzumaki, the unjustly banished shinobi of Konoha and a hero of Wave. When the news had spread about Uzumaki's banishment, Konoha suffered greatly on a diplomatic arena, losing diplomatic relations with lands of Snow, Wave, Waterfall and, most recently, Suna, all of whom had connections the knucklehead shinobi and viewed him with great respect and admiration. Especially sensitive and painful was the diplomatic blow from Suna, which had managed to regain and greatly strengthen its position after the failed invasion and manipulations of Orochimaru. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, has taken up office about 5 years ago and has put every effort to regain positions of Suna and strengthen them, succeeding in it, along with proving himself as not just capable, but also respectable and strong Kazekage. He mended the relations between Suna and IWA, opening trade with them and even signing up a defensive pact with them, effectively ending the previous one with Konoha in favor of establishing better relations with IWA, Wave, newly reformed Kiri and even Kumo. That blow to the pride and prestige to Konoha is still very fresh and won't be forgotten anytime soon, that is for sure. And while most of the elemental nations were enjoying a period of relative stability and peace, currently in the Land of Waves, things have suddenly taken a turn towards the slight instability, when 2 persons wearing black cloaks with red skies on them appeared in the capital, causing destruction and chaos right out the bat, causing people to run for their lives or become a cannon fodder for the Akatsuki. Usually, members of the elusive Akatsuki act with restraint and stealth, yet this particular pair has traveled all the way to the wave for a specific reason: collect a very hefty bounty on Hanzo Hattori, an S-rank Ronin, a shinobi without a village, but not a nukenin, who had played a critical part in Kiri's civil war, as well as in Mizu's civil war, which swept through country when 4th Mizukage murdered Daimyo and his entire family. Once a relative unknown, Hanzo appeared in Kiri over 6 years ago and steadily became one of the deadliest allies of current 5th Mizukage and current Daimyo of Mizu, Iasoto Kagawa, earning himself titles such as Kirigakuer no Oni and Kage no Shi, first one earned after Hanzo single-handedly killed over 150 Kiri's shinobi, within an hour, and second after he killed the 4th Mizukage in single combat. The war had ended about 4 years ago, yet Hanzo continued his work as Ronin, providing his services to first the rebuilt Kiri, then Kumo, later Iwa, and then Tsuna, earning himself a reputation as a reliable, honorable, and resourceful shinobi. Konoha had also tried to offer him to come to their village and work for them, but, much to their dismay, Hanzo refused every time, stating that he wanted nothing to do with them. Toad Sage Jiraiya had tried to track down Hanzo once, but only ended up drawing to himself attention of Iwa's and Kumo's shinobi corps, who were all too happy to repay their debts to Hanzo. Only about 2 years it became known that Hanzo presides in Wave, which is where Akatsuki have decided to go and get the elusive Ronin. Kakuzu of Jiengu and Haiden had thought that Hanzo's reputation was exaggerated and he would be taken down by them easily. They were proven wrong, badly, as Hanzo quickly appeared before them and somehow not only transported them out of the center of the capital and onto a clearing, but was overwhelming the pair and driving them both to their ends. Kakuzu had already lost 3 of his hearts and was running low on chakra and endurance, while Haiden had been incapacitated by Hanzo early on by a very powerful genjutsu of some sorts. Kakuzu had tried to get to Haiden and break it, but it proved futile as Hanzo intercepted him and it cost him 2 of his masks and hearts already. And now he is stood in his long-range form with sticks all over him, while his opponent, dressed in a black sleeveless samurai shirt with red trimming on its edges, underneath which was an armored torso plating, with a black mesh bodysuit, shoulder and wrist guards on them, while hips were protected by samurai-like light armor with a black umbu pants, leg guards, and closed boots. On the back of the shirt was a symbol of a raging red tornado made in a way of red 7-pointed shuriken surrounded by numerous handless blades. Hanzo himself possessed black, with a bit of silver, spiky hair, with a tail behind his head and 2 spiky bangs on either side, blue, closer to silver, eyes, and a black featureless face guard that covered all beneath the eyes. In his hand he held a katana with a black handle and a slightly longer than usual blade, while the additional sword rested on his right hip. Hanzo looked at his battered opponent, sheathing his sword and speaking up. "From what I can tell, you only have enough chakra left for 4 more minutes in that form, no less." Hanzo noted out, looking at Kakuzu. "I can simply stall you until you run out, but that would be too risky on my part." "True enough, and I can't take any more risks." Kakuzu sent out his stitched arms right towards Hanzo, using it as a diversion, while his hidden lightning mask deals the finishing blow from behind Hanzo. Hanzo saw the stretched arms making way right towards him, but he also sensed how Kakuzu's last mask was charging up its blast from behind and shooting at him. Deciding to finish this fight, Hanzo swiftly made a series of 4 hand signs, channeling out of his body chakra. "Wind style, raisin case," Hanzo mentally said to himself, as the wind particles, charged up with his chakra, began to spin around him, forming a dome of lightning-fast microscopic blades that shredded Kakuzu's arms and stitches into nothing, along with protecting Hanzo from the lightning blast of Kakuzu's mask. Immortal Bounty Hunter roared in utter pain, as his arms were destroyed and he lost any ability to cast his jutsu. As the dome of Raisin Case dissipated, Hanzo turned his attention to the last mask of Kakuzu, disappearing out sight for a second, and reappearing right in front of it, followed by a quick series of signs, charging up his chakra. "Wind style, Kaze no Yaiba." And from Hanzo's palms flew out invisible small discs of wind, swiftly striking the lightning mask and shattering it, with the rest its stitches falling apart. Hanzo turned his attention towards Kakuzu, who was already trying to escape from seemingly unbeatable opponent, literally running in the opposite direction from him. "Damn it, I haven't been so soundly beaten since Hashirama Senju nearly killed me. That Hanzo is nothing like the Omekage one. It's like I was fighting Itaki Uchiha without Sharingan, but with Kisame's endless supply of chakra and speed of fourth Hokage, damn it. Kakuzu thought to himself, as he ran past his still entranced partner, leaving him to his fate. I need to inform the leader that we might have a serious problem with. Kakuzu's train of thought had been stopped, when he suddenly saw Hanzo standing right in front of him, and charging what seemed like a spinning ball of pure chakra with fire coursing through it. Should ve ran when you had the chance, bounty hunter. Fire style, Raisin to. Hanzo simply said, as threw the flaming ball of chakra at Kakuzu. Once the sphere had connected with Kakuzu, it immediately expanded around Kakuzu, engulfing him and burning away all that there was of him and everything there was in a radius of 2 meters, including grass, leaves, trees and even stones and ground, like a small miniature sun, in honor of which it was named. Once it had dissipated, Hanzo let out a sigh, seeing only the glass floor where once was Kakuzu and nothing more. One down, one more to go. Hanzo simply said to himself, moving towards Haiden, who still stood immobilized, with only his face giving away the twitches and microspasms, with his three-blade scythe laying down. Another one of Jashin fanatics. Like I haven't had enough of you in Mizu no Kuni. Hanzo, in a swift motion, grabs his left katana and easily, with the speed of a lightning, slashes Haiden's head off of him, breaking his genjutsu and letting the dismantled body fall onto the ground. WH. What the fucking shit piss did you do to me, you cocksucking bitch? Haiden immediately shouted at Hanzo, seeing his head laying on the ground and his body near him. Do you know what I'll do to you when I get my hands on you, you motherfucker? No, because you won't have a chance. Hanzo took out of his shirt a black featureless scroll and opened it up, revealing a very accurate and strong sealing encryption on it, making a series of one-handed seals. Uzumaki Secret Fuinjutsu, Demonic Void Prison. And as Hanzo said that, a black demonic hand reached out of the scroll and grabbed a hold of Haiden's head, pulling it inside of the scroll, with the symbol of ONI appearing in the center of a circle after the sealing was complete, before Hanzo closed the scroll and put a powerful protection seal upon it, so as to prevent its opening. Taking away the scroll, Hanzo let out a sigh that carried a bit of tiredness in it, as while it may have been a relatively favorable fight on his part, it was still a tough one nonetheless, especially considering that those two were from the Akatsuki. He was counting himself lucky today that he faced off against Kakuzu and Haiden, who had long managed to establish themselves a fearsome reputation in Underworld and all across the elemental nations. It is always easier to fight off against the enemies that are famous, since their abilities are known at least in scarce details, and those two weren't the stealthiest lot, so Hanzo, knowing that he would eventually become a target of the Akatsuki, prepared himself for an occasion. Still, he was extremely lucky that they not only were among the weaker Akatsuki, but also underestimated him, badly. However, while he may have won this match, their appearance here means only one thing for him and his family. There'll be others, and next time they'll probably send someone of a better skill, much better. Hanzo thought to himself, as he made a series of hand signs. Fire style, Ao and Dan. With that, he spit out of his mouth a flame of blue fire and engulfed with it the body of Haiden, standing over it and watching how the dismembered corpse turned to ashes and never to return. Considering that a single Ronin has managed to kill both Akatsuki members at the same time, they will most certainly send those that are the most proficient and dangerous to deal with. And since I don't know who is at their top, yet, I can only prepare for the arrival of Itaki and Kisame, and either of the two could easily kill Kakuzu and Haiden, so it won't be a walk in the park with them, especially not with Itaki. And worst of all this, we'll have move out of here, and soon. Hanzo let out a second sigh, knowing full well what a pain it's going to be for him and his family now. Well, point standing around here. The girls must be going crazy with worrying out at home. And with that said, Hanzo disappeared in a flash of black and red. Hanzo's house. Appearing in front of a two-flowered wooden house, a relatively modern-looking one, but not an excessive or too expensive-looking either, Hanzo removed the face guard off of him and went straight to the door. Opening it up, Hanzo was immediately greeted by the sight of two women, both looking ready for a fight, but immediately relaxing at seeing him. The first one was a young beautiful-looking blonde woman with long blonde hair flowing freely, dark eyes and red lipstick, wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them. The young woman relaxed, seeing her husband, as her nails shrunk back, and two blue flaming tails disappeared, smiling with a relief at him. The second woman had long, bright red hair and large, pupilless eyes. She wore an elaborate, high-collared white kimono with the Uzushiagakuer symbol on the back of the obi, which was tied around her waist. Her hair was bright red, long and spiky, and reached to her waist behind her. She too had calmed down and went straight ahead to hug her husband, along with the blonde woman, speaking up. "You are here," she simply said to him, but with care and love in her voice. "You should ve let us both go with you, and who would ve stayed to look after the house, after Yasaka and Masamune, Kurama?" He asked of his first wife, Kurama, or otherwise known as Kyuubi no Yoko, who stood in her human form, which she modeled after her first host, Mito Uzumaki, whom Kurama greatly respected, loved, and admired. "You would ve killed me if something happened to either of them, and you know it. Still, leaving us out here in dark," spoke up Yujito Nii, a former kunoichi of Kyumigakuer and Jinchuriki of Nibi, declared long dead after her own battle with the Akatsuki 4 years ago, but saved by the man who holds her now. "We could ve left Matatabi with them and go with you." "Mao, don't you talk like that, Yuji-chan. I too was worried sick for our Naruto-kun here and wouldn't leave him out, but kids are also important," came the voice of a young beautiful-looking woman with black and blue hair, wearing a sleeveless blue dress with a black pattern on it, showing off her figurine and tattooed legs and arms in pattern of stripes, with right eye of yellow and left of green, and with seeming tattoos of cat's whiskers, rushing towards her husband and hugging him. "Naruto-kun, tell me, are those?" "Yes, Mata-chan, they are gone, and they won't hurt either of us here, nor our children," said Naruto Uzumaki, once a former shinobi of Konohagakuer, a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi and betrayed by the very people he swore to protect, now known to most of the world as Hanzo Hattori, husband to 2 Baijuyu and another former Jinchuriki, father to 2 children and one of world's strongest and most dangerous shinobi. "And I won't let them, never." Throughout 7 years of his life, Naruto has went through a lot of things, having grown, both in height and personality, maturing in the harshness of the outside world, gaining wisdom in life and knowledge of his ancestral clans, Uzumaki and Senju. He went through one hell of a journey before he got where he is right now, and his first stop on that journey was Uzushiagakuer, the ruins of once mighty and proud hidden village of Uzumaki clan. At first glance, Naruto didn't believe he would gain anything there, but Tsunade was right, as she had left him instructions to him on how to get to one place that Uzumaki had preserved the most. The hidden temple of Sage of 6 Paths, where the most valuable and precious things that Uzumaki had kept, something that all nations in the world craved, yet only Naruto had access to the great Uzumaki library, housing hundreds and hundreds of scrolls, books about ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, and the most valuable of them, fuinjutsu. The knowledge of over 10 generations of Uzumaki, Senju, and even Otsutsuki Hagoromo himself was at Naruto's disposal. With a determination matched only by his desire to learn, to grow stronger and surpass what he once was, Naruto took to all of it like a fish to water. While for the most people it would take 100 years to learn what Naruto had learned, for him it was only a couple of years, with his shadow clones, natural talent to learning things, Uzumaki blood, and Kurama's help, who, despite Naruto's initial disbelief, was not just friendly with him, but also very much interested and adoring of him, caring for the blonde very much. The reasons to that, along with a great number of revelations about Konoha, his past and his time in Konoha came only later, practically at the end of his stay in Uzushiagakuer, and they had only cemented what Naruto had made himself into, transforming a blonde, loud-mouthed idiot into a true definition of shinobi, with knowledge and legacy of his clans in him. When he had left Uzu for the world, Naruto was far smarter and more mature than before. Knowing that as a Jinchuriki he would be prime target not only for Akatsuki, but also to other villages, Naruto changed his looks, getting rid of his whisker marks completely, changing his hairstyle and color, cloths, and even personality, creating who would eventually be known as Hanzo Hattori, a Ronin that helped put an end to chaos in Mizu no Kuni, earned a reputation of one of the most feared shinobi on the continent and more. Naruto didn't think he would end up becoming who he is now, but he was glad that he did, as he helped put an end to 4th Mizukage and his reign of terror, with Ieyasu Tokugawa unified the collapsing nation, saved the 3rd Tsuchikage from an assassination by Han, a fellow Jinchuriki that went rogue, gave Gaara peace with Shikaka through modifying his seal to the same level as Naruto's, and not to mention many various things he has done to Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Kiri and others. But probably the most important things in his life that he had achieved were falling in love with Kurama, Yujito, and Madatabi, and fathering Yasaka, his and Kurama's daughter, and Masamune, his and Yujito's son. With the absolutely extensive knowledge on Fuinjutsu from Uzumaki, texts of the Sage of the Six Paths and medical colossal knowledge of Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senjo, Naruto had found a way to let Kurama be free without dying. He freed her of her prison in him, but he is still connected with her nonetheless, capable of drawing her chakra trough the link they share. By the time it happened, he and Kurama had long fallen for one another, and Kitsune didn't hesitate to marry her former jailer, taking a form closest to her spirit and fancy. Soon after that, Naruto and Kurama had rescued Yujito from Kakuzu and Hiden, and the former Kunoichi of Kumo stayed with them, for she was badly injured and considered dead. Soon after she recovered, the former Konoha nin grew onto her and she fallen for him, as did her own tailed beast, Madatabi. It was awkward at first for Naruto, but he accepted them as well, and so, after freeing Madatabi, they became one big family, that soon grew in number, with Kurama giving birth to Yasaka and Yujito giving life to Masamune. The fact that Kurama was pregnant was a shock to all, including her, but it would seem when Sage of Six Paths gave birth to tailed beasts, he granted them ability to become humans at will, and it came with the possibility of giving births to children. Never in her life had Kurama been happier than when, with the help of Tsunade, she delivered Yasaka and held her tiny baby in arms, with tears of happiness. Mama? Papa? Just as Naruto had thought of, a voice of a 4-year-old little girl dressed in a yellow and black kimono, with golden eyes and long golden hair, came down from her room, followed closely by a little 3-year-old boy with short blonde hair, eyes blue and dressed in a blue shirt and white pants, looking at their parents. Are the bad people gone? Yasaka asked innocently, with Kurama moving to her, while Yujito went to her son, both kissing and comforting them. Yes, my little Kitsune, they are gone and won't hurt neither mommy or daddy, or your little brother. Naruto said to Yasaka, going to her and Masamune, kissing their foreheads. Now, let us see what your mommies have cooked up for us, shall we? Evening. Just as the children had went to sleep, Naruto and his wives came together in the guest room, knowing that they need to discuss something very important. They didn't want to scare kids, so they waited until they were asleep. And now, when there was no one to interrupt them, Kurama decided to begin. We all knew that this would happen eventually. Kurama said evenly. Akatsuki are starting to move and it's clear that we are their target. Kakuzu and Hiden didn't know about me being your Jinchuriki, nor about you, Yuji-chan, or Mada-chan. They were here only because of the bounty on my head. Naruto clarified, with Madatabi and Kurama breathing a sigh of relief. But, now that both of them are dead, I imagine Akatsuki will send their best after me. After all, there is a guy who had single-handedly killed 2 of their members. Had I been them, I wouldn't let it slide that easily, and considering they know where we are, it'll only be a matter of time before they come here with big guns. As strong as all of us are, I do not want to take any chances, especially with our kids' lives on the line. Me neither, I shudder at the thought of something happening to Makun or Yasaka-chan. Yujito agreed. In that case, we'll have to decide where to go. Obviously staying here is pointless, and any other small nation is a no-go either. Our only options are the Big Five and their hidden villages. Kumo is out of the question, since they'll reseal Mada-chan and you, by force, and it will be back to square one for you, Yuji-chan. Naruto saw how his wives agreed with them. While Raikage and I are on good relations, I wouldn't put it past him to stab me in the back and use us all for his own benefit. Iwa is a no-go as well, especially considering the fact of Oniki using Akatsuki to his own benefit and give him Nibi, Kuwabai, their Jinchuriki and their children. He is just as old as he is spiteful, prideful, and eager for revenge after the Third War, so he'll use us, no doubt about it. And as for Konoha, Yujito and Madatabi clearly saw the looks of hatred on both Naruto and Kurama. No, never. I won't those scums get even in 100 miles radius to me, Naruto and our children, not after what that bastard third and his frog apprentice did to us. Kurama said with strong anger in her. I never held any ill against them before. I understood what Mito had to do. With Kushina, it was hell and she was nothing like Mito-chan, always so. Ugh, I've had more than enough reason to hate her. But all of that doesn't even compare to what those bastards have done to Naruto, and how they banished him. Had it not been for Yasaka and those few that I am grateful to in Konoha, I would gladly level it to the ground already. So far, Konoha and the rest of the world think that Naruto Uzumaki is dead, and it's best that way. Aside from Tsunade Kaa-chan, Shizune-chan, Anko-ne-chan and Kuraneo-ni-chan, I do not trust any of them, especially the council and advisors. Naruto stiffened up when he remembered them all. And if they find about Yasaka and Masamune, what Hiruzen team and Jiraiya did to me will be nothing compared to what those bastards do with them. Hell, I would pay money to see Kurama go at Konoha. Which means that our options are Suna and Mizu. Madatabi stated as a matter of a fact. Both options are nice and good, and while I don't mind the heat, neighborhood with our one-tailed brother doesn't sound too well to me. We all know how he is, especially around me and Kara-chan. He is actually really docile now, Mada-chan. Gaara even says that Shukaku is like, stoned. Naruto found the right word. But, while people in Suna are nice and Gaara is practically my best friend, Mizu is actually the best option. Ieyasu knows me and long has offered me a position at court. Mizu Shinobi respect me, plus we have a house in Kiri and the capital there. Not to mention Mei-chan is also there. Madatabi added up, getting a mock glare from Naruto. Oh please, we all know how much she loves you, Naruto-kun, not to mention she adores the kids like she is their mother, not to mention she is all for sharing the love. You are just determined to get her on board with this, aren't you, Mada-chan? Naruto rhetorically asked of her, knowing the answer not only from her, but also from Kurama and Yujito. Alright, we'll first settle things with Tajuna, talk to kids and... Suddenly, out of the blue, Naruto stiffened up and immediately darted to his swords and face guard, putting it on in his armor in matter of seconds. Someone unknown is approaching the house right now. Kara, once I leave, activate barrier, Yuji and Mada, kids are on you. I'll be back fast. Naruto said to them, putting on his game face and teleporting out of the house in a black and red flash. Front of Naruto's house. Flashing back in the world under the shadow of the trees, Naruto scowled, looking at the intruders. In the last 7 years, he has faced off against tailed beasts Jinchuriki, armies of samurais, shinobi of every rank and many numbers, kage, and more. Naruto had survived and prevailed through all and more, but this is the first time that he was actually surprised the very gall of the intruders. Coming right in front of his house, thinking like they have the right. Well, looks like it's time for Hanzo Hattori to teach certain someone a lesson in humility. Jumping off of the tree branch, Naruto stepped out into the moonlight and spoke up. Not many dared to come to me so openly, much less survived. Naruto spoke in cold and emotionless way, eyeing the intruders. Now, state your business, Shinobi of Konoha. To what do I owe the displeasure? Right in front of Naruto stood the entirety of Konoha's 11, now promoted to the Chunins, some to Jonins, all grown up and prideful, standing right in front of Naruto. He saw familiar faces of Rock Lee, who had called him out as unyouthful cheater and deceitful demon, Shikamaru, who berated him for what he has done to bring the precious Uchiha back, Kiba, Shino, Tenten and more. The ones that were most interesting to him were Sakura, who looked just as she used to, only older and more mature, but overall, just as pitiful, pathetic, and arrogant as ever. Naruto blamed Third and Jiraiya for making him develop a crush on her, due to certain reasons. And the next one who was interesting to Naruto was the man himself, Sasuke Uchiha, fully grown, sporting the same duck butt haircut, but now with a special traitor mark displayed on his right side of the face. Not only a leash, but also a brand, the mark to everyone, that this man had betrayed at S village and everyone must know it. And if he ever decides to do it again, he won't live long enough to regret it. Along with the former genins, Naruto saw their former jonins, scowling at Guy, Asuma, and especially Kakashi. Only Kurane, the only person here, whom Naruto was actually happy to see and wished to only talk to her in private, yet. Hanzo Hattori, Shinobi no Akuma and Kirigakure no Oni. Kakashi could only see a slight nod from the man standing in front of him. You have made quite the reputation for yourself. The man that has massacred clans of Oda, Sato, and over 100 shinobi in 1 hour. Only my former sensei was capable of such feats. Fourth Hokage was a true shinobi no kami of his time. I am content with shinobi no Akuma. Now, what do you want, Konoha? I do not like to do business with you, so be quick. Naruto placed his hand on his sword, seeing how most of the former genins already went into a fighting stance and even a genjutsu was sent his way. Word of advice, Harano, pitiful genjutsu like yours will only aggravate me more. You have 3 minutes to state your business and get out of here. Or what? You honestly don't expect to defeat all of us here on your own? Kiba boasted loudly, with Akamaru barking up in agreement. You may be famous and all, but there's no way you can take me down. 2 minutes and counting. Naruto simply stated, not fazed by the threat. Kiba, silence yourself, we are not here to fight. Kurane glared right at him, turning back to Hanzo Hattori. Hanzo-san, we come here not to fight, but to negotiate. Our Hokage, Lady Tsunade Senju and Council of Konoha, wish to make contact with you and invite you and anyone you wish to bring with you to Konohagakure no Sato. There is a dangerous group known as Akatsuki, all S-rank, want-tailed beasts. One of them is Itachi Uchiha, the man that massacred his own clan. Naruto took a small moniker of pleasure at seeing the scowl on Sasuke's face. Heard of them, met them, fought and killed a couple of them most recently. Naruto saw the shock on their faces. Your perverted frog isn't the only who has been doing their homework. You want my help in taking care of them, but why should I even bother? As far as I know, your Jinchuriki has long died, so, technically, you are in no danger. That is where you are wrong, Hanzo-san. Naruto heard a new voice, and saw how through the crowd of genins stepped a red-haired woman with violet eyes, dressed in a jonin uniform and with an Uzumaki family sword on her hip. Out of sheer sight of her, Naruto scowls and barely restrains himself. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, and my son, Menma Namikaze, is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and ask of you to help me protect him. Spoke up Kushina Uzumaki, the woman that had given birth to Naruto and abandoned him in favor of his twin brother, Menma Namikaze. Chapter 2. Once, Naruto had dreamt of several things to have, as an orphan. They weren't as grandiose or audacious as one would think of him, no. Before he dreamt of being a Hokage, he wanted something that he had longed for throughout the entirety of his life. And that was to have a family, to be loved and cared, to have parents that support and protect you throughout your childhood and guide you to adulthood. Every orphan dreams of it, and Naruto was no different, longing for having a family, parents, and be loved and cared. To be rid of the constant loneliness, to feel the warmth of mother's embrace, to be proud of a father praising him. Yet, Naruto was devoid of it all, never to feel it. And it wasn't his choice, not by any means, since this was the decision made by the very woman that stood right in front of him, the woman that had given him birth and was supposed to have nurtured and protected him in this world. But instead, she abandoned him in favor of his twin brother, leaving him out in the cold, harsh, and unforgiving Konohagakure no Sato, to be used as its Jinchuriki, manipulated, used and practically destroyed as a breathing feeling human being not just by its council and Danzo, but also third Hokage and his only loyal apprentice Jiraiya. And all of that, all the torment, suffering, loneliness and more. It all started with Kushina Uzumaki abandoning her firstborn son and never looking back. It would surprise many, but Naruto had long known about his mother and twin brother, for over 7 years to be precise. It was an utter shock for him, to read from Tsunade's letters about his origins, his real parents and what had happened to him. Finding out that Naruto was not only the son of Minato Namikaze, but also of Kushina Uzumaki and that she purposefully abandoned him was not just hard, it was an absolute nightmare for Naruto, especially considering the reason as to why Kushina had done so. And that reason had made Naruto truly hateful and resentful of any notion that such woman had given birth to him and his father, Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage, and one of the greatest shinobi in history, had ever fallen in love with her. According to Kurama, who had maintained her constant control over her second half sealed in Menma, Kushina, delusional after the attack of a masked man, childbirth, and release of Kyuubi, had for some reason believed that her husband's sealing worked wrong on Naruto. She didn't even properly examine the seal on him, already believing that he husband had not just sealed inside of Naruto half of Kyuubi's power, but also Kyuubi's soul, and that it had taken over Naruto's body. Granted, it was partial truth, as Naruto did end up with the soul of Kurama in him, but she had never tried to control him, and, according to her, his father's seal wouldn't even let her pump out any of her chakra, even in minuscule levels, unless Naruto needed it. But, to Kushina, a sealing mistress of Uzumaki herself, her firstborn son was lost and she simply threw him away from herself, leaving the Konoha for Fire Capital to train and raise her only true son, Menma. When Naruto had first found about it, he was livid, absolutely furious, and had even lost control over himself, resulting in him pumping out more and more of Kurama's chakra, going so far as to literally allow its chakra to take over him. He would have destroyed the island of Uzu and unleashed Kurama out had he not been stopped by someone he did not expect to meet. Flashback. 7 years and 4 months ago. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto. Stop this. If you pull any more of my chakra, you'll die. Please, Naruto-kun, calm down. Kurama was desperately pleading for her host and poor soul to stop what he was doing, but it was all for naught, and the giant fox was forced to look from her cage how the walls of Naruto's mind and seal were getting destroyed. That woman. Abandoned. Alone. I will kill her. Naruto roared inhumanly, more and more chakra of Kurama being unleashed in the real world and his body already transforming into a vessel of red chakra with fox tails starting to come out. Naruto, please, I beg you. Kurama was looking how her host was about to lose his life, and even though with the destruction of this seal she would be free, she did not wish to witness her first friend's death. Damn you, Kushina. Naruto, stop this, or you will. Naruto, that is enough. Suddenly, a new voice came from the folds of the Naruto's mind, snapping his mental projection out of his rage for a second. That split second was more than enough for the newcomer to appear right in front of Naruto and push him away from the cage, as he was about to rip away the seal. Naruto stumbled and fell down into the water, anger and rage leaving his eyes and mind in an instant, as shock and surprise came over. He looked upwards, to see a young blonde man, with sky-blue eyes and spiky hair, dressed in a white Haori and Jonin uniform, standing over him, extending his hand. It didn't take any time at all for Naruto to immediately recognize who that man really was. F4th Hokage. D-Dad. Naruto looked up in awe, as Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of Konoha, and father to Naruto smiled to him. But how and why? When I sealed the half of Kyuubi's chakra in you and the other one in Menma, I had also split my chakra evenly between you, sealing it as a failsafe, in case one of you ever were to unleash Kyuubi or the seal to be broken externally. Minato explained, as Naruto shyly accepted his hand, rising up from the waters. In your anger, Naruto, you began to unleash more and more chakra of Kyuubi. If you hadn't stopped, you would died, son. I had tried to stop him, Yondaime, but your dem seal prevented me from that, so I am blaming you on this part. Kurama complained loudly at the man, making him turn to face the giant fox. I would praised your work here, Minato, but after what Naruto had went through, I would much rather rip you to shreds, along with that cursed woman and your teacher. Do you even know what they put Naruto-kun here through and what your predecessor had done to him, because I'll be more than happy to explain it all in great detail. Kurama roared in fury at the man that sealed her, but Minato didn't flinch even a little bit. You don't have to tell me about it, Kyuubi. I know what they have done. Minato said to Kyuubi and Naruto, shocking them both. I've watched through Naruto's eyes and witnessed it all firsthand. And it is part of the reason why I am here now, Naruto. Minato turned to face his son, a saddened look on his face and apologetic eyes were seen by young blonde. Naruto. I know what you have been put through, all about it and even more than you think. And, while as a Hokage, I may try and understand that what had happened to you was necessary, but as your father, a loyal shinobi of Konoha and a human being, I do not see any excuses to what they had done to you. And all because of the choice I had to make, my son. And for that, I ask for your forgiveness. I have no excuses to offer, only the truth. Dad. What do you mean by all this? Naruto asked of him, with Minato answering to him. Naruto, when you were born and I had to seal away the Kyuubi, I had a few moments left in the world and I asked of Kushina to look after both you and your little brother. I also had wished for Hiruzen to inform my mother about you and your brother, so that she may help raise you, but right after I had passed away. Your mother had decided to abandon you, convinced in her grief, sorrow, and delusions that Kyuubi here had taken over your body and that my sealing didn't work properly, has decided to leave you in Konoha. Minato told his son with sorrow and great deal of disappointment in his voice. The woman I had loved for all my life, who had made me the happiest man in the world. I had known Kushina feared Kyuubi greatly, hated it so much that it clouded her judgment at times, but to go so far is something even I couldn't see happening, nor can I forgive her for doing such a thing. Not for abandoning you, nor for how she had turned the village against you. Turned the village against me? Naruto was confused. Before she left, Kushina had informed clan heads and council of Konoha that Kyuubi has taken over your body and you were no longer her son. Minato saw the utter horror and shock on his son's face. Sandaime and several others didn't believe her, but it was enough for the others, and with that, Kushina turned the entire village against you. She even offered a reward for avenging your death at the hands of Kyuubi monster. Naruto simply stood there, frozen in one place and unable to do anything but think about it. His own mother, not only had she abandoned him, but she went as far as to persuade the entirety of his village to start hunting him down. She even offered to pay money for it, for killing her very own blood and son. It now explained to Naruto why the entirety of Konoha had not just hated him, but also hurt him so much, why there were the beatings, fox hunts and more. Now it made sense to him, and it only made Naruto hate his mother even more than before. Kurama saw how her favorite blonde was starting to slip into more of anger again, her eyes looking at him with great sadness and sympathy, before she spoke up. So, Yondaime, and how would you know all of that? I remember that little meeting well, but how did you know about it? Kurama asked an obvious question. Kyuubi, I thought out of all the Baijuyu you were the most intelligent and intellectual, or were Mito Uzumaki's notes wrong? Minato smirked a little, when he saw Kyuubi's look of surprise. Just like you, I had been watching over both of my sons and I know what had been happening, since Naruto was on that council meeting with Menma and hands of Kushina. I merely stayed away from your sight, which I have to admit, wasn't all that easy. Kurama simply huffed and turned away theatrically, while Minato turned back to speak to his son. Naruto, I know how angry you and you have every right to be furious. However, I want you to forget about it, to let it go. What? How can you ask of me to do such a thing, Dad? Konoha, all of my friends. You saw how badly they treated me, how they just spit on me and hurt me, and you want me to let it all go. Do you even know what it's like to? Naruto ranted at his father, who had interrupted him. I know how you feel, because I myself have been in your shoes, son. Naruto immediately stopped, looking with shock at his father. I know how you feel and what it feels like, to be left by your mother, abandoned by those that should be protecting you. Believe me, Naruto, I know how it feels like, because I had went through it myself when I was your age, when I found who my parents really were. Why you mean? Wait, why you said that why your mother had sent me here and the letter. Naruto had finally put the dots together. Baba-chan. Yeah, my mother, Tsunade Senjo, had also abandoned me when I was an infant. Minato confirmed what Tsunade had written to Naruto. Not long after my father's death, she left me in the orphanage and disappeared. I only learned the truth when I was your age from Jiraiya, and I was furious, angrier than I had ever been. I had tracked her down and confronted her about it, but in my rage and anger I did not even realize that in my obsessive pursuit for answers, I had cost my teammates, my best friends, their lives on the mission. It opened up my eyes and revealed to me a simple truth: rage and anger over the past will not save you, but destroy you and all that you hold dear today. I had to let go of the anger, and while it had taken a long time, my mother and I had reconciled and I forgave her. Why are you telling me this, Dad? Do you want me to what? Go back to Konoha and forget all those accusations and bad things that had happened to me? To be the same happy-go-lucky dope they all see me as? I have been banished, and if I return, I am a dead man walking then. Naruto shouted at him, with Minato taking it all in. No, Naruto, I am not asking you of that. What Konoha, Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kushina, and all of the other have done to you is something I doubt even Sage of Six Paths could forgive. Minato shook his head. I do not ask you to forget it all and forgive them, no. All I am asking of you is to let go of this hatred that is inside of you, quell down your fury and move on with your life. What happened to you was wrong and atrocious, true, but let it not change who you really are and what you want to become. Naruto had seemingly calmed down and looked carefully at his father. I had once hoped that either you or Menma would become Hokage, but after all that I've seen through your eyes and what had happened, I realize that this hope is beyond me now. However, what my real desire and wish is for my son to find his own way in life, to build his own life, free of chains of anger and rage, to be happy with those closest to him and not let his past control him. That is what I ask of you, Naruto. Build your own life, but do not let the anger pave your way. Leave behind Konoha and all the nightmares it inflicted upon you, and walk towards the brighter future with no strings attached. My mother had entrusted you with the legacies of both Uzumaki and Senju, and I know that you'll put it to great use. So, can you do this for me, to live a life free of anger on Konoha? Naruto had listened to his father well and contemplated all that he had heard from him. And, as much as he had wanted to disagree with him because of his fury, his father was right. Leading a life in rage and anger would only result in Naruto becoming someone like Sasuke, an avenger and traitor, a person that cares nothing for the others and even his own life. And Naruto has already seen what revenge and obsession with anger has done to people, him being one of the victims of that kind of people. If he were to slip into the same kind of abyss, he would only become just like the lot of them, the same as the people he despises the most. No, Naruto didn't want that, never in his life. His mother and village may have hurt him and nearly destroyed him, but he wasn't going to become just like them, never. He would build his own life, the life away unattached to Konoha and its corruption. He'll rise above it and be better than Sasuke, Jiraiya, and the rest of them. If it comes the time when Konoha comes to confront him, he'll face them and show them that he is a far better person than the rest of them, and a much greater shinobi than all of them. He will build his own shinobi path, his true shinobi way of life, and prove to the world that he, Naruto Uzumaki, is not a demon, obsessed with revenge and anger, but a man and shinobi of true value and ideals. Smiling and finally letting go of his anger, Naruto looked up to his father and spoke up. I will, Dad. I'll do that. Naruto smiled to him, with Minato smiling back. You just wait, I'll build my own life and I'll become the best shinobi out there, one that you can be proud to call your son, Dadabiya. Naruto shouted in his usual way, before shutting himself up, while Minato chuckled a little bit at this. I believe you, Naruto. And I have faith in you. Minato said truthfully to Naruto, embracing his son in a fatherly hug. And I am already proud of you, more proud than I could ever be. I'll be looking after you, Naruto. Minato began to dissipate, drawing Naruto to tears and shock. Don't worry, since the seal hasn't been broken, and you haven't unleashed the eight-tailed, I will remain in here for a time being, in case the fuzzball decides to try anything funny. Oi, who do you call a fuzzball? I am an intelligent and culturally attuned kitsune, you blonde monkey. Kurama shouted in indignation. Your great-grandparents were often at awe at how intellectual I am, especially that great-grandfather of yours. He even had asked me for help with that gambling of his. Heh, I believe you. Minato simply chuckled to her, before turning back to Naruto. Naruto, take care of yourself. We'll meet again someday. I will, and thank you, father. Naruto smiled through tears to him, as Minato dissipated, leaving his son with a renewed vigor and inner fire burning within him with greater brightness than ever. Flashback end. Present day. That day had changed Naruto's life in more ways than one and had paved the way for the young blonde's path forward. He left behind him his hatred for Konoha and any notion for revenge for them, breaking free of it all and unleashing his soul for the endless possibilities of the world. Don't get him wrong, what Konoha and Kushina had done to him will not be forgotten or forgiven, and there was anger about it all in Naruto, but it would never be the guiding force behind him, oh no. Now he had much different drive for life and growing stronger, to protect his true friends and family. His father had opened his eyes to it, and Naruto will forever be grateful to him for this, because in the end of it all, were it not for his words, he wouldn't have Kurama, Yujito, Matatabi, Yasaka and Masamune. So, instead of letting his anger sip through him, Naruto pushed it away and simply looked at the Konoha shinobi and spoke up. Protect him? Is he a babe, that needs to be breastfed and changed from his diapers? Naruto could clearly see anger in the eyes of his biological mother. If memory serves me correctly, he is about 21 years old, a grown man by all standards. A shame that Naruto did not live to that age. That brought a surprise reaction from everyone, especially from Kakashi, Hinata, Kurane, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kushina. You knew Naruto? Kushina asked of Hanzo in a surprisingly quiet and even desperate voice. Why you knew him, my son? Bullshit, how come you could knew of the dobe? I mean, he has been dead for over 6 years now or close to that. Kiba barked out, ignoring the glares from Hinata and Kurane. And he was banished over 7 years ago, was he not? Naruto asked of them. We met in Land of Sand, not long before his death. A true tragedy, such a good-natured boy, with so much light and hopes. All crushed by the people he considered his friends and comrades. A shame he had perished, you could say he had changed my life in several ways. Naruto saw several looks of sadness from Kushina, Kurane, Hinata, and some looks of shame from the others, while the rest weren't taken by all of this. He did tell me what had happened to him in Konoha, and how it treated him, and let me tell you this much, like hell will I go work for the village that can see the difference between an innocent child, a victim of his mother's delusions, and a monster that needs to be stopped. Now, if you are quite finished, I suggest you get your sorry ass off my property before I kick them out of here. And tell that perverted frog of a Sannin to stop hiding. I could smell his stench from Kumo. Naruto glared at the tree, from which hopped out Jiraiya, slightly older looking, but also considerably more annoyed at what Hanzo had told him. You have quite a foul mouth, aren't you? Do you even know who you just insulted? Jiraiya said in a prideful manner. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, the wet dream of all ladies from east to west and I don't give a damn. Naruto simply cut him off, looking at them all. Now, you said what you want, or is there another reason why are you here? Hanzo-san, please reconsider. Konoha's council is ready to offer you a very substantial reward for your services in money, and you will also be granted a compound of your own for you and your family within Konoha's wall. Kushina decided to press on. All we ask of you is to help us destroy the Akatsuki and protect our village from them. In return, in addition to all of the above, you'll be granted a citizenship of Konoha, status of Jonin and more. You'll even be permitted to become a shinobi of Konoha and even be recognized as a head of your own clan, when you decide to establish one. In other words, you want me to come to Konoha and destroy Akatsuki, and in return, I'll be what? Made into one of your jonins, with compound, and rights of a clan head. Naruto raised an eyebrow at them all, with Kushina and Jiraiya nodding to him. Do you take me for an idiot? I know that your village has seen its better days and that Iwa and Kumo are eyeing up for a rematch for the past wars, not to mention your alliance with Suna is long over and they are with Iwa and Kiri. And let us not forget that there is also the issue of Otagakure and Orochimaru still being at large after so many years after the invasion. Even with all the clans, talented shinobi, Sunnins, former and current Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Konoha doesn't stand a chance if all those forces decided to descend upon you all. And your solution to this problem? Start recruiting Ronins, shinobi without a crime record and any allegiances to other villages, mercenaries, and hired blades, people that have seen blood and tasted war. And right at the top of that list is me, the man with the list of killed enemies ranging from a tyrant Oda Nobunaga to Jinchuriki of 5 tails and his beast. None of the Konoha shinobi had retorted otherwise, knowing that all of what Hanzo Hattori has said was true. Konoha really was in a desperate position, having lost not only one of its Jinchuriki, but now being literally surrounded from all sides by its enemies, all eyeing up for a rematch. According to Umbu intelligence, a new war might happen in between 2 to 4 years from now on, and Konoha needed desperately to gain back its prestige and power. Having lost almost the entirety of Uchiha clan had greatly diminished the power of Konoha initially, and even if Sasuke were to breed with women now, Konoha wouldn't have any Sharingan users capable of fighting anytime soon, not in 12 years at minimum. They needed strong and powerful shinobi now, and no matter how talented and promising today's generations were, nothing beat an experienced veteran of war and battles. And out of everyone out there, Hanzo was at the top of the list, with skill set, experience, expertise, and proficiency in so many areas of shinobi arts, that he was seen like a second coming of Tobirama Senju no less. If he were to join Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo would immediately back down, and Suna with Kiri would be far more open to negotiations, given the fact of Hanzo's close ties with Mizukage and Kazekage. And all the while Hanzo talked, Hinata Hyuga looked very closely at the man, unable to turn her gaze away from him. She couldn't explain it in any way, but something seemed strangely familiar and so close to her that she couldn't even put her mind to it. It was like Hinata was looking at the closest person from her past that suddenly appeared, only he looked completely and utterly different from before, but the feelings. It was just as if she was once again looking at him. Putting a little faith in her heart and feelings, she activated her Byakugan and looked closely at Hanzo. Hyuga clan was known for their ability to see chakra clearly, but also to remember its signature, its uniqueness, and distinguish from all the others. And now, Hinata, who had spent years looking and following her love, the boy that gave her the courage to go forward, widened her eyes at see his chakra and words escaped her lips. She couldn't believe her own eyes, as her Naruto Uzumaki stood right in front of them all. En Naruto-ke-kun. Those words had drawn the universal attention from everyone, with looks of confusion and surprise on everyone, including Hanzo. En Naruto-kun. It really is you. Why you are alive and you are here. Why you are Hanzo Hattori. Had Naruto not mastered the ability to control his emotions, he would have widened his eyes at this, while all of Konoha's shinobi were flabbergasted at what Hinata had said just now. What? Naruto is Hanzo. Hinata, what are you blabbering about? How can that dead monster be the man that stands right here? Sakura shrieked at Hinata's statement. Naruto Baka had those messy blonde hair, that hideous orange jumpsuit and couldn't sit idly for a bloody second. Hell, had he been Naruto, he wouldn't think twice and ask me for a date, for crying out loud. Yeah, I have to agree with Sakura on this one, Hinata. Naruto was a total idiot and this guy looks much more like someone who knows his stuff. Tenten added up, looking at Hanzo. Heck, that guy has the specially crafted Ronin armor from Tetsu no Kuni on him and 2 chakra katanas on him. Our Naruto didn't even know how to use a kunao properly. Wow, I know I was bad, but that was just cold, Tenten. Naruto thought to himself for a second, before turning his gaze back to Hinata. Still, I should have remembered that those of Hyuga clan are capable of identifying a shinobi by his chakra signature, and given the fact of Hinata observing me for years, she must have been able to recognize me. Damn it. Let's hope that Niji doesn't get any ideas, or Akamaru here doesn't recognize me by scent. Oh no. Tenten, I wouldn't be so sure, to be honest with you. Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. Clan Hyuga is known for their Byakugan, and through it they can identify anyone whom they know, even if he has changed his looks. And we all know here that Hinata here has spent a long time looking at Naruto, so. Pardon me, but you do realize that I am still here. Naruto drew back their attention. I don't know what this all about me being your dead friend or something, but here is my final word, get out of here, or Akatsuki will be the last thing you'll worrying about here. Hanzo already put his hand upon the blade and everyone got into the fighting position again. And no, please, Naruto-kun. Hinata had tried to plead to him, but she was cut off by him. For the love of... Girl, you are mistaken. I am not your. It really is you, Naruto. Suddenly, came the voice of Niji Hyuga, his Byakugan showing fully as he looked at Naruto. Hinata-sama is correct. The man before us is Naruto Uzumaki, not Hanzo Hattori. During the Chunin exams, I have memorized your chakra signature and I could never forget it, so don't try to deny it, Naruto. This statement immediately had brought out a look of shock from everyone, as they all turned to face the man in question. Kurane, Kushina, Hinata, and even Jiraiya with Kakashi were looking at Naruto with hopeful eyes, bordering that of desperation, while Kiba, Sasuke, Rock Lee, Neji, Sakura and Ino had the eyes of dangerous curiosity and disgust. The others simply adopted the look of seriousness and were expecting to see whatever was underneath the face guard. Naruto looked at them with the narrowed eyes for a little bit, before sighing, understanding that they wouldn't get off his ass if he didn't satisfy their curiosity, and even then they wouldn't stop. But, if they really wanted to proceed down that way, they were welcome to try, considering that he was still legally banished and couldn't return under the threat of death. For once, he was actually glad that Council of Konoha had done as it did. Pulling his hand away from the blade, he raised it up to his face guard and pulled it down. Everyone looked in shock and surprise at seeing the new face of their former comrade and now banished Konoha Shinobi. No longer any fatness was visible upon it, whiskers were gone without a trace, while sharpness has been visible upon Naruto's face. It was no longer the face of an idiotic knucklehead blonde Naruto Uzumaki, but a face of a truly grown-up handsome man and a shinobi that could put to shame many. While not verbally, mentally Tenten, Ino and even Sakura had to admit that this new look of Naruto was not just good, but dashing, and gorgeous, even if they would never publicly say it. Sasuke, Kiba, Neji, Rock Lee, Sakura and Tenten looked with shock, but also with the immediate scowl, followed by Asuma and Might Guy. The looks of shock and surprise came over faces of Kushina, Jiraiya, Hinata, and most prominently, Kurane, who couldn't even hold back her tears at seeing him. Deciding to finally break the silence, Naruto spoke up. Neji, just for the clarification, Hanzo Hattori is Naruto Uzumaki. I didn't impersonate him, but created him from the scratch, though now I am starting to think I was a bit too good at this. Naruto simply looked at his former comrades, friends, and mother with an impassive look. Now, I would say that it has been a long time, but really, I wish I didn't have to see most of you here for another 2 lifetimes. And some of you I would really like to give a piece of my mind and steal for what they had done to me. Naruto said, gazing at Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura in particular. Gaki. Damn, Gaki, it really is you. Sweet Kami, I almost didn't recognize you there, with all the black hair and no whiskers. Jiraiya shouted out in joy and was already moving towards Naruto, but he was immediately stopped by an instantaneous and powerful wave of killing intent coming from Naruto. Hey, Naruto, what's all this key is about? Why you aren't happy to see me? Should I? Last time we met, you said that I am a major disappointment of your precious village and that 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage would be appalled at what I did. Naruto reminded Jiraiya, who had stopped in his tracks and recalled, a look of shame coming over his face. I guess my godfather would know better, considering that he trained the same 4th Hokage, aka Minato Namikaze, my father. Only guess what, my father wasn't disappointed in me, far from it. Why you already know who your father is? Jiraiya asked of Naruto, with simply scoffed at him. Oh, I know all about him, as well as the woman right in front of me. And don't even get me started on what you and that old bastard of a Hokage have done to me. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya, whose eyes widened as he realized what Naruto was talking about. Memory alteration seals, and not just 1 but 3 of them, right upon my mind. Tell me, were you trying to make me a mental retard, or did you just enjoy mind raping me with that old dust bag? And Naruto, it's not why you think it was. We had no other choice, Kyuubi was starting to influence you and Jiraiya had tried to defend himself. Don't give me this load of crap. You are a level 8 sealing master, and you knew that my 8 trigram seal was safe and not weakened. You altered my memories not because of Kyuubi, but because it was convenient and handy for both of you, especially considering that I had found out quite a few of your dirty secrets, like one about this woman right here. Naruto looked at Kushina, who looked with desperation at Naruto. So, Kushina Uzumaki, happy to finally see your firstborn son? Any words to share? Not that it would matter in the grand scheme of things. Sachi, please, I know that what I had done was horrible, but please, you have to understand that Kushina had tried to explain herself, but she immediately cut off by Naruto. Believed I was possessed by Kyuubi because of my father's mistake and had to abandoned by you, while also becoming a prime target for the entire village to kill. Naruto saw the look of shock and tears upon her. Kushina, you are an Uzumaki and level 10 sealing mistress, not to mention a former Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. For you to distinguish a caged fox from an unleashed one is a matter of simple careful glance, but no, you merely assumed that I was possessed and that was it for you. Do you even know how many times I have been sent to hospital, before I turned 3 years old? I was not just hunted down by villagers, but bloody genins, chunins, and jonins, hell 2 of the jonin here had tried to take my head here, all because of you. Naruto turned his gaze at Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi. Isn't that right, Guy, Asuma? With Guy it's self-explanatory, but with you, Asuma. That hind of yours nearly sliced my head off my shoulders back then. I still don't understand what did Kurane Oni-chan had found in someone like you. Kurane widened her eyes and her mouth was agape at hearing what she did. Oni-chan. Naruto, oh my little bundle of joy, you remembered. You remember again. Wait, Asuma. Hunt. Hein. Slice. Kurane's joyful thoughts immediately turned to one of murder as she glared at Asuma Sarutobi right there. Asuma, did I hear that right? You had partaken in fox hunts and nearly killed Naruto. Asuma shuddered when he met the murderous gaze of his former girlfriend. I didn't know any better, and I thought that he really was a Kyuubi and... Asuma had tried to defend himself, before realizing something and turning back to Naruto. Wait, how do you remember? When I saw you last, you didn't remember any of it and... Details are not important, but what is important is the fact that you used the girl that had adopted me to get close and claim the prize. I believe your exact words were, not only do I get to avenge our 4th Hokage, but those 15 million Ryo will also be mine, so you better stand still so I can slice you clean, demon. Naruto recalled, seeing how Asuma paled instantly at this one, while his former team and some others had the looks of shock and even disgust on them. I may have been 4 at the time, but I still recall how that blade had nearly cut off my hand when I tried to reach for a kunao to defend myself. Thank Kami Anko Nachan got back from mission early and decided to stop by. So that's why she... Asuma. I'll fucking murder you for what you had done to him. Kurane was really livid and was quite ready to kill Asuma right at this moment, but she was stopped by Kakashi who stood between them. Step away, hey take. This man, this bastard. Not only did he cheat on me, but he fucking used me to kill my adopted son right here. I should never trusted him nor his bastard of a father, so you better bloody step away from me, before I kill you on sight. Kurane, calm yourself. Don't you see that you are not in the right mind right now? Kakashi simply asked of her, with Kurane not backing down. Guy-sensei, is what Naruto says. Is this true? Why you really tried to kill him? Tenten asked in shock, realizing just what a horrible thing her sensei had tried to do. Yes, Tenten. It is true. Guy admitted, shocking most around him. There was the time when I had tried to end the unyouthful existence of a demon within the walls of our youthful village. For he was plaguing the shinobi and civilians alike with deception and deceit, and as a youthful beautiful green beast of Konoha, it was my duty to end its existence before it had plagued even more people. Guy said in his usual manner. And I had nearly succeeded, had the fox not unleashed his unyouthful foul power and drawn attention from the corrupted Umbu. But I swore upon 4th's grave and my own honor, that I would eventually end this monster, one way or another, for I am the youthful green beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Oh, Guy-sensei, you are absolutely right. Naruto had always used foul play and cheated, so he must be a true unyouthful demon. Let us vanquish him together, and if I fail I shall do 10,000 push-ups with just one pinky and 100 laps around Land of Fire. Rock Lee immediately agreed with his sensei, which drew shocked expressions from Tenten, Kurane, Hinata, and some others. Well, if you wish, I welcome you two to try. Only you'll have to be running those laps in hell, Lee, because if you attack me, I'll be more than happy to send you straight in there. Naruto warned him and the others, turning to Kurane. And Kurane Oni-chan, while I would enjoy you killing this guy right here, best not to do it. I wouldn't want to see you or Anko-ne-chan becoming Nukenin for no good reason. Better if I take his head off, if you do not mind. 1t be the first Sarutobi Ive killed, nor a first Konoha shinobi. Naruto let out a dry chuckle, seeing the shock and a bit of fear in the eyes of his former comrades. Naruto, had I not known you, I would have assumed you were threatening us here. Kakashi suddenly spoke up to him. You know that making such baseless threats is really showing off your unintelligence, right? After all, even if you had left the village, no true Konoha shinobi would kill his own kind, even if he was under a different name. And I know that you are not a murderer, Naruto. And who said anything about it being baseless threats, hey take? Naruto asked him with a deadpan voice. I have been banished, all of my property and money stolen because of false charges, the people I thought were friends turned on me in a blink of an eye, not to mention that I received more injuries and been closer to death within Konoha more times than I was out in the field. And did I mention how my mind was altered just so I could stay docile, dumb knucklehead? By all accounts and means, I've got more reasons to wish death upon Konoha than Madara and Third Tsuchikage combined. And as for that last part of yours. 3 years ago, on borders between Land of Wind and Land of Stone, a group of Konoha shinobi numbering 27 Chunin and Jonin had been tasked with intercepting Kazekage and his escort, preventing the talks between him and Tsuchikage from happening. The orders were to either stall, or to kill on sight. Nobody returned, and 5 days later, their bodies were brought back on a cart by a villager from Land of Rivers, whom I paid good money to get their bodies back to their families, along with a warning, remember. Naruto let out a small smirk at a sight of shock coming over most of the shinobi out here, who realized that he was the man behind the infamous River S massacre, one of the worst recent defeats of Konoha, when all participating shinobi were brought back, all dead, brutally murdered, and some barely even recognizable. It was assumed at first that this was the work of Akatsuki, someone like Itachi Uchiha, or it was a team of Kiri Esambu. But, to hear that Naruto Uzumaki, who had always sprouted around that he was going to become a Hokage and was considered to be the dead last of their generation, had actually gone and killed all of them, his fellow village shinobi, in cold blood and without mercy. It was a hard pill to swallow, and many couldn't even believe it to be true. Dub, do you expect us here to believe you? It is common knowledge that it was my brother who had killed them back there, having taken a contract from Kazekage. Sasuke retorted to Naruto. You may look different, but you are nothing more but a dead last, whom you'll always be, no matter what. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right. You are just an annoying little pest that can't compete with real shinobi like us here. You probably just changed your looks so that you can look cooler and try to get me to fall for you, but it won't work. Sakura shouted at Naruto, who looked at her with a, "Are you shitting me?" look. Good Kami, was I really that dumb to have a crush on? Oh, right, I was that dumb. Naruto mentally sighed before speaking up. Sakura, I don't know what has given you that idea, but let me assure you of something. I've traveled all over the elemental nations for over 7 years and have seen many, many beautiful women and girls, and compared to them, you are like those frogs Kisame-san in here fantasizes about in his sleep. And as for the change in looks, I have an S-rank Nukenin organization after my head, plus you Konoha idiots wouldn't let me live in peace, not to bloody mention me holding a Kyuubi inside me, so I needed to make a couple of changes, in order to survive and not become a prime target for all world to take. So, those reports from Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro about your death at the hands of Suna's Nukenins were false. But they brought back your corpse, Lady Tsunade, and Shizune personally have examined it and confirmed it was you. Shikamaru stated to Naruto in shock, who merely smirked. We had mourned your death, Naruto. We buried your body and Konoha was had the biggest celebrations since its founding, which lasted for 2 days without end, I hear. Naruto added up. As for that corpse, you would be bloody surprised what a dead blonde genin of my age, a skilled Irionin and a special seal can be used for. Gaara was more than happy to provide for the first two, while the last I done on my own. What better way to disappear than to die? And after that, it was only a matter of dyeing my hair black, since it's the most common color on the planet for hair, changing the hairdo, and getting rid of whiskers through a very precise and a little bit discomforting operation, but damn if it was worth it. What a drag. You clever bastard, to think that Chuji and I were crying over a fake corpse. Do you even know how bloody painful it was for us all? Hinata, Kurane-sensei, Anko, your mother you've broken so many hearts with that stunt. Hell, Lady Tsunade and Shizun were openly crying over that damn coffin during the procession. Have you thought about what it would do to us? Shikamaru screamed at him. We know what we said was wrong on many levels, and we were sorry, but that was just cruel and horrible. Shikamaru, just because you, Chuji and some others among you realized what you've done doesn't excuses you, nor grants you forgiveness. Naruto stated coldly. Now, enough about all of this. I am still technically banished from Konoha and can't return, so me going back would be signing up my own death warrant, and according to my punishment, I can't go back under any circumstances, so. Actually, Naruto, the Council of Konoha has withdrawn that punishment from you upon the return of Kushina and Menma back in Konoha, pardoning you of any and all crimes. Jiraiya chimed in, getting a curious eye from Naruto. Now, given the fact of you still being a son of 4th Hokage, a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and a citizen of Konoha, there is no way we can let a prodigal boy like you continue to stray away from his home any longer. Plus, if you come back, then maybe Tsunade will finally forgive me and I can be allowed in Konoha once more. In other words, I am either coming along with you peacefully, or you and this cavalcade of double standards and nut jobs will take me there by force, is that it? Naruto wasn't sugarcoating in any way. Well, when you put it like that, I guess none of us here has any other choices. We were ordered by Lady Hokage to get Hanzo Hattori no matter what, and since you are him, there is no way we are coming back without you. Kakashi simply stated lazily to Naruto. But in all seriousness, Naruto, do you really think that you can take us all here down? Can you really bring yourself to strike us, your own mother included? Naruto simply blinked at him before turning to Hinata and Kurane. Hinata-chan, Kurane Oni-chan, you two have been there for me when I needed it the most. For that, you have my eternal gratitude. Naruto spoke to the truthfully. Because of that, I ask of you to please walk away from here. My quarrel is not with you, but with the rest of them, and should you remain in here, I will not be holding any responsibility for what you may witness. I have no desire to fight you or to harm you in any way, so I ask of you to walk away. Kurane and Hinata looked at him surprised, before Hinata and Kurane both nodded to him and decided to follow Naruto's advice, using Shunshin to get out there, shocking the rest of the shinobi here. Hey, what the hell was that? Why do those two get a pass and we don't? Ino shouted at him. And are you really that dumb that you think you can take us all by yourself? Sasuke-kun and all of us here will tear you a new one in no time. Gaki, you really have done it now. Jiraiya said it simply. Minato, I hope you can forgive this idiot of a son of yours, wherever you are now. Suddenly a large dome appeared right above Naruto, his house, and the area surrounding it, not surprising Naruto. Did you think we would let you escape in any way from here? This barrier will not allow anyone to leave this area, no matter how strong, fast or powerful they are. You are now stuck here with us, Naruto. Best if you surrender now, before it becomes ugly. Kisame-sunin, do you think I wasn't counting on this? Naruto asked of him in a dangerously calm way, placing his hand on his left katana and taking out. You think that I am stuck here with you? No, it's a complete opposite. Naruto put S on his face guard and readies his katana. It's you who are stuck here with me. And with a flash of black and red, the battle starts. Chapter 3. It's you who are stuck here with me. And with a flash of black and red, Naruto was gone for the spot, immediately drawing out shocked expressions from Kakashi, Jiraiya, Kushina, Shikamaru, Asuma, Guy, and Sasuke, with the rest of the group being confused, Yet everyone had gotten into a standard formation. Hey, did the dead last just pull a shadow clone on us and leave us hanging? Kiba snarled, sniffing the air in the process. Damn it, I can get his smell from here. Akamaru, do you smell that idiot? The large Ninken only whined, stating the opposite. Kiba, that move that Naruto just pulled off was definitely not a shadow clone jutsu. Shikamaru stated with knowledge and full seriousness. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi-sensei, correct me if I am wrong, but wasn't he that fourth Hokage's Hiration? A space and time fuinjutsu, allowing for an instant teleportation from one spot to another. Yeah, that certainly looked like Hiration to me. Jiraiya agreed, carefully analyzing the environment around him with the rest of the shinobi here. That definitely looked like Minato's signature flying Raijin, but I doubt that Naruto could learn that from anywhere. Hell, the only existing scroll on Hiration and written by Minato is in Konoha, with Menma, who still can't even get the formula right, and he is a genius, when compared to Naruto. No, the Gaki must be just playing with us here, trying to even up the chances through some cheeky little pranks. Yeah, I agree with you, Jiraiya-sama. I remember during my time training Naruto, that he had an abysmal control over his chakra, at best. Minato-sensei had told me that Hiration requires a precise control over one's chakra, as well as a clear and clean vision of where to teleport and where the marker is placed, otherwise one will not succeed in transporting himself, and Naruto was never one to fully focus his attention on anything for at least 10 minutes or so. Kakashi stated with confidence, but still lifted up his headband and revealed his own Sharingan. But, if Naruto wishes to play this game, we might just humor him and take him down a couple of pegs along the lines. 7 years or not, I doubt that Naruto had changed much. I would not be so sure. Naruto has spent a very long time away from Konoha and has made himself a reputation as Hanzo Hattori, one of the most skilled and powerful Ronin of this generation and era. It is only logical to assume that Naruto that we knew is nothing when compared to today's version we are to face now. Shino spoke calmly, but still hiding a good amount of fear in his mind at facing an S-rank head-on. Taking into consideration the reputation that Naruto has garnered himself over the years, confirmed feats, kills and combat information from various sources, I believe our best course of actions would be to tactically retreat or try to reason with him diplomatically. Shino, are you really that afraid of Naruto? Simon, it's the dead last of our class, the Kyuubi cheater and the #1 idiot of our village. Trust me, I've been in the same team as he, and trust me when I say this, he has nothing on me, Kakashi-sensei, and especially Sasuke-kun. Sakura arrogantly stated, ignorant of lack of logic in her statement. Hell, Sasuke-kun had nearly killed him had Naruto Baka not cheated and pulled a Kyuubi on Sasuke-kun, when Naruto had tried to kill Sasuke-kun in cold blood. Heck, the only reason why he is still alive is probably because of dem luck and Kyuubi, otherwise he should long kicked the bucket. Kushina gritted her teeth at hearing the pink-haired Kunoichi say such mean things about her firstborn son. She wished she could reprimanded this disgrace of a shinobi, but then she remembered that she was no better than her until she had returned to Konoha with her Menma 7 years ago. No, she was worse, far worse, having purposefully abandoned her son with a burden that never should be carried out alone, making him a prime target for the village to get rid of through placing a reward upon his head and denying any and all claims by those few that informed her of Naruto's life in Konoha and his behavior. Kushina had always kept an eye out for Naruto, or rather, Kyuubi, as she believed him to be one. She was expecting the demon fox to rise up again and give Kushina a justified excuse to kill the boy herself, to free her son's body and soul from its clutches, but it never happened. Years and years have gone by, with abuse, cruelty, beatings and close-to-death situations, reported to Kushina, and yet, slowly, piece by piece, bit by bit, her previous beliefs were starting to crumble, and the image of a possessed child with whiskers and eyes of a demon was starting to get replaced with one of a horrified, lonely child, crying out for his mother to come for him, surrounded by people all ready to kill him. Kushina had spent countless nights waking up from nightmares at the thoughts of her Naruto, with her dreams showing her son being killed many, many times. And it wasn't Menma, no, but Naruto. Eventually, widow of the 4th Hokage had finally came to a realization of what kind of horrible mistake she has made, and with her younger son in tow, rushed back to Konoha, fully intent on reuniting with Naruto and seeking out his forgiveness. However, by the time Kushina had gotten back, it was already too late, as Naruto has been banished from the village for over a month now, and the entirety of Konoha has been absolutely glad it had happened. Her and Menma's return was met with celebrations, and she, along with her son, were treated as if they were heroes, with Menma now being renowned as a savior of Konoha for howling half of Kyuubi in him. It was a complete opposite of what Naruto had experienced, according to Tsunade, who not only refused to acknowledge Kushina and Menma as part of her family, but Tsunade had denied them Menma's inheritance as a senju, which was by right his. Kushina was in outrage when her mother-in-law refused to even as much as call Menma by his father's name, but when Tsunade had stated that to her, only Naruto was a true son of Minato and her grandson, and that the only reason as to why Tsunade didn't pummel Kushina into dust for what she did was because she didn't want to let her son face Kushina in the afterlife and suffer the shame. Needless to say, relations between Kushina and Tsunade were antagonistic at best, and at its worst, Tsunade wasn't beyond punishing Menma for his seeming arrogance and being intolerable to the fifth Hokage, even if Kushina didn't see anything wrong with her son's behavior. When the news came about Naruto's death, it had nearly shattered Kushina completely. The knowledge that her firstborn was dead and would never even know of her was nearly unbearable. When the funerals came, there were only those that had considered Naruto his or her friend, most of whom were right here as well. Tsunade was also there, crying out loud and even breaking down at Naruto's grave, cursing the village, council, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kushina for what they all had done to Naruto. Kushina herself was crying at her son's grave, but her small tears were nothing when compared to what Tsunade, Shizune, Kurane, Hinata, Ayame, Toki, Irika and some others have let out. The advisors and some civilian counselors have also paid a visit, as the council, after the return of Kushina and Menma, had begrudgingly absolved Naruto of all his crimes and punishments, even if most of the village had continued to view Naruto as nothing more but a cheater, troublemaker, and demon. While Kushina was angered and had lashed out at others when the mentioning of this came to her attention, deep down inside she understood that it all was due to her own fault. And now, after 6 years of mourning, she had the chance to reunite her family, and there was no way she would miss it. Naruto, please, I beg of you, come with us back to the village. I know what I had done to you was horrible, and I know how much you've suffered because I wasn't there for you. But please, Sachi, just come back with me and your friends here. I can make it all right, we can be a full family, a real one. Kushina shouted out in the woods, hoping to persuade her son to come with them. Your brother and me, we both truly want to have you with us, as a part of our family. I will even train you alongside with your brother, and the village will accept you with open arms. And you still don't get it, do you? Came Naruto's voice, but pinpointing the source was futile, as Sasuke and Kakashi with their Sharingan and Neji with Byakugan weren't able to see where Naruto was. You, Menma, the village, everyone here. I don't give a damn about any of your fates. Everyone's eyes widened, as Naruto's voice came right from their midst, and all turned their heads towards him, but before anyone could react, a stabbing sound resonated through the night and a cry of pain was heard. The source of the voice was none other but Shikamaru, in whose back were stabbed 3 senbon, plunged deep into his spine, immobilizing him and causing severe pain. Naruto stood right behind him, having plunged the senbon into the spine himself, making sure to disable Shikamaru for good. Without wasting any time, Naruto sent his katana in his right arm to block Asuma's attack at him, who had managed to react first to Naruto's appearance in their midst, so didn't he wait with charging up his blades and decided to slice him up first, sending his right blade right at his neck. Had Naruto not trained himself, or he did not possess the profound first-hand experience of war, he would have been down already, but he had all of it and more, so his katana's blunt side met with Asuma's blade, before Naruto brought his katana down and back, slashing at Jonin's arm, cutting it deeply and nearly severing the bones. Asuma gritted his teeth at pain and nearly let go of his weapon, but his role was completed. He managed to stall Naruto for everyone to get onto him. And just as everyone was already turning towards Naruto, former Blonde wasted no time as he kicked Shikamaru in the back, pushing him in the arms of Chuji and Lee, before 3 explosive tags had went off right at the feet of Shikamaru and Naruto, engulfing the area around in an explosion and smoke. Fortunately, the rest of the group had managed to react in time to jump right clear away from the area of explosion, with Shikamaru being carried away by Chuji and Ino, who joined him. However, even though everyone had cleared away from the area of explosion, Konoha's group now faced a completely different problem. When they jumped away from the explosion, they scattered around the area and were now broken down to pairs and threes, groups that were far easy to pick upon. Most of them understood this, and were already thinking about getting back together, but that is when their luck had once again ran out, as thick, layered with chakra, fog settled in within the barrier, obscuring the vision, smell, and even hearing. Water style, Magen Kirigaku no Jutsu. Naruto mentally said as his personal variant of hidden mist jutsu settled in, as he sat on a tree branch and watched as Konoha's group was split and stuck together with those that they saw closest to them at the moment. Now, time to pick them apart. Naruto thought to himself, as he made his signature hand seal, before he and his clones disappeared in flashes of red and black. Careful, Chuji, sat him down more carefully. Ino commanded to her teammate, who sat Shikamaru down, while his injured comrade was shaking slightly, with 3 senbon right in his back. Okay, give me some space, I'll try and see what Naruto had done to Shika here. Ino, who much like Sakura, had went through medical ninja courses back in Konoha, went immediately Shikamaru to examine him, before her eyes widened in shock. This is bad, really bad. Ino, what is it? What did Naruto do with Shika? Chuji asked of Ino, worried for his best friend. These senbon. Naruto didn't just injure Shikamaru, but he plunged those senbon right in between Shikamaru's vertebrae, with a surgeon's precision no less. Ino stated to Chuji, who paled instantly. Right now, Shikamaru is paralyzed and can't move or react to anything, as his nervous system just went into a shock. For as long as those senbon are in his back, he won't be able to come to his senses, but if I try to remove them on my own, I can end up crippling Shikamaru completely. One wrong move of those senbon and your best mind will not be able to move even a muscle. Ino and Chuji widened their eyes, as they looked upwards, seeing Naruto sitting right above them. I've taken a couple of lessons on human physiology and pressure points whilst I was in Kiri. Must say, their Irionins and Hunternins really do know their stuff. And their acupuncture is one hell of a stress reliever, a real life savior when you have stiffness all over your body. Naruto, how could you do something like that to Shika? Why, you could paralyzed him for life or worse, kill him. Chuji shouted at Naruto, who didn't even move a muscle. Look, I know what Shika, me and others have said was bad, and we are all really sorry for it, buddy, but that is not the reason to be so hostile towards us. Why don't you just come with us back in village, and I'll ask my mom to treat you to something really tasty, like the old good times. Just help Shikamaru here and we can all go home together. From that one, Chuji and Ino heard a distinct chuckle coming from Naruto, a dark one, before he spoke up. Chuji, you were always a jovial buffoon. A good, kind one, but a buffoon nonetheless, always going along with the crowd and letting your stomach does all the thinking before your head. Naruto simply stated to him, with Chuji gritting his teeth and tightening his fist. If we really were friends, you would at least asked me about the Kyuubi and what happened in the valley, not berate and accuse me of what I was forced to do. Hell, you and most of the others, you all really are just a bunch of morons, having fallen for Sasuke's tales and turned on me. You were out there too, Chuji, and we all knew that Sasuke had defected, yet you, Kiba, Shika here, and everyone else just took the words of a traitor over the supposed friendship with me. Some friends. And as for Shika here, I wouldn't be surprised if he later on said thanks, since moving around is such a drag. Naruto let out an amused chuckle, recalling how lazy Shikamaru could be. You can say that Sasuke had defected, he was under the influence of curse mark and it made him go rogue. Ino protested, forcing Naruto to turn to her. He wasn't in the right state of mind when he did it, so you can just blame him for what had happened to you, Naruto. You were the one who injured and nearly killed him, whilst using the Kyuubi and nearly killed, Ino. Naruto asked of her again with a risen brow. Ino, have you, or anyone else, took your time and looked at me when I was in hospital? I had 2 stabbing wounds in chest from Sasuke's Chidori, nearly all of my bones were broken or on a brink of breakdown, and don't get me started on a blood loss. And what of Sasuke? A couple of cuts, bruises and some minor concussion, I believe? Yeah, he totally didn't try to kill me and I had put him at death's doorsteps. Naruto simply let out a sigh, getting down onto the ground and looking at the pair, who was ready to fight him. Who am I trying to convince, a number 2 fangirl and a fatso with a brain in his stomach? Anyway, enough talk. Who are you calling fatso? My bones are just... Chuji cried out in rage, not even catching a glimpse of Naruto looking in his eyes. Genjutsu, Nocturne Embrace. And with that said, Chuji's rage was quelled in a second, before his body slumped and fell down onto the ground, with his mind now being plagued by his deepest nightmares and unable to escape them. Akimichi clan focuses on their physical application of their chakra, being able to draw upon yang chakra with relative ease at a limited extent. This makes them best suited for taijutsu, with a lesser reliance on ninjutsu than others, and a complete lack of genjutsu. Want to beat an Akimichi? Use genjutsu. Gotta love Senju's Warring States Encyclopedia. What the hell? Ch Chuji, are you? And Naruto, you got genjutsu as well? You were supposed to be unable to use any of it. Ino screamed at him, while moving towards Chuji to wake him up, but she was unable to reach him, as Naruto appeared right in front of Ino and delivered her a powerful punch in the gut. Yamanaka complete opposite of Akimichi, best at genjutsu due to their mind-controlling abilities, but worst at taijutsu. Naruto mentally recited, as his knee moved to Ino's chest and stroked there, before Naruto grabbed Ino's long hair and repeatedly punched her in the face 5 times in a fast succession with his right hand, breaking her nose in the process. Letting go dazed and unfocused girl, Naruto finished her off with a powerful kick in the head, knocking her out of commission and possibly causing her a concussion. Result: 2 ribs broke, 3 more are damaged, broken nose, cracked skull, and a concussion. Naruto thought to himself, looking at the defeated members of Team Asuma, before dispelling and letting the original know that they were dealt with. Clang of metal was heard in a different part of the yard, as Naruto's katana clashed with Asuma's chakra trench blades. Whilst Naruto was in near full armor suit, his natural speed and agility, coupled with experience in fighting various opponents and having seen many stances, he was able to match Asuma's expertise in close quarters combat, especially having dealt him a serious bleeding wound, which disabled Asuma's usage of his right hand. Now all that Naruto needed to do is find a correct opening and strike at his opponent, while his katana, charged with Hein, clashed with Asuma's charged-up knife and was pushing him back. Striking first at Shika so that he couldn't catch you with his shadow possession was actually clever. And without him, there would be no one who could get a strategy against you. Can't believe that I am saying this, but you are good, kid. Asuma gritted his teeth, as Naruto applied some more strength and pushed Asuma back, before kicking him in the stomach, followed by a horizontal slash, which Asuma managed to evade by moving backward, spitting some blood out of his mouth. Shit. Should VE killed you when I had the chance back then, in Kurene's home. If only that snake bitch didn't show up. Asuma shouted out as he went again on the offensive, jumping up in the air and trying to land a kick on Naruto. But when Asuma had reached the ground, Naruto already moved away and disappeared into the mist. Not even a single shadow, outline or even a sound could be pinpointed because of the mist. Asuma knew of the Kurigaku no Jutsu, made famous, or infamous, thanks to masters of silent assassination, like Zabuza Mamakai, but that jutsu didn't block any hearing or sounds. Naruto's version, on the other hand, seemed to be a far more advanced version of it, as it would appear to Asuma, that the water particles in the air not only completely obscured the vision, but also blocked the sound waves. Considering that the sound travels through air, put a chakra-filled mist with enough juice to stop the air from transporting the sound. As much as Asuma hated Naruto or didn't want to acknowledge him as an equal to him, he had to admit one thing: Naruto has changed. Okay, brat, I'll give you credit where it's due. You may have grown stronger, but still doesn't change the fact of you being an idiot. Asuma taunted Naruto, trying to provoke him, as he was sure that he would be able to hear him, even though this fog was in here. Did you really think my father would ve allowed such a loose cannon like a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi run free and without any restraints? No, he wouldn't he, especially when our village had suffered from that Demkyuubi and was down on manpower. It needed power to keep the other villages from destroying us, and because of that my old man had to keep you nice and docile, considering that your younger brother was in capital at time. You know why he allowed all those beatings? All because he wanted to install fear into you, the fear what would happen if you had betrayed the village. But when Kurane had adopted you, everyone had started to fear that you might actually grow away from fearing us, so Ive seduced that girl and gained a way to her home, as well as what's in her pants. Asuma let out an amused chuckle, expecting a reaction from Naruto. Too bad when I decided to simply get the reward for your head, her snake whore showed up and nearly castrated me. I wanted her to be executed, and Kurane to have the same seal put as on you, but my old man wouldn't he have it. It would be detrimental to Konoha's strength, was what he said, so he only done some talking to them and made sure you would never be allowed to either be adopted, or that those two bitches would come near you. You should ve seen how Kurane had cried. But don't you worry, Ive helped her pull through, if you know what I mean. Asuma finally heard a ruffling of the grass in front of him, before Naruto finally appeared with an ice-cold glare directed towards Asuma. You really should ve taken my life back then, bastard. Naruto simply noted out to him, as he changed up his stance bringing his sword with the flat side above the ground, held close to his shoulder, with his left hand laying on the tip of the blade. Now, I'll see to it, so that you won't hurt neither Kurane, nor Anko, Asuma Sarutobi. With that roared out like a dragon, Naruto pushed his body forward and disappeared in a blaze of speed, with Asuma widening his eyes when he recognized that technique. A brought-to-shoulder sword with its flat side over the ground. This technique, it can be. Asuma had hurried to ready himself for the defense, but ended up missing his opportunity, as a slash came at him, a wound trail going from his right side of torso and diagonally traveling to his left shoulder. Hirageki, Geitosu is Hiki. Naruto simply stated, as Asuma dropped his weapon and slumped down on his knees, bleeding profusely, while the former blonde turned to face him. When I was participating in Mizu's civil war, I had taken lessons from Ieyasu's personal guards, Shinzengami, specifically from one man known as Wolf of Nibu. Wouldn't say I fully mastered his techniques and style, but at the very least, I would say I can hold my own in a sword fight with it. Naruto stood right in front of Asuma, who looked up in his eyes, with Naruto bringing his sword up with both of his hands, seeing fear in Asuma's eyes instantly. Such fear and dread. And this is supposed to be one of the best 12 guardian shinobi? You are almost too pathetic to kill. Almost. Asuma widened his eyes, as Naruto brought down his blade upon Asuma, slashing it diagonally down, cutting up his face, left eye, nose, and cheek, with the blood starting to gush down onto the ground from a new wound, as Asuma's body hit the dirt and blood started pouring down onto the grass. If you are dead, tell Hiruzen that we are even now. And if not, you make one move towards any of my friends and family, I'll cut your head clean off. And with that said, Naruto's clone dispelled himself, letting the original know what had transpired with Asuma. Shino's bugs were spread around him, trying to gain an evaluation of the situation and failing. He was logically at a disadvantage, understanding that Naruto he once knew of had changed, completely and utterly. The reputation that he has garnered as Hanzo Hattori spoke volumes of that, as Shino mentally recalled the bingo book entry for Hanzo Hattori. Name, Hanzo Hattori. Age, between 20 and 27. Village, unknown. Status, Ronin, mercenary, former/possibly current commander of Tokugawa assassination Umbu unit. Shinobi rank, unknown, possibly Jonin. Rank, S rank. Combat information, known as Second Kirigaku no Oni and Kage no Shi, Hanzo is a master of silent assassinations and CQC, but there is very limited confirmed information on specifics of his styles, techniques, and jutsu. What is known is that he possesses 3 elemental natures, wind, water, fire, but unconfirmed reports state he has lightning and earth, along with yin and yang releases as well. Avid user of genjutsu, possible a master level, as well as user of swords, listed as one of top 5 best swordsmen in Mizu no Kuni. Uses advanced tactics and strategies in battle, capable of deciphering and countering battle strategies in the middle of a battle. Level of taijutsu is unknown, level of ninjutsu is kage, presumably. Possibly possesses a very high level of mastery of fuinjutsu. Feats: killed 561 soldier, including a 150 shinobi of chunin and jonin ranks, during the Battle of Mikatagahara in 4 hours time span. Killed 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi while in tailed beast mode. Killed Han, Jinchuriki of 5 tails from Iwagakuer while in tailed beast mode. Destroyed the temple on Mt. Hine through a fire jutsu, destroying 1/10 of Oda army stationed there. Killed Oden Nobunaga, Demon King of 6th Heaven and user of Maiden. Destroyed Tenko Castle with over 1,000 men inside its walls through unknown fire jutsu. Slaughtered the bloodline faction of Kyumo. Fought and forced to retreat Kisame Hoshigaki, unconfirmed. Rewards: 77.000.000. Recommendations: flee on sight. After what Shino has read, as well as heard of Mizu's civil war and how it was more brutal and horrifying than all of Shinobi World Wars combined, the bug user of Konoha was finding far more logical to withdraw from the place, as it seemed like Naruto was more than ready to deal with all of them. So, Shino, what shall it be? Shino turned around and looked at Naruto, who was standing just 7 feet away from him, ready and waiting for him. You are probably the smartest of the group here, and you were one of the few who didn't ostracize me back in Konoha when I returned. It would have been illogical and careless, to trust the words of an unstable shinobi turned traitor, like Sasuke, over the words of a proven trustworthy and loyal ninja, like you, Naruto. Shino explained himself to him, with Naruto chuckling at this one. It was obvious that your skills, abilities, and jutsu were the product of not Kyuubi's influence of you, not completely, but of your personal trainings and determination. My clan and father understood that as well, but others seem to have let their emotions and ignorance take a hold of them. I apologize for their illogical and irrational decision to banish you. Don't be sorry, Shino. I've had 7 years to think it over, and I knew that some clans wouldn't support this decision, either to keep a Jinchuriki like me in Konoha, or simply because of simple kindness, though I almost didn't believe in it at a time. Naruto admitted to Shino. So, who aside from a Barame clan, had voted against banishing me? Clan Hyuga. Lord Hayashi was quite passionate about how the village has been treating you with injustice. Naruto was honestly surprised at this one, before recalling his past and seeing the reasoning behind such actions. Apparently, you had in the past, aided him or Clan Hyuga in general, in some way. Also, he also had asked to take you under his wing, but was refused by the council. I remember. Didn't he think that Lord Hayashi would be so grateful to me, even though it was nothing for me to do? Naruto uttered, more for himself than for Shino, before turning his full attention to Shino. Shino, what's it going to be? Stand down, and I'll let you out of here. Stay and fight, then I'll have to apologize to Kurenai Oni-chan for hurting, and believe, I can and I will hurt you badly. Somehow, I inclined to believe that statement. Shino said to Naruto, as he brought back his bugs. Very well, I'll stand down. However, are you certain you can break this barrier, especially considering that you are only a clone of real Naruto? The clone smirked at this one. Clever as always, Shino. The Crescent Dome barrier is a fine level 7 Fuinjutsu technique, no argument about it, but the other clones are already at work rewriting it to my needs. They shall be finished in a few moments by now, so I can safely escort you out of the combat zone, if you want to. Naruto's clone stated to him, with Shino nodding to him. Lead the way then. Shino said to the clone, who took the lead. By the way, there is something important you may want to hear. This mission, it wasn't sanctioned by Lady Hokage, but by the council's body, without her permission or knowledge. In fact, I believe that by now, she must already be aware of this. I've figured as much myself, but thank you for this information, Shino. Naruto's clone told to Shino with a small smile, while mentally already thinking. That explains why Kaa-chan had suddenly went back on our agreement. That dem council, what in blazes did Tobiramaji thought about when he installed it? Was he drunk, or did he lose a bet like Hashiramaji? Anyway, I imagine Kaa-chan is either destroying the council, or she and her honor guard with Shizun are already on their way here. Well, she knows our deal, so I am fully in my rights to deal with them all as I see fit. Alright team, we have managed to find our way to each other through our power of youth, with one of our youthful and courageous comrades here as well. Now, let us find the others and deal with this unyouthful demon known as Naruto. Might Guy shouted out, with Lee supporting him all the way through, while Tenten and Kiba shook their heads, whilst Niji was trying his hardest to see through the fog with his Byakugan, only getting a headache and sore eyes in the process. Now, Niji, tell us, where are all our other youthful companions? I can't see anything through this dim fog. Niji said with a strained voice, as he deactivated his eyes, letting breaths of relief. This mist is filled with such strong and dense chakra, that it's like I am looking at a sea of constantly shifting chakra. Whatever jutsu Naruto is using here, it not only blocks the vision and sound, but also is strongly effective against my Byakugan. We must count ourselves fortunate that we found each other in this mist. So wait, if neither your Byakugan, nor my and Akamaru's senses can find the others, how the hell will we be able to get to the others, or find that dobe? Kiba shouted out. Damn it, can't he believe that the dead last actually learned something? It's probably just his fox helping him. Yes, for it is common fact that Naruto requires the Kyuubi's chakra to be strong. And that is what makes him so unyouthful. Rock Lee supported this claim, with Niji shaking his head at this. No, this field is fully made of Naruto's own chakra. Niji retorted at this one, surprising everyone. But to be able to make such strong mist and with such abilities, he must come a very long way as a shinobi. And if his reputation is anything to go by, we may be facing an enemy more dangerous than Itachi Uchiha and more powerful than Lady Hokage herself. Perhaps, we may better. Niji had wanted to continue his speech, but he was suddenly silenced, as his body fell down onto the ground, a senbon sticking out of his neck. Niji. Hold on, ILL. Tenten had wished to rush at his side, but she too hit the ground in the next second with another senbon in her neck, at the exact same spot as Niji's, causing Lee and Kiba to panic. What the hell is going on? How come Niji and Tenten are down in one shot like that? Kiba shouted out. Those senbons. They are probably laced with some kind of paralytic poison, designed to shut down the nervous system upon contact. Such poisons and senbons are used most frequently and unyouthfully by Kiri's Umbu Black Ops, especially by their assassination units and Undertaker squad. Guy explained to them what had happened to Niji and Tenten, carefully looking around. And Naruto, being an unyouthful demon that he is, probably has picked up on such low techniques, whilst he was in Mizu. But do not worry, my fellow shinobi, for we have on our side the power of springtime youth. Guy shouted in full force, almost deafening everyone. I doubt it will be enough for you three here. Came a sudden comment, startling everyone, before a sound of metal piercing flesh and bones was heard, forcing everyone to turn to its source, causing the men to pale at the sight, with Kiba nearly losing his mind. Right before them laid Akamaru, the giant ninkin of Kiba, his eternal partner and best friend, among animals and humans. However, while normally a sight of the ninkin would been nothing out of ordinary, the hilt of katana sticking right from above his head, with blood coming from both the top of his head and from the bottom of his laying head was something that no one was looking for to seeing. And right at the top of the hilt, on one leg, casually stood Naruto looking at the horrified trio of men, his facial guard hiding most of his emotions, while his eyes were merely eyeing them. The sight of his killed ninkin was enough to send Kiba into a murderous rage. Akamaru. I'll fucking kill you, you demon bastard. Kiba roared inhumanly, launching himself right at Naruto without any thought, and faster than Lee and Guy could stop him, still being horrified at the sight. However, had Kiba not been in such crazed rage and had learned to think with his head, or at least was more observant, he would seen that Naruto already had his second sword pulled out in his left hand. When Kiba had reached Naruto, the black armored Ronin seemingly disappeared into a thick mist, leaving the top of the hilt. Before Kiba could sniff him out or hear him, a shadow descended upon him from above him. And in the next second, the shadow reached the ground, just as Kiba had managed to look upwards, a shining thin trail was followed down to his body, a blade red with freshly spilled blood flashed upon the grass. Hana sends her regards, kinslayer. Naruto whispered to Kiba, as his eyes widened, before blood splashed from a wound, beginning at the left side of his chest and ending at the right side of his hip, with the Inuzuka dropping dead upon the grass and joining his companion in afterlife purgatory. With a speed that even Lee could envy, Naruto quickly regained himself and drew his blade in his left hand for in a Hirageki stance, already launching himself right towards his next target. Guy had managed to regain himself and used all of his speed to try and intercept Naruto. Sever Leaf Hurricane. He shouted out, as he tried to kick Naruto's face while he was in thrust. However, all that Guy had managed to hit was thin air, as Naruto disappeared in a flash of black and red, shocking Guy. And in the next second, just as Guy had landed, a loud shout of pain had come from his student, forcing Might Guy to look and freeze in one instance. Rock Lee stood, frozen in shock and pain, as blood ran down from his mouth. And behind him stood Naruto, whose blade had struck Lee in his spine and was buried deep enough to cause Lee immeasurable pain and be enough of a threat to completely immobilize him for life. Lee. Guy was ready to run to his student, but then Naruto spoke up, with a small medical kit being tossed right at his feet. Better think your next move, Guy, because it will decide whether all three of your students die here, or they will live. Naruto said to him in a cold and emotionless voice, causing Guy to freeze up. Those senbons were laced in an extract, enough to kill even a healthy titan like you. The dose I used will kill Tenten and Niji in 5 minutes, unless you administer the antidote in that pouch I tossed within that time. And as for Lee, if you decide to fight me, he will lose his life in an instant. So, what shall it be, Guy, your students' lives, or a chance to kill the unyouthful demon? Naruto asked of Guy, who was shaking with rage, but also fear at the prospect of losing his students. Damn you, demon! Guy shouted at Naruto in tears, as his shaky hands picked up the medical kit and he immediately went to Niji and Tenten, hoping to save their lives. Wise choice. Now Lee will only lose his legs. Lee and Guy both froze at Naruto's words, as former shinobi of the leaf plunged his sword deeper into Lee's spine, before severing it, and with a cry of pain, Lee dropped onto the ground, unable to feel his legs anymore, as Naruto's blade had left his body. A horrified Guy looked at Naruto. Now we are even, Guy. And with that said, Naruto's clone dispelled himself, leaving Guy, in tears, shaking and in such great horror and rage, that no miracle of youth could potentially bring him back to his normal self. Kakashi-sensei, this mist, it's like. Sakura had tried to speak up, as she looked around herself, back to back with Sasuke and Kakashi. Hey take. Yes, it's just like the one that Zabuza used during our first C-rank mission. Only this mist is even better, much better. Kakashi said, as his Sharingan worked around, trying to find anything in what seemed like a constantly shifting wall of chakra in front of him. This mist is layered with chakra on such level, that it completely blocks away vision, sounds, smells and even my Sharingan can't see through it at all. Whatever technique Naruto used here, it makes Zabuza's Kirigakure look like child's play. At least the dope had learned how to hide, like a weakling coward should. Sasuke scoffed, as he brought his hand onto his sword, looking around and trying to find Naruto. Come on, dope. What is the matter, are you too afraid to even come face your old team? Well, if you don't come out, then I'll simply have to walk towards that home of yours and see what's so interesting is there, that you've decided to stop us in our tracks out here. Who knows, maybe you have some poor whore of a wife that should be begging for an elite like me too. Wrong move, team. Suddenly, with a shock and terror for all, came a calm and collected voice of Naruto, right behind each of them, just like Zabuza had done on their mission in Wave Wind style, Rankyudan. With that being said, Sasuke flew out of the formation with the speed of a bullet, being carried away by a compressed ball of air carrying him away. As Sakura stood frozen there in one place, Kakashi's instincts finally kicked in, as in flash of a second he pulled out a kunao, sending it in his hand backwards, fully intent on taking Naruto. Speed of the famous copy ninja was one of the highest in Konoha, behind only Sasuke, Itachi, Guy, and Minato Namikaze at various points of time, and he would have been successful in capturing Naruto in the transition between one stance to another. However, Naruto had seen the enemies with high speed and knew how to match them, especially considering that he had managed to not just equal but surpass his father's speed before he turned 20. One swift block with the back of his armored left hand stopped Kakashi in mid-flight, while Naruto's right palm swiftly reached Kakashi's left side of his head, his fingers glowing with green chakra. In a single swift motion, Naruto's fingers plunged into Kakashi's eye socket and with a single pull, Naruto retrieved from Kakashi his most prized possession, his dead friend's Sharingan. Arg! Kakashi cried out in pain, as he had just had an eye removed from his head, dropping his kunai instinctively, trying to cover up his bleeding eye socket. With his hand freed, Naruto's left hand clenches into a fist, with chakra channeled in it, while his right arm moves out of the way. In the next instant, Naruto's left fist collides with Kakashi's head, cracking his skull and knocking him unconscious after his nerves had an overload of foreign chakra invading it. As Kakashi's body hit the ground, Naruto simply sealed it away in a special storage scroll that Naruto had kept for special occasions and items such as this one, now in his possession. As he had done that, Naruto's cold eyes landed upon shaking Sakura, who had managed to pull a kunai out of her pouch and took a stance to fight him, with Naruto scoffing, though the sound of it was muffled by his mask. "And Naruto, how could you do something so brutal to Kakashi's sensei?" Sakura screeched in fear, as she was taking steps back, as Naruto was slowly making his way to her. "Don't come any closer, why you monster? Sasuke-kun W will kill you if you do something to me, you dead last. Why you are just jealous of Sasuke and everyone, so you've decided that attacking us W will make us accept you back as equal. Well, guess again, loser, because..." Suddenly, Sakura heard a low, slightly throaty laugher coming from Naruto. First it was a little bit quiet, but steadily, it grew into a full-blown laughter, seemingly sound throughout the entirety of the forest, scaring Sakura even further, before Naruto spoke up to her. "Oh, Sakura, Sakura. Do you think I give a fucking damn about what you and the rest of that cavalcade of quirks, double standards, and traitors think of me?" Naruto asked of her seriously, with Sakura freezing in her tracks. "I stopped caring for the most of you the day when I exiled from the village, and after I've learned how warm and pompous was your greeting of my little brother, why do you think I would even want to go back to that hellhole? To once again become your punching bag, or so that Sasuke-chan would have someone to stab in the back, or chest in my case. After all, his own genins are nowhere to be now, aren't they?" Naruto saw the look of shock and surprise on Sakura's face, as Naruto had clearly shown that he knew of what had happened with Sasuke's genin squad. Those G-genins died on a mission, when I intercepted Sasuke-kun and Sakura had tried to defend her love of life, before Naruto had spoken up again. "Spare me the lies and excuses that guy told you all," Naruto simply said to her. "I know all about that tragedy, since I've been there myself." Flashback. A year and 7 months ago. Land of Grass. There had been many terrifying sights that Naruto had seen in his life as a shinobi and ronin on service of various kage, daimyo, and feudal lords and etc. Mizu's civil war had provided him with plethora of horrifying and nightmarish sights and images that would be enough to drive mad with fear and dread even some of the toughest persons in shinobi world. Yet, to Naruto now, it all was just a part of his job back then, nothing more, and learned to not let it get to him. However, the sight he was seeing now was different from the others, for before Naruto laid not a field of shinobi skirmish, but what appeared to be a slaughterhouse. On a grassy plain laid 6 of IWA's shinobi, dead for about a couple of hours. Having worked with IWA and their shinobi, Naruto was able to determine that these were Chiryunin shinobi, and a bit of pocketing around revealed that they were on a diplomatic mission to Daimyo of Grass. At first glance it seemed like they were all ambushed by someone laying in the waiting. Naruto's first picks were either Konoha or Kumo, as those two also competed for the alliance with Grass. And at first, Naruto's former guess was correct, as he noticed 2 dead Leaf-S shinobi, until his careful eye instantly examined them and what he found out first confused, and then horrified them. The 2 dead Konoha shinobi were not Chiryunin or Jonins, no. They were genins, fresh and untested, clearly out of academy just recently or a year ago, no more or less. One of them was a black-haired boy in simple gray shirt and black pants, a civilian most likely, while the other was a girl with lavender short hair, pale eyes, dressed in a beige dress, black shorts, and sandals, along with a curse mark hidden underneath her headband, showing her as a member of Hyuga branch family. They had backpacks on them with provisions, cloths, and more, all signs of a C-rank mission out of Land of Fire. However, what got to Naruto wasn't the fact that they were dead, but the character of their wounds. The IWAS shinobi were killed with brutality, stabbing wounds, burns, and blackened skin, as well as distinct smell of ozone indicated the usages of sword, fire style, and lightning style on them. Naruto's mind quickly came up with possible candidates on who could it be. Kakashi Hatake, known user of both elements and sword, but he no longer used one, and Sasuke Uchiha, a now Jonin of Konoha, known for using sword, fire, and lightning, along with being merciless and brutal to enemies. Having kept an eye out for potentially dangerous shinobi, Naruto knew it was Sasuke that had done the deed here. And as for the genins, the boy was seemingly the first to go down, as his throat was slashed by a sword, his face frozen in shock. The Hyuga girl was stabbed in the back with what looked like a jab, a clear sign of Chidori, when she tried to run away in fear, laying on the grass face first. However, there were still no solid proof that it was who Naruto thought it was. Until his trained ears hadn't picked up a coughing sound. Rushing towards it at his full speed, Naruto ran underneath the closest tree in the field, where he found a young girl with light brown hair with green eyes, dressed in a simple dark green shirt and black pants, laying down, with a hand covering a large slashed wound on her stomach. Without any warning, Naruto went to her, speaking up to her. "Don't worry, I am not going to hurt." He calmed the paled girl down, carefully moving her hand away from the wound and placing his own hand onto it, beginning to use the medical ninjutsu on her. "It's going to be okay, I promise. I may not be on level of your Hokage, but such wounds are nothing new to me, so you'll be safe in a few minutes." Thank you, mister." She spoke up with a weak voice, with Naruto answering her. "Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo." Naruto answered to her with a calm and soothing voice, applying his Iryo ninjutsu to heal her internal organs and start the regeneration of tissues. "Whoever did this was clearly crying to kill you, and he nearly did it. You must be very determined and strong to have lived. What's your name, girl?" "Mikoto. Mikoto Sarutobi." Mikoto introduced herself, with Naruto looking carefully at her. I am from Konoha. My team, ART they. I am sorry, Miko-chan, but they are gone." Naruto could see that the girl didn't even have the strength to cry, having lost a great amount of blood. "Miko-chan, I know this is very hard for you, but I've examined the battlefield and I know that it wasn't the IWA shinobi that killed your friends. Can you tell me, who was it, and where is your Jonin sensei?" The Iryo ninjutsu was working its deed on the girl, and she was starting to become better and better, as the wound began to heal up completely and color was also returning to her. "It was Sasuke sensei, our J Jonin sensei," Miko said with tears, with Naruto suppressing the growl at the sound of that name. "We were on our way to Hidden Grass Village, delivering a message from Hokage, WH, when we came across these shinobi of IWA. They said they had no quarrel with us, and allowed to pass by W without problem, but then Sasuke-sensei he just killed them all. It was so fast and brutal." Mikoto winced from pain a little. "Easy there, Miko-chan. Your organs are just starting to work again properly, you only need a lot of rest and some blood transfusion into your system and all will be alright with you," Naruto assured her, as he finally finished with healing. "I know this is very hard for you, so let me guess, after he was done with IWA shinobi, he turned against you, didn't he?" Miko merely gave a weak nod to him. "Why yes. First he killed Yoshikiri, then Nana when she tried to run, and then he caught up to me and I don't understand, why he would do something like that. We were a team for a year now, he trained, cared for us, helped us all, and then he only said that it was so that he could gain the true power of his Sharingan." Mikoto broke down in tears, with Naruto carefully pulling her closer to himself, comforting the girl, while mentally he was raging like a demon. Sasuke. I always knew you would end up as worse scumbag than Itachi, but this. You are not just worse than scum, you are a cancerous tumor, a leech that feeds of the others and cares only for himself. And now, just so you could get that manga Kyoshiri-non of yours, you went and done this. Naruto's blue eyes for a second turned into ones of Kyuubi. I swear, upon the blood of those poor kids there, the next time we meet, you will pay for betraying them. Forget Itachi, forget Orochimaru, and everyone else, you better be ready for me, because now I will send you to your grave with the rest of your clan. Flashback end. And believe me, I will make that bastard suffer for what he did to them. I can take trying to kill me, I am used to it, but to betray your own pupils like that. Now that makes me really mad. Naruto glared at Sasuke's fangirl, who was shaking in fear at the enormous amount of ki being released by Naruto at this point. But first, I think I'll indulge myself in repaying you for all the abuse you've caused to me, Sakura-chan. Though Sakura didn't see it, she could have sworn that Naruto had just smiled to her with a sadistic smile, one that even Anko Mitarashi would be proud of, as he began to menacingly make his way to her. Just as Naruto was about to snatch Sakura by her throat, his trained ear had caught on a distinct sound of birds. Chirping birds, and lots of them. As if 1,000 of them was chirping at the same time, the air catching a distinct odor of ozone, as the sound started to become closer and closer by the second. Recognizing the signs and wasting little to no time, Naruto pulled out one of the most essential and fundamental jutsu in history of Shinobi. In the blink of an eye, Naruto used Kawarami no Jutsu, and in the spot where he stood originally now stood Sakura, whose right shoulder was now pierced by an arm, which served as conduit for Chidori, with its user glaring at Naruto, who stood behind Sakura with a hateful look in his eyes. Without even a word, Sasuke pulled his hand out of Sakura's shoulder and pushed her away from his path, caring not in the slightest that he had just nearly killed her and now she was bleeding profoundly. His main focus now was upon the former block-headed blonde ninja, now turned raven-haired Ronin, who already laid his hand on his sheathed left sword. A free piece of advice, team, you want kill someone, make sure that they don't hear you. Why this Chidori is called an assassination technique is beyond me. Naruto commented, as Sasuke scowled, while Uzumaki looked at his traitor mark adorning his right side of face. I must admit, this little mark certainly suits you, Sasuke. A fitting mark for the filth of caliber, though it could use a second one. You call me, an Uchiha, filth? Sasuke arrogantly asked, as he pulled out his sword. Weren't you the one to substitute with this pink worthless whore here just now? And what makes you so much better than me? Well, I wouldn't call Sakura here entirely worthless, at least now that she proved to be useful for something. As for filth, considering my banishment, animosities, bias, and etc., I believe I am more than justified in my actions, especially considering how you've just invaded my private land and threatened me, so I am fully entitled to using self-defense. Naruto calmly stated, but not letting go of his glare. And as for why I am better than you, team. I have done many terrible things, Sasuke. Some of them would make the little cleaning up of your clan look tame and innocent. Naruto caught a glimpse of hateful glare directed towards him. But everything that I had done was a part of my job, and all of those actions were either to fasten the ends of conflicts, save lives, prevent wars, or stop a brewing catastrophe. And I've never during those missions had turned on my teammates, or more importantly, on the kids that were responsibility, unlike a certain Uchiha filth that stands before me. All that Naruto caught was a smirk of Sasuke, not even a glimpse of regret or sorrow, but pride and arrogance. So, that little bitch Mikoto survived. I knew I should have burned her with my new power, just to test it out, but I guess I was too sentimental. Sasuke closed his eyes, before opening them and revealing his new eyes, in a pattern of an atom, looking directly at Naruto. No matter, once I am finished with you and whoever is in that house of yours, she'll taste my new power. You won't get to her, I've made sure of that, believe me. Naruto simply stated to Sasuke. Nor will you harm anyone in my home or anybody else for that matter, since I am finishing up what Itachi couldn't do. Naruto blasted off of his spot at his full speed, running towards Sasuke to cut him down. Don't even dare to say his name, dub. Amaterasu. Sasuke's left eye bled, as he sent towards Naruto his most powerful jutsu, the flames of Amaterasu. Sasuke was already planning to celebrate his victory, when he saw a flash of black and red right before his flames had appeared and began to burn the empty soil, with steam appearing from the contact with the mist. Uchiha Avenger began to frantically look around himself, trying to find where Naruto really was, until his voice came from behind him. So, this is the infamous Amaterasu of Uchiha clan. Have to say, not so impressive as I had expected it to be. Sasuke turned around and saw Naruto simply standing there with calm posture and same look on his face. A fusion of Yinton with Katon, creating a pseudo-Kekkei Toten known as Onten, or Inferno style. While achieving the creation of Onten itself is nothing short of a miracle and genius of highest praise, to find out that Amaterasu just spawns those flames like that is, kinda lame. Naruto commented, as Sasuke mentally sent his next blast of Amaterasu towards him, only for Naruto once again disappear from the view at the last second. Stop playing around and stand still, dope. You think your little advanced Shunshin will save your neck all the time? Sasuke called him out, looking around. You think that I am using Shunshin here? Sasuke, you honestly disappoint me. Naruto spoke up in a mocking tone of voice, staying away from his view. For a so-called genius from Uchiha clan and favorite student of Kakashi Hatake, I would expect you to recognize the technique that had cost Izuna Uchiha his life at the hands of my ancestor, Tobirama Senju. So, you really do use Hiraishin no Jutsu? And did I hear you right? Did you just claim the second Hokage to be your ancestor? Sasuke snarled out, with a chuckle coming from Naruto. What is so funny, you worthless dobe? Oh, I am just laughing at how blatantly ignorant and arrogant people can be, Sasuke. After all, it is common knowledge in Konoha now that Minato Namikaze is son of Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and grandniece to Tobirama Senju. I am sure that everyone now and their dog knows about it in elemental nations, along with Menma Namikaze being his son, and Naruto Uzumaki, yours truly, being his older brother, from the same father and mother. Naruto explained in a mockingly teaching voice to Sasuke, further aggravating him. So you see, I am not only great-great-grandson of second Hokage, but also a direct descendant of first Hokage, his blood and bones. You know, it's almost an irony, a Senju is facing against an Uchiha, just like during Sengoku Jidai. Your pathetic clan never stood a chance against the true might of Uchiha, the only reason we even allied with you was out of pity. Sasuke taunted Naruto. And Izuna Uchiha was obviously a weakling, to have lost to a Senju so blatantly. Then Madara Uchiha was even more of a weakling, having been defeated by my grandfather, while having the might of Kyuubi on his side and true Manga Kyosherry-nan on his side. Naruto taunted back to Sasuke, who growled, while Naruto appeared right behind him. Now, Sasuke, let me demonstrate why Clan Senju was always the one to put your clan in its place. Sasuke already began to turn, but even his new and improved eyes were unable to see the full series of Naruto's hand seals. Onten, Kuroigon no Jutsu. And with that, right out of Naruto's now opened mouth right towards Sasuke flew out a concentrated stream of pure black fire, more intense than Amaterasu flames that Sasuke had used before. Being caught nearly off guard, Sasuke just barely had managed to pull out his most powerful defense and technique in his arsenal. A torso of giant skeleton of purple chakra began to form up, as it had enclosed Sasuke in a protective shell, with skin forming on top of bones and forming a layer of purple chakra around Sasuke, who had expected that whatever trick Naruto had pulled on him would easily be swept away by his ultimate weapon of Uchiha clan, Susanoo. But this time, Sasuke's luck ran thin, as Naruto's Onten hit the ethereal being with full force and began to drive him back and melted his skin and even bones, shocking Sasuke, whose eyes were bleeding. All of his muscles and bones were near the breaking point from the sheer pressure of keeping up the Susanoo active. Yet, Naruto's Onten was proving its enormous strength and power, serving as the example and result of Naruto's most ambitious and probably one of the greatest feats achieving theorized by Tobirama Senju Onten and turning it into a reality. For Naruto and many, there was no mistake in saying that Tobirama Senju was an absolute genius in elemental manipulations and creation of jutsu of all calibers. Many now remember him only as Sutten user, but he really was a master of all 5 elements, being the same level as Hiruzen Sarutobi if not higher, and only outmatched by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. He had created many powerful and feared jutsu, Hiraishin, Edo Tensei, shadow clones and etc. Yet his most ambitious project was left unfinished, which found its way to Great Library of Uzumaki and into hands of Naruto, who took it upon himself to make into reality. It took Naruto 4 years, over 2,000 shadow clones, the amount chakra equal to 5 tails from Kurama, along with her guidance, and countless failures to achieve the creation of Anten. The hardest part of creating Anten was finding the right, balanced and focused way to infuse Yinten, or Yin release, with Katon, fire release. And just achieving the usage of Yin and Yang releases on a consistent is considered a feat equal to that of Kage, and Naruto only managed to pull that off after 2 years of training with Kurama and unlocking his dormant Senju genetics, which held one of the greatest bloodline gifts in entire world and one of the main reasons why Senju clan was feared as the strongest long before Hashirama Senju was born. While most of shinobi are able to use up to 2, mostly 4 chakra natures later on in life, there is always the fact of 1 or 2 chakra natures being primary, more powerful, and others being secondary, less powerful. Members of Senju clan were inherently born with ability to use each of 5 elements as primary and could practice all 5 of them, mastering them, and creating jutsu for each of them. And Naruto, just like Tsunade, his father, Tobirama, and Hashirama, had that bloodline in him. And with the genetics of Senju came the innate usage of Yang style, which was much easier for Naruto to master. Yin style was like a complete opposite for him, but even so, he wouldn't be Naruto Uzumaki Senju had he not gained it too. And after that, it was a trial of tries, failures, calculations, and precision. The end result ended up being Naruto using one of the most destructive natures in the world, which couldn't be stopped by water style, even combined with wind. This elemental nature was the one to put an end to Han and his rebels in Tenko Castle, when he had tried to take over Iwa no Kuni. And while Naruto possessed possibly the largest chakra reserves in all of lands, not counting for Baijuya, Anten was a very costly nature to use. Just the jutsu he uses now on Sasuke had sapped 1/10 of his full power, and this isn't even his most powerful Anten technique. Why did Naruto decide to use it here? He wanted to teach Sasuke Uchiha a lesson, before sending his burning soul out in hell. Sasuke's Susanoo wasn't prepared to deal with a more powerful flame than his own Amaterasu and was quickly being destroyed away. Soon enough, Susanoo had started to disappear and the last wave of black flame caught up to Sasuke, blasting him and going through the mist, before going away at the command of Naruto, needing not for his flames to burn 7 days and nights, but to burn all and everything away. Walking towards Sasuke's burned-up form, Naruto saw that his Anten had managed to burn away Sasuke's right arm to his elbow, with most of his right side now being covered in third-degree burns, with his right side of face also burned to the point of his eye being destroyed, hair gone, and ugly scarred tissue appearing. And even then, despite suffering some of the worst burns a man could experience, Sasuke was still alive, though barely. Apparently, I underestimated the strength of Susanoo's armor. Now I see why even Tobirama feared this technique. Naruto thought to himself, while outwardly smiling at Sasuke in a mocking way. Well, look at the bright side now, Sasuke, with such abominable face, no girl will want to be anywhere near 100 meters of you, safe for Sakura, maybe. Naruto quipped darkly, as he unsheathed his sword and brought it upwards for the final strike, speaking seriously again. But you won't live long enough enjoy the freedom from fangirls. Goodbye, Sasuke. And with that, Naruto let a scowl take place on his face as he sent the sword down upon kneeling and badly burned and injured Sasuke Uchiha. Sage Arts, Udama Raise Non. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked upwards and saw a big spiraling ball of chakra going down on him, sent upon him by Jiraiya, who had 2 small toads on shoulders, suddenly grew a beard and looked more like Toad than before. This time, Naruto had suffered from receiving the strike by Raise Non, growling in pain as felt the spinning sphere attacking him much greater effect than he had expected. For 3 seconds, Naruto had been pummeled into the ground with the spinning sphere trying to break him down, until he managed to look past the initial pain shock and flashed away from it. Once Jiraiya had hit the ground, Naruto had flashed back in his view, with the mist being sucked way into a special seal, a courtesy of Kushina Uzumaki, who took her stand near Jiraiya with her sword ready. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh, bordering with growl, as he spit out some blood and discarded the destroyed Shitogai over his armor, revealing his armored torso with dented and damaged back plates yet holding strong. Looking at his godfather and mother, standing in protection of Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, he thought to himself. So, Jiraiya team has decided to pull out the Sage mode on me, though it looks incomplete. Still, had it not been for my armor, I would be dead. Naruto glanced at his mother, noticing her slightly shaking hands. The stance is one for attack, yet her intent has not been fully formed for battle. Does that woman really think that she can bring me back as her son? Anyway, looks like it's time to get serious myself here. Naruto, that's bloody enough, you moron. Jiraiya shouted at him. Can't you see that we are trying to help you? And this is how you greet us? By attacking and killing your own friends. Your father must be turning in his grave at how you act towards your village. At this point, Naruto's control of emotions and years of repressed anger and fury got out, triggered by the seeming ignorance of these people. My village. Jiraiya, that damned place was a hellhole for me. People had tried to kill me, exploited me, and have taken away from me everything that I had. Naruto shouted out in clear anger at him and everyone else. Father, sisters, friends, childhood, and even my own memories were taken away from by you, that fucking bastard of a Hokage and this bitch that dares to call me her son. I put everything on the line for that hellhole, and how did it repay me? By fucking banishing me for doing my duty. Sachi, please, I beg of you to stop. I know that Konoha and its people had hurt you, but you need to put it behind you and come back with me, your mother. Your family and friends, they are all willing and wanting you to come back and forgive it all. I want you to come back, Sachi, so please. Kushina had tried to plead to Naruto, but it was unsuccessful. You? Who the hell do you think you are to ask anything of me? You abandoned me on the same day I was born, just because I had whiskers and you saw not my eyes, but the eyes of Kyuubi when it was sealed in me, unlike your precious little Menma. Naruto shouted back at his biological mother. Don't forget about that bounty you put on me as well. Had you really been my mother, you wouldn't see me as anything but your son, but no. And as for family and home, both are right here, where I stand to protect them, from you. Naruto positioned himself with his house scene right behind him, as he let his two katanas fall onto the ground, ready to summon his true weapon. Your family and home is Konoha and its people, Naruto, not some clueless girl you've managed to hook up and pretend to marry. Jiraiya shouted out, with Naruto's ki intensifying. We've only done what was best for Konoha, always. Just like your grandfathers would ve done before Sarutobi-sensei, and your father would ve done as well. You duty, no, your destiny is to be the shinobi of Konoha and live in there, to uphold the legacy your families have left for us. And we will make you uphold them, like it or not, and nothing will deter us from it. Now, stop being such a brat and come quietly, and maybe we'll put a good word for Tsunade after all that you have done here to your friends here. I'll even let you sign the Toad contract back and teach you sage arts with your brother. Yes, Naruto boy, come back to Konoha and let go of your anger for it. It's time you looked past it and embraced your fate, as one of children of prophecies. The green small toad said directly to Naruto, sitting on Jiraiya's shoulder. You and your brother are destined to change this world, so embrace my fate? My destiny and duty. Naruto shouted at them, as his chakra began to become visible all over his body, without traces of Kyuubi's power included. Prophecies, fates, destinies, and all this crap. They are for blind fools that are unable to see past their own nose and arrogant beliefs. And that village, my father, my grandfather, and granduncle would rather kill themselves than see what it became. A cesspool of corruption, power-hungry civilians, eyeing up for only money, influence, and led by their greed, with Shinobi Council's warmongering ways, building up more and more power, thinking that it would keep the peace through enforcement, when in reality it will only unite those that fear and hate Konoha for its misdeeds. And on top it all off, hypocrisy, treachery, betrayal and sacrifice of its shinobi so that this atrocity known as Konoha could stand strong. That is not the will of fire that you preach. This is the will of darkness, where few sacrifice many for their own personal needs, like Danzo, Hiruzen, and that damned council, just to keep up the appearances. And you want me to go back there, to bring my family in there, the place that had taken away all I had and cared for. Think again. Zanjutsu. And with this shout, in Naruto's right arm appeared a sheathed long katana, with black handle without tsuba, which he immediately unsheathed, revealing black as night blade. Kushina looked shocked at that sword, instantly recognizing it, as Naruto swung it around and readied it for the fight. Sachi, how? Where did you get that sword? Do you know what sword is that? It's. Kushina shouted at Naruto, who answered her. Zanjutsu, the relic of Uzumaki clan and the sword of one of its founders, Masamune Senju. It was passed down to each head of the clan throughout generations, a symbol of true master of Uzumaki clan, with its last user being my grandfather, Shinjin Uzumaki, the Tiger of Uzu. Kushina flinched at the mention of her father's name. You may claim that Menma is the head of Uzumaki clan in Konoha, but the true leader of Uzumaki is the one who holds this sword, and you know it, Uzumaki Kushina. And with this blade, I will uphold Uzumaki's and Senju's most sacred tenet, stand by your family and protect it with your life, for it shall stand by you and protect you in return. Naruto, if you don't stand back, I'll use my full power to bring you down and beat you into your senses. Jiraiya warned him as he took his position. I knew that Sarutobi-sensei shouldn't have allowed you so many freedoms. You were always the weaker one of the twins, to fall under Kyuubi's influence like that. Sachi, it must be Kyuubi blinding you. Don-T listened to its words. It had corrupted and blinded Mito Bah-chan with its words, all just so it could gain control over its Jinchuriki, pretending to be a friend to its host. But I did not fall for it, nor did Menma, and I know you can be free of it too. Just come with us. Kushina tried to reason with her son in hopes of getting her family back, but instead she saw how Naruto's chakra stated to become white and his hair were starting to move upwards. Enough talk with you two. This time, I'll be serious, so prepare yourselves, for this is my full power. The white aura around his body began to intensify and it looked like his hair was starting to become silver or white. Senju Hidden Jutsu, Migat no. Just as Naruto was ready to unleash his fullest power, suddenly in front of him, Kushina and Jiraiya appeared a massive wall made of the pink crystals, blocking the passage for both sides to engage. Naruto understood what this meant and discharged channeling his chakra, as he turned to his right, as did Jiraiya and Kushina, seeing 9 persons walking towards them, as the wall of crystals dispelled between them. In front of the group walked Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage and a very angered woman at the moment, followed by her student Shizune, holding Taunton in her hands, while flanked from left and right by Kurane, Hinata, Shino, Anko Mitarashi, and Uzuki Yojeo, whom Naruto knew from times in Konoha, while the 2 that stood right at Tsunade's sides were also known and close to him, but he met them during his time as Ronin. The first one was a beautiful young woman in a green kimono with a white flower on its left side. She had black eyes and dark ashen-colored hair, tied up in a similar to Anko tail, but with 2 bangs on her sides of head. She once was Orochimaru's most deadly assassin and one of his most prized lieutenants, until 5 years ago she hadn't ran into one Naruto Uzumaki during his time in Mizu, where he managed to open up her eyes on Orochimaru and practically save her from under his thumb. After staying with him and helping him in ending the bloody civil war, she and another one of former Orochimaru's pets went to Konoha, to begin a new life as Tsunade's personal guard and advisor against Orochimaru. Her name is Gurren, the holder of near-extinct Shouten, the crystal release. At Tsunade's left stood a young girl dressed in a dark red sleeveless dress, showing off her impressive figurine and reaching behind to her tailbone, while her flat stomach was open, with black shorts and black sandals, with a swirl symbol on her back. She had vibrant red long slightly spiky hair and red pupilless eyes, with glasses put on. She was someone whom Naruto found by sheer luck and possibly even providence, as she was one of the survivors of his mother's clan, Uzumaki, and a pure blood no less. Saving her from clutches of Orochimaru and showing her a way to become strong on her own, she embraced her new life in Konoha as the new apprentice of Tsunade Senju, as well as self-taught strongest sensor in Leaf and one of the top sealing experts in Hai no Kuni. Karen Uzumaki, a very distant cousin to Naruto Uzumaki and one of his most loyal and closest friends, alongside Gurren, and one of the few Uzumaki that Naruto can count as his family. Seeing this entire group, Naruto couldn't help but smirk, as he sealed back his sword and put back his katanas, while Jiraiya and Kushina paled at the look of Tsunade and her honor guard, alongside with Kurane, Hinata, and Shino. Tsunade quickly accessed the situation and the status of Konoha's shinobi in here, scowling in rage at what must be transpired here. Without hesitation she summoned up Katsuyu and spoke up. Katsuyu, divide and get to everyone who is injured here and begin treating their wounds and injuries. Karen, Shizune, Hinata, I want you two to heal everyone who isn't dead. Tsunade immediate ordered around without hesitation. At once, Lady Tsunade. Katsuyu immediately went into division, as the said Kunoichi went to do their duties, whilst 5th Hokage turned to face the only standing members of this group. Tsunade, look, we see can explain this all. Look, there is Naruto. Alive and kicking, and hurting all of us here by being. Jiraiya had already turned off his sage mode, with both frogs going back to their home, when Tsunade had delivered a powerful punch in his gut, nearly destroying his stomach. Jiraiya, do you take me for a fucking idiot? Not only did you, Kushina, Kakashi and all others go behind my back with this unsanctioned mission, but you even dared to defy the direct orders of your Hokage at not engaging Hanzo Hattori, at all costs. Tsunade picked Jiraiya by one hand and threw him onto the ground, before stomping onto his manhood, nearly destroying his balls. And don't even try to tell me what had gone down here. Shino, Kurane, and Hinata already informed about you effectively being ready to force Naruto back into village, without my knowledge or orders. He was well within his rights to defend himself here and his family too, so as far as I see it, this was an unsanctioned mission with you, Kushina and other senior jonin with everyone else here suffering for it. Karen, what's the status? Lady Tsunade, most of them are alive. Chuji was in Genjutsu, while Shikamaru was placed into a paralysis through acupuncture, but I removed the senbon from him accurately, so he'll make a full recovery soon. Ino has a cracked skull, several ribs broken and a concussion, but nothing beyond Katsuyu and our abilities. Asuma Sarutobi is seriously injured in torso and head, but Hinata and Shizune are working on him, so he will probably live. Tenten and Niji were put to sleep through a sleeping poison, which was laced upon senbons. As for Lee, his spine has been severed, with a blade and surgical precision, so he won't be able to walk, even with our assistance. Sasuke Uchiha has 3rd degree burns, loss of arm below elbow, right eye, and needs serious attention right now. Sakura has a stabbing wound in her shoulder from what appears to be Chidori, with Katsuyu and me on it, while Kakashi is missing a Sharingan and had his nervous system shut down. The only Kias are Kiba Inuzuka and his Ninken Akamaru. Karen quickly informed Tsunade of what she had gathered from Katsuyu and her own shadow clones that worked here already, while Anko, Kurane and Yojeo stood shocked at hearing it. Holy fucking kami. Gaki certainly didn't mess around, but to take down all of them alone. Naruto, just how strong did my little brother get without his sis? Anko thought to herself, looking at a new look of her surrogate brother. Damn, he was cute when he was little and blonde, but now. Though I'll miss the whiskers, the black suits him damn well. Hell, he's grown into one hot damn walking lady killing machine right there. Anko admitted to herself with a healthy blush upon her face. Naruto, my little boy. If only I hadn't trusted Asuma and his father. I know I should be angry for Kiba, but I knew what crimes he committed, and I am sure you had your reasons to do what you had to, especially considering that you defended your home here. Kurane with a tingle of sadness looked at her former adopted son. I hope we get to talk, if you really do remember me and Anko. You've grown so much, I really wish I could have done more to you. Naruto-kun, to think that a blonde helpless boy I had protected for such a long time had grown into such a strong and fine man. Even though you've crossed blades with my fellow shinobi, I understand that you were within your right to defend yourself and your home here. Yojeo admitted mentally, looking at him. Not a trace of fatness, or scars of the past. You must have tried to put behind what Konoha has done to you, yet here it comes again in your life. I hope you can forgive those that deserve it, Naruto-kun. Asuma, Sakura, and Sasuke are near death, Lee is crippled for good this time, and Kiba Inuzuka is dead. When I get back to Konoha, that damn council will better have their graves dug out, since this is the last time I am allowing them to send Konoha's sons and daughters to die like that. Tsunade raged on, taking a glance at Naruto. Naruto. As Hokage, I should be furious, but seeing what village has become, makes me only sad. Still, when it comes down to protecting Yasaka, Masamune, and your wives, you aren't exactly to hold back, so I am actually surprised we have such low casualties. You must be known I would be on my way here. Tsunade, can't you see? My Sachi is right over there and he refuses to. Kushina had tried to argue, but she was met with a death glare from her mother-in-law. Kushina, one word from that mouth of yours, and there will be one more Kia here. I've had it with your demands, Menma's arrogance and with how you dishonor my son, may he rest in peace. Out of my sight, both of you. I'll deal with you later. Tsunade ordered them both, while she moved closer to Naruto, her features relaxing a little bit. Were you expecting me to arrive? Yup, which is why I had my shadow clones to overwrite the barrier. Naruto explained, relaxing himself, letting his anger go away. Well, the cat is out of the bag now, Kaa-chan. And all it took just shy and kind Hinata to blurt it out, after seeing my chakra. Just my luck. Heh, try and live with my luck, then tell me how it feels. Tsunade and Naruto shared a laugh at this one. How are Yasaka-chan and Masamune-kun? Are they healthy? Nothing is wrong, do they have enough of healthy food and... Tsunade immediately went into her Ba-chan mode, as Madatabi and Naruto liked to call it. Yes, they are fine and well. Kara-chan makes sure that they eat only the healthiest and freshest of foods and vegetables. She takes it more seriously than me loving ramen. Naruto saw a smile appear on Tsunade's face. They are sleeping for now, but would you like to stay for the night? They will be happy to see you, and Yasaka especially has been missing her Ba-chan. We don't have enough room for all out here, but should have enough space for you, Kurane, Anko, Karen and Gurren, but others. They'll manage, don't worry, Naruto. And yeah, I'll stay for the night. Tsunade agreed. In fact, there is something I would like to discuss with you and your wives, Naruto-kun. I remember the deal and my promise I have made to you all those years ago, but... there is no sugarcoating something like that. I take it you have some kind of mission for me, Kaa-chan. Naruto asked of her. Yeah, and not just any kind of mission, Sachi. Tsunade said to him with a breath. I need you to come back to Konoha with me to save it. Chapter 4. You sure aren't sugarcoating it, Kaa-chan? Naruto responded to Tsunade, letting out a sigh, rubbing his eyes, thinking over it all. Tsunade, said woman already knew, that whenever her grandson would address her on the first-name basis, it would mean he was absolutely serious with her. You and I have made a deal to which both of us have agreed upon. You will keep Konoha, its council, Shinobi, and Danzo with his root off my back, and should they come at me, I have full right to respond with lethal force if needed be. In return, I will take missions from you, the kind of missions that you wouldn't like to send your men and not get Konoha involved directly. Like with sabotaging Orochimaru's supplies, killing off his supporters and even the feudal lord that allowed him to build his hidden village in Oto no Kuni. So far, this deal worked well and neither of us had any complaints. So, don't mind me asking, what has suddenly changed, and why should I return to Konoha, Tsunade? Now it was Tsunade's turn to let out a sigh, as she knew that Naruto was correct and right on point in this one. She didn't want Naruto to return to the place that had nearly killed him, especially now that he had family, but as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade had the responsibility of keeping the people in village safe, even if the population itself seemed to be not so worthy of that. For this reason, 4 years ago, after the name of Hanzo Hattori became known worldwide, with Tsunade and Shizune knowing of his true identity, Tsunade has decided to make a deal with Naruto. The deal was simple enough, yet in later years it has proven to be extremely valuable and even essential at some point for Konoha. Naruto would take on missions from Tsunade, via Katsuyu, to deal with threats for Konoha, while Tsunade in return will not only keep Konoha off his back, but also pay him money, good money. Naruto has had every reason to turn it down, especially considering his hatred at the time for Konoha and its people, but, much to her own surprise and shock, Naruto accepted the deal. When she asked of him why, he simply stated to Tsunade that, There are more dangerous and vile creatures and people than those that live in Konoha, like one still breathing and seething in Oto. If taking them out of the game means making this world a little better for others, I am game. That statement, as well as the tone at which Naruto spoke about it in Konoha, showed Tsunade just how much more mature and grown-up he has become, along with the fact that while he has not let go of his hatred of Konoha, he didn't allow it to become his main living motivator and driving force. He may have been resentful towards Konoha, but Naruto now understood, after Mizu, that there are people that only want to see the world burn for their own amusement, and the fact that many of them were eyeing up Konoha as their target, was merely a side effect. And that is how the deal worked, with Naruto hunting down people, organizations, Orochimaru's forces and other hidden enemies and taking them down, one by one, swiftly and mercilessly. He never took any contracts that meant harming other nations and their hidden villages, like with Kumo or Iwa, as Naruto would only deal with those threats that posed immediate danger not just to Konoha, but other nations as well. However, while the deal has ensured that Naruto would keep Konoha safe from its threats, that didn't mean he was on Konoha's side when it tried to play dirty and stab friends in the back. The mission in River Country is the prime example of what Naruto was ready to do if Konoha were to play the aggressor. 18 Chunin and 9 Jonin dead, all are battle-hardened veterans, all had survived the invasion of Suna and Oto, and some were elite veterans of 3rd Shinobi War. And Naruto slaughtered them, having been asked by Gaara to guard him on his way to Iwa, and as a result, when those shinobi had tried to assassinate the Kaze Kage, Naruto personally dealt with them. Tsunade has had a field day, trying to explain first to Fire Daimyo, then to River Daimyo, what a military-sized shinobi company was doing in River Country. Next was a backlash from Suna, which nearly led to next Shinobi War, and it was followed by Tsunade practically demolishing the Council of Konoha, as she learned how they were the ones to assign those shinobi to this mission, behind Tsunade's back in her knowledge, just like now. It seemed to them, like Tsunade was now nothing more but a figurehead, not even worthy of a role of a puppet, and that they could run Konoha as they all pleased. Well, they picked the wrong Hokage to mess with, as Tsunade wasn't the 3rd Hokage, but the 5th one, and she has had enough of seeing the village her whole family had defended, built, and let grow, become nothing more but a blood vessel for all those leeches to suck from. No, Tsunade has had enough of Konoha's degradation, and it was time to save it. When the forest grows to wild, a purging fire is inevitable and natural to happen, as Uncle Tobirama had once told her. And Tsunade's fire was Naruto. I remember our deal well, Naruto, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, even though your work has kept Konoha from being destroyed several times over, its end is still drawing near. And I mean not from the outside. Tsunade saw how Naruto picked this one up. But from the inside. Naruto glanced over Tsunade's shoulder, seeing his former friends and comrades, defeated and laying in the mud, while Karen, Hinata, Shizuan, and Katsuya were working on them. I think this is best to discuss inside my house. You can bring your guard with you, Kaa-chan, but not any of the unwanted guests. They are free to stay here for the night, but if anyone tries to come inside the house without my say-so, then Kiba will have some company on his way to hell. Fine by me. Anko, Kurane, you are with me. Guren, Yojeo, take the defensive posts around here, make sure that those idiots don't try anything stupid. Karen, Shizuan, Hinata, once you are finished here, you are welcomed in as well. Tsunade commanded right ahead, with Kurane and Anko all eager and glad to come along, while Yojeo and Guren gave affirmative nods to this one. Hey, and what about us too? Naruto, aren't you going to invite us in? We are the closest people you've got. Jiraiya shouted in indignation, as he and Kushina moved to intercept the pair. At least let us stay for the night. We've been on the move for full 2 days from Konoha to here, for crying out loud. Naruto-kun, I know that we've started out on the wrong note, but if you can just let me talk to you, I am sure you will understand that I am. Kushina had tried to speak up, but Naruto didn't want to listen to either of the two. You've barged in on my private land, insulted me, my family, and tried to force me to go with you, and now you want to come in my home for some tea and cakes. Had it not been for my real Kaa-chan here, I would have sent you home in body bags. Naruto coldly stated, with Jiraiya fuming at what he said to him, which didn't escape Naruto. Fume and steam all you want, Jiraiya, but even your incomplete Sage mode wouldn't have saved you. So, you know that it was Sage mode, huh? Then, if you know about it, Gaki, you should also know just how much more power it gives people, right? Jiraiya asked in low and threatening voice of Naruto, who merely nodded to it. I've already hit you with my Raise Non once here, so you should know of its awesome power. What would you, a banished shame of 4th Hokage, have to counter that? Send your hidden jutsu, Migat no whatever it was, huh? At a mere mentioning of it, Tsunade stiffened up and her eyes widened at shock. Naruto was going to use Migat no Gokui. If he were able to recreate that jutsu, then not even Jiraiya in a full Sage mode would be able to stop Naruto, along with Kushina. Hell, even Madara Uchiha had struggled against it when Uncle Tobirama used it. Tsunade thought to herself, as she looked between Naruto and Jiraiya, with Naruto finally giving his answer. It was one option I was willing to use against you, old frog. Naruto simply said to him coldly. The second one. Have you asked yourself, how was I able to teleport away on various distances, without any visible markers or kunao with marks like my father had used? That got both Jiraiya and Kushina thinking for a bit, before Kushina looked around the place for a bit, her careful eye examining the land around her, before she widened her eyes in shock and surprise. This is. Kushina turned to see her son, and noticed the smallest of smirks upon his lips. Sachi. How did you? Even Minato-kun wasn't able to. He wasn't able to make it into the reality because he simply didn't have time to draw the needed ceiling inscriptions. My father was a genius when it came down to Fuinjutsu, and he already had the theory worked out, I only needed to make it into reality. Naruto simply stated, surprising Kushina. And it is Naruto-san or Naruto, Kushina, not Sachi. You long have lost the right to call me that way. Kushina, what are you two talking about? Jiraiya asked of her. Of Minato's last work in Fuinjutsu. Takamagahara. Kushina said in half-whisper, with Jiraiya not getting this one. Minato's prowess with Hiraishin may have been great, but he wanted to find a way to teleport within a specific area without any markers, in any particular spot or place, even those that were not marked. He never explained the details to me, but all he said is that involved the usage of barrier Fuinjutsu and Hiraishin's formula somehow. This is what he meant by it all, a barrier part for creating a covered area, while Hiraishin is to teleport anywhere within the said area. The complexity of combining the two completely separate seals is on an incredible level, and to make it work. Naruto, how did you do it? Trade secret, and like I said, father had done the entire job, I merely put it to practice. Naruto simply stated. You were well within Takamagahara, and I could easily killed you all within a time span of half a minute, considering that I had known where all of you were all the time. The single reason as to how you got a drop on me is because of my own carelessness and occupation with Sasuke. Next time, I'll make sure to target the most dangerous ones first. Naruto stated to both of them clearly. And I do not want to see you anywhere close to my home, so for your own health, stay away, or I will know about. Naruto stated clearly to them both, as he, Tsunade, Kurane and Anko moved right ahead to Naruto's house. Wow, Gaki, not only did you get bigger, but it looks like you've grown some pretty big balls too along the way. Anko laughed, getting glares from both Kurane and Tsunade, while Naruto simply chuckled up at this one. Though, if I recall correctly, you were always ballsy like hell, even back in the good old days of your Chunin exams, remember? Yeah, though back then I was much dumber, shorter, wore a kill me orange jumpsuit, had little to no skill speak of, and had the mordacity of forgetting the sweet taste of good dango and my favorite Hebine-chan that introduced me to it. Naruto said with a smile to Anko, as she froze in place at hearing it all, while Naruto turned around to face her. I must admit, Ne-chan, how the hell you didn't kill me when you saw me in that orange monstrosity is beyond me. After all, wherein your words are, if I ever catch you eating dango without me, pulling pranks without letting me know, or wearing orange, I am gonna string you up with my snakes biting off your balls, Gaki. And as far as I and a few specific persons know, that part of my body is still with me. Hebine-chan. Gaki. Anko's mind immediately rebooted back, and with tears and smile she launched herself right into Naruto's arms, crying out loud and not caring for ruining her tough as hell bitch reputation she made herself, for now it didn't matter to Anko. What really mattered to her was the fact that Naruto, her surrogate little brother and closest thing she ever had for a family, has remembered her. Anko may have always been one of the hardest persons to get around with and to make friends with, but she wasn't one without feelings, far from it. Her best friend, Kurane, was the prime example of Anko being a human being, and when Kurane had taken from the streets, Naruto, who at the time looked worse than dead, covered in blood, bruises, injuries, malnourished and half-dead, Anko took an instant liking to Kurane's adopted son, almost immediately becoming extremely protective of him and spending time with him whenever she had the chance. Though to some it may seem like Anko would be the worst possible sister material, to Naruto she was the best big sister ever, his closest, after Kurane, person. Anko took caring after Naruto more seriously than even her duties as a shinobi, though not to a detriment of her work. Whenever Kurane was out on missions, Anko would be the one looking after the blonde bundle of energy, and during the time that Naruto had stayed with Kurane, any civilian or shinobi had dared to even glare at him, would have to deal with a very, very pissed off Anko Mitarashi, as she would not forgive or forget anyone who would hurt her little brother. Anko didn't spare any affections or her money on him, buying him cloths, gifts on birthday or simply on random days, taking him out to Dango restaurant and even to Forest of Death, though the last one had earned her a deaf ear after a 5-hour lecture that Kurane had given to her. But overall, Anko loved Naruto like her own flesh and blood and he loved her back as his big sister. So when Anko had seen Asuma with his blades bearing down on Naruto, with the blonde already wounded from his shoulder to tailbone, Anko snapped, and she snapped very hard. It was the only time that Anko had willingly activated the curse mark Orochimaru had given to her, and even though she swore never to use it, that time she didn't care about it. Her little brother was about to be killed by a bastard of a son of Hokage. Anko nearly killed Asuma back then, had she not been stopped by Umbu who appeared when Naruto suddenly flared up Kyuubi's chakra, a response in an effort of protecting his sister. And after that, it was a nightmare for Anko. Naruto's memories of Kurane and Anko, along with this incident were sealed away. Asuma didn't get punished, and Anko was forced to keep quiet about Asuma's attempt at Naruto's life. Had she told Kurane or anyone else about it, Hokage made it clear as day to her, that Anko would be sentenced to death, along with Kurane. And so, Anko kept quiet, even when Kurane and Asuma began dating, though she did try to dissuade her from it, but proved ineffective, as Kurane herself was torn and broken after losing Naruto and sought comfort. Too bad it was comfort in the arms of the most despicable man in Konoha, in Anko's eyes. And as for Naruto, she and Kurane had tried to look after him from afar, but they were given a clear as glass order: stay away from Naruto, or face the tribunal and death on charges of treason and putting the village in harm's way. The girls may have been always loyal, but that order. It took everything from both Kurane and Anko not to betray the village and simply kidnap Naruto away from the place. Forced to see him grow up alone, no friends, hated and beaten by the village, and then thrown away like trash. Anko nearly defected from the village, only stopped by Kurane who nearly killed herself from grief. She stayed only for her surrogate sister, and when Kushina returned and revealed to everyone the truth about Naruto and how she abandoned him, Anko and Kurane had went as far as to confront the wife of their deceased Hokage, lashing out and nearly killing her in the process. After the news of Naruto's death reached them, Anko and Kurane had thought they were stabbed into hearts. They mourned his death for 2 long years and it was a living hell, being in Konoha and serving the people that had sent him to his death. It was only because of 5th Hokage's personal persuasion that the two didn't quit being shinobi, saying that Naruto wouldn't want them both to suffer because of him and that he would want them both to live if not for this village, then so that he wouldn't be forced to cry for them if they died because of him. It worked, and Anko with Kurane stayed shinobi, with Anko becoming a member of Hokage's personal honor guard, and Kurane continuing on with her career. And now, Anko was literally crying happy tears on her brother's shoulder. My sweet little Gaki finally remembered his Hebine-chan. I am so happy awah. Anko cried loudly, literally running rivers of tears from her eyes, while Naruto held her in a hug. Anko, stop crying now. You are a jonin, not a 5-year-old girl that got her toy back. Tsunade admonished in a semi-serious way. I don't care. My sweet little Gaki finally remembered me, and I am so happy that I can stop crying, so shut up awah. Anko answered through her tears, before separated from Naruto with tears still running down and a quivering lip. How could you not let me and Nai-chan know that you remembered us? And why did you fake your death, you baka? Do you know how sad we both were? Don't you love your Nai-chan? Anko demanded to know through her tears, with Tsunade having sweat dropped at this one, while Kurane simply chuckled at this one, but she herself was silently crying out of happiness. And no, of course I love you and Kurane Oni-chan very much, but... Okay, how about this, I'll treat you to free dango for the rest of your life, plus you'll get to meet your niece and nephew, plus I'll tell you how did I manage to pull that one prank on Umbu on your birthday, as an apology. If Naruto had learned anything about taming a wild Anko Mitarashi, then it's that you need to remember 4 things, dango, family, free of charge and pranks. Anko's mind immediately caught on to the keywords heard in the sentence and her tears instantly ceased and she grinned in her usual way and immediately agreed. Deal, you are forgiven. Anko instantly declared, before her mind caught on to something. Wait. Niece, nephew. Both her and Kurane's eyes widened to the size of the saucers at the realization of what they heard. Naruto-kun. You mean? You have KK kids? Kurane asked in a shocked way, with Naruto nodding to this. Yes, I do. Yasaka and Masamune, a girl of 4 and a boy of 3, born from the 2 out 3 wives I love. And both are eager to meet you too. Naruto said with a smile to them. Wow! My little Gaki has lost his V-card and even has his own 2 little Gaki. Why I wasn't he there and wait a flipping second. Wives. Anko shouted out loud, nearly making Naruto deaf at this one. Naruto? As in? More than one. Kurane asked herself, with Naruto slowly nodding at this one, before Kurane blinked at this one, processing it. I don't even know. I know that polygamy is not prohibited, but to have 3 wives. Naruto, and maybe we should have a talk about. Ha, I bloody knew it. Anko shouted out proudly. I fucking knew that no girl will be enough for you, but to get 3 wives. Oh ho, Gaki, I need the details, and I want them now. Anko demanded of him. Do they take turns with you, or you prefer to do it all in one time? Do they have preferred positions, or like to alternate? Do they also do each other while you are? Anko's mind was already running wild with thoughts and images, but Naruto stopped her. Anko, no offense, but you are starting to sound like Jiraiya. Anko immediately stopped for a second in her ramblings, before huffing. Hey, can ta big sis show interest in her little brother's private activities? She asked of him innocently, before a wicked smile came upon her face. And you know, your big, sexy and beautiful big sister wouldn't mind teaching you and your girls a couple of special moves in art of extreme close horizontal taijutsu. Naruto, even with all the built-in self-control, couldn't contain the blush. Oh, looks like you are interested. Lady Tsunade, if you do not mind me asking, why did you allow Naruto to marry 3 girls at the same time? Kurane asked of Tsunade, while Naruto was dealing with Anko, with Sunin turning her head to Kurane in surprise. Was there a reason I shouldn't have? I mean, sure, it's not a very common practice and most people nowadays don't like to see this type of relations and I was pretty confused myself at first, but it's nothing too wrong for my eye. If anything, our former blonde Gaki here can be too much of a hassle to contain for just one girl, and with his 3 wives, I know he is in very good and loving hands. Tsunade simply stated. What made you think I was against it, Kurane? Well, I mean, I thought that, given your experience and age, I would assume you were more of a traditional type of woman and... Yuahai, did I just hear a comment about my real age, didn't I? And what is this about, traditional type of woman, stuff? Are you implying that I am a wrinkled old crone, like that dustbag Koharu? Tsunade unleashes a large amount of ki, making Kurane immediately pale and scared for her life. No, of course not, Lady Tsunade. You are a woman at a peak of her beauty and spirit, I just meant that. Kurane began to respond in panic, before Tsunade spoke up again. Ah, forget it. Come on, I've been on the move all day and I haven't even eaten yet, and I really want to see my cute little grandkids, so move it. Tsunade commanded to the entire group, as she led the way to the house, with Anko separating from Naruto, who now was closer to Kurane, speaking up to her. Anyway, I can apologize to you for what I did, Oni-chan. Naruto asked of her calmly, with Kurane simply coming closer to him and hugging him tightly. Now you are forgiven, Naru-kun. Kurane said to him, feeling her surrogate son/little brother hugging her tightly. How you've grown. You were such a cute little boy, and now. Naru-kun, forgive me, Hey, it's alright, Oni-chan. I know, and I understand what you and Anko-ne-chan had to go through. I only wish that I was there for both of you. Naruto simply said with sadness in his voice, with Kurane smiling to him, before separating from him. Looks like I'll have to work on Gaitosu more. Should be gone for the heart to be certain. Naruto admonished himself. I am sure you'll have your chance, but I would prefer to get my own swing at that bastard's neck. Kurane joked a little, with Naruto chuckling. Naruto, about Tsunade's proposal. Do you at least consider it? I know and understand how much Konoha had hurt you, but there really are people that miss you dearly. Irika, Kano Amaru, Shizuan, Yojeo, Tuke, and Ayam, not to mention Lady Hokage, me and Anko. All of us miss you deeply. Oni-chan. While I resent everything there is in Konoha and hate it, and there was a time that hatred for it nearly cost me all that I had. Naruto shuddered at mentioning of the time when he was, too deep in his own hatred. I am willing to listen to Kaa-chan and what she has in mind, and maybe I'll even go with her. I've had over 7 years to grow up and learn to put aside anger and fury for the betterment of mission and others. However, what I am really worried about is not me, but my family. You know how cruel and horrible that place can be, Oni-chan, and do you think that I want my children and my beloved wives to be there, among wolves, vipers and hawks, all eyeing them up in hopes of striking at them? I see where you are coming from, Naru-kun. Kurane understood him well. Don't worry, Sachi, I've got that front covered for you. Tsunade said to Naruto, as they were beginning to approach the house, with Naruto cocking up his brow. Should you accept my proposal, you and your entire family will not be considered as part of Konoha, no. Rather, you will be considered as personal help, sent to us by Fire Daimyo. And if you, kids or your wives were to be attacked, harassed, or in any other way harmed, you will be in full right to execute those that harmed you in any way. No worries about paperwork, I've got it covered for you. All I need is your signature and all is done. You know that I will ask you, how the hell did you get the Fire Daimyo to agree to this? I know that previous Daimyo owed you for helping to deliver his daughter, the current Daimyo, but even so, I doubt there is a way she would agree with this one. Naruto admitted. The truth of the matter is that our current daimyo is actually in pretty bad mood because of Konoha and how it has been handling itself. Specifically, she is in a very foul mood for the council and wishes to deal with the corruption and villainy as soon as possible. As you can imagine, Konoha's aggressiveness towards others have caused other countries alienate from Hai no Kuni. Tsunade saw Naruto nod to this one. Konoha, specifically its council, have been acting far more in accord to their own desires and wishes, instead of a path that daimyo and Hokage enforce. As you can surmise, such disrespect and avid independence in actions can be seen as a sign of rebellion, which could possibly grow into a civil war within Hai no Kuni, plunging the country into chaos and allowing other countries to invade. And not just their hidden villages, but armies of samurai, ashigaru and feudal lords as well will be part of that. An all-out war. Naruto grimly stated, understanding very well the consequences of Konoha's actions. Hai no Kuni would be divided into two camps, fighting each other, while other countries invade and destroy the weakened sides, claiming the land, people, resources, and everything in between for themselves. That could have been the reality for Mizu no Kuni, had it not been so far offshore of the mainland and the fact of other countries not having big enough fleets for transporting troops, otherwise Ieyasu and his forces wouldn't have been able to end the war. Glad to see that you two understand what is at stake. And while our daimyo is in support of my plan, You personally were recommended by your old friend and current daimyo of Mizu, Ieyasu Tokugawa. Naruto was surprised to hear that one. Apparently, daimyos of Hai and Mizu are cousins, or distant relatives, so they are pretty close friends with each other, or something like that. Yeah, now I remember. Hai no Kuni daimyo's clan is Matsudera, while Tokugawa clan was a side branch of Matsudera, who had immigrated from Hai to Mizu and established themselves in Mikawa. Almost like with Senju and Uzumaki. Naruto noted out, as the group stopped right in front of the house, noticing a powerful ceiling barrier put around it. Kurama, it's me. The danger has passed, so could you please put down the barrier? Naruto mentally asked of his first wife. I still have a link with you, so I heard and saw it all, Naru-kun. It'll be down in a second, but I do warn you, if I smell that red-haired banshee anywhere near our home, I'll Baijuadama your ass into oblivion. Kurama mentally responded to her husband, with the barrier going down instantly. And just so you know, I really don't like hearing about going back to Konoha. Let us get inside, and I'll introduce you two to my family. Just so you know, kids are asleep, so don't go around making noise, Yasaka has a very light sleep. Naruto warned them, with Anko immediately coming up with a quip. Really? Then how you and your ladies get to practice your horizontal taijutsu, or are you starting their education early on? Anko immediately gotten glares from both Tsunade and Kurane, while Naruto calmly answered. No, Nei-chan. A good old silencing seal placed in room, and the only thing you need to worry about is not breaking the bed, or the wall, like that one time. Naruto simply replied, with Anko letting out a wolf whistle, with Naruto opening up the door and going inside with everyone. Gaki, I am officially proud of you and can die in peace, knowing that my cute little brother knows what a real sex is. By the way, was it an angry sex, or were you two just so fired up that you couldn't keep till getting into bed? Anko honestly asked of him, ignoring the glares. Not exactly, more of in a heat of the motion, if you wonder. Naruto only replied, with Anko giving him a thumbs up, as she and other ladies entered the house, with Kurama, Yujito, and Madatabi already waiting for them, with Kurane and Anko eyeing them up with curiosity. So, they are Naruto's love wives. Kurane corrected herself, looking curiously at each of them. The redhead seems to be the oldest of them, and she looks a lot like Mito Uzumaki, maybe an Uzumaki by blood. She seems kind enough, but there's that air of power and dignity around her. Yet when she looks at Naruto, all I see is deep love and devotion. The blonde girl is also older than Naruto, but she's definitely a kunoichi, with years of experience and a strong one at that. One hand is near the holster, and the other one is seemingly away from weapons, but she could be ready to cast up one-handed signs. She must be a protective type. And the last one? She seems like a wild tigress, ready to pounce and tear me apart from that look. Yet one glance at Naruto, and she seems like a domesticated cat, waiting for the master to pet her. What an interesting little harem you've made yourself, Naru-kun. Well, so this is Naru-kun's ladies, huh? Anko looked with a not-so-hidden curiosity and sultry smirk. So, the redhead here seems to be the type for more traditional and one-on-one type of action, but you never really know with redheads. Plus it's always the quiet ones that are the most wicked in bed, and I can bet she's packing quite the set underneath that kimono. The blondie here seems to have less in boobs and rear department than the two, but what a fine piece of legs, and I would bet my dango that she is one for athletics. And if so, then Naru-kun certainly doesn't need to worry about things getting stale for certain. And the brunette. Whoa, not only is she packing quite the sets, but she is most definitely a wild one. No messing around, straightforward hardcore sex till the bed is broken and you are sore in all places. So he's got a traditional Maiko, with possibly a closet aptitude for kinky stuff, an agile kunoichi with flexibility, which goes well with reach of Naruto, from where I see it, and finally, a wild bombshell like little old me here. Naruto, I am so fucking proud of you and jealous of them that I could just kiss and... Wait a minute, Anko, are you? Lady Tsunade, we weren't expecting you this early in the month. Kurama was the first one to speak up, feinting a genuine surprise. You could at least sent Katsuya beforehand, we could ve at least cooked you up something good, plus Yasaka and Masamune. Ah, Don T sweat it all, Kura-chan. I was here on official business, dealing with all the... Tsunade shut herself, before she would curse up, making Anko raise an eyebrow. Kura-chan, Arya-chan, and Makun asleep and in their rooms? Tsunade asked with a whisper, with all three girls nodding. They are, plus I put up sound-suppressing seals, not wanting the ruckus to wake up Yasaka and Masamune. Kurama said with a smile, with Tsunade letting out a relieved sigh. Phew, that's good to know. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. So, me and my honor guard here got her like we're on bloody fire, dealing with those nut-brained idiots sent here by those goddamned counselors just to get Naruto here, and now I nearly had another sizable chunk of Konoha's forces sent to Shinigami for dinner because of those motherfucking counselors being so goddamn prickly proud and shit, and on top it all off, I haven't bloody eaten in a whole day. Tsunade let it all out in one go shout, before catching the breath, with Kurama, Yujito, and Madatabi just standing there unfazed, while Kurenai and Anko looked surprised. Ah, I needed that. Sorry about it, girls. Nah, it's alright. Compared to when Kurenai-chan gets all hotly and angry about stuff, you are pretty manageable and easy to handle. Plus you don't break limbs when someone's pissing you off. Mada laughed at that one, with Kurama shooting her a glare, while Kurenai and Anko looked even more surprised. Wait, did our Hokage just check if she could safely curse? Anko asked surprised, with Naruto nodding to this one. When the hell did that happen? Since when does Tsunade fucking Senju needs to check if she's safe to curse? Since because I don't want our children to grow up into delinquents and I want them to have proper upbringing, and if I catch you, Mitarashi-san, cursing in any manner within an earshot of my daughter or Makun, I will make sure you very sorry you had cursed. I hope I make myself clear. Kurama said with a harshly cold, steel voice, rolling with such amount of ki, that even Orochimaru would be sweating bullets, with Anko paling and shaking in fear at it. Shit, this lady isn't just talk, but full on business too. I don't know who in the world she is, but I better not piss her off. Anko instantly decided and rapidly nodded. Oh of course, and not a bad word while around the kids, why you got it. I am generally great with kids, never say a bad word while near em. Well, on this one, I can actually vouch for her. Anko can be loud, foul-mouthed, has manners worse than a sailor, but with kids, she is the most trustworthy person you can find. I would know, since I've left Narukun with her more times than I can count, and not that I didn't care about him, I just... Kurenai immediately realized the form of what she said and wanted to clarify it, but Yujito stopped her. We know, Kurenai-san, and all three of us here would like to thank you too for taking care of our husband here for us. Yujito, Kurama, and Madatabi bowed before the two girls. We are in your debt and very grateful to you for being there for our Naruto-kun. Both Anko and Kurenai looked stunned, before looking at Naruto for a second. Don't worry, they know all the truth and everything, including about the Kyuubi and me. On this one Naruto lied to both of his sisters, while Kurama mentally chuckled through their link. I've got no secrets from my family, and we trust each other. Yeah, we know all about Narukun's big bad foxy sitting in his stomach. Madatabi said easily, waving it off. Oh, we didn't even introduce ourselves to ya. Sorry about that. I am Madatabi, or Mada, if you like for friends, but you are totally a family, so call me Mada-chan. The beautiful blondie, besides Narukun here, is Yujito, Narukun's second wife and my bestie, alongside Kura-chan. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've heard many good things about you from Naruto-kun, and I am happy to be able to meet his big sisters. Yujito smiled to them, with Anko sheepishly, and a tiny bit embarrassingly, rubbed the back her head, with Kurenai smiling to her. I've noticed already how you were eyeing me, Kurenai-san, and yes, I am a kunoichi, a former one, to be exact. A former one? Did you retire? Kurenai asked of Yujito. Not quite. Let's just say that my village no longer needed my special skills and someone has decided to cut their funding on me. Yujito said cryptically, while Kurenai and Anko understood everything on this. Fortunately, Naruto-kun has a very admirable trait of never leaving people in trouble when he can help them. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't be here and wouldn't know what it's like to be loved and cared, as well as the joy of being a mother. Yujito blushed a little bit with a smile. Yup, our Naruto-kun is our all-out personal knight in shining armor and we just can't get enough of him. Mata said with lovely gaze upon her husband. And before you ask, me and Kurane-chan aren't from Shinobi or anything, just good old civilians with some special traits, like with Kura-chan here being wicked good with seals, and me just you good old feisty fiery lady. Does that mean that you, Mata-chan, are from a clan with some form of fire-based Kekii Genkai, while you, Kurama, are an Uzumaki by blood, since? Kurane suggested, with Kurama taking the initiative. I can say with full certainty for Mata-chan, Kurane-san, but my parents were Uzumaki, though not shinobi. They were both civilians, with father dying before I could recall him and my mother being a Miko priestess at a small temple on the island of Honshu of Mizu no Kuni. I studied under her, and later on became a Miko myself, whilst also being taught the Fuinjutsu by her. Kurama told them the legend that she and Naruto had created for her. When the war broke out, however, I decided to leave it and traveled to my ancestral home in Uzu, to see it for myself. There, Naruto-kun and I met, probably drawn in by the past and... well, I believe the rest needs no explanation. Kurama let out a small smile, blushing up a little. Well, as for me, I am an orphan and no jack about my parents or any relatives, but Kurane-chan and I go way back here, since I hung out with her ever since we were kids. Mata said for herself. So, Tsunabe-chan, can you explain what was that entire ruckus about out there? Naruto-kun just shot up when he sensed the barrier being breached and ordered us to stay put, with a barrier up as well. We already had enough worries with those Akatsuki nut jobs this morning, and now this. Wait, Akatsuki, here. Tsunade freaked out, with Anko and Kurane too being in shock, with Naruto taking the initiative. Two members of the Akatsuki, one named Kakuzu of Jiangu, and the other one called Haiden the Jashinist, came to wave this morning and caused some destructions, drawing my attention. From what I gathered up, those two were after the bounty put on me, or Hanzo if you will. Naruto explained to them, with Tsunade and other two-leaf shinobi listening. They weren't well prepared and got cocky from the start, so I ended up having an upper against them. I put Haiden under a genjutsu, keeping him out of the fight, so it left me dealing with Kakuzu. It was challenging, but Ive had dealt with far force, so I pulled through. And as for Haiden, the Jashin followers and those fanatics have some form of pseudo-immortality put on them, which make them near impossible to really kill. Had met a couple of those in Mizu, and it didn't go well either for people they killed, specifically a full squad of Shinzengami. But, luckily for me, there is a trick to them as well: sever the head, burn the body away to ashes, and seal the head away. A month and a half later, and the Jashinist is dead. Naruto. We've been trying to gather information on them for years, and you just killed two of their members, like it was nothing for you? Jiraiya has been trying to find out anything on them for over 7 years now, but failed to do so. Tsunade asked of him, with Naruto simply nodding to her. Damn it, I sometimes forget that in combat prowess you could give old Uncle Tobirama a run for his money. Did you at least get any form of information from them, anything? Not a thing, and I doubt that Haiden would like to talk, not that I would let such a psycho out anyway. Naruto responded to his grandmother. But it looks like your spymaster doesn't even know how and where to look for information about them. Naruto simply rubbed his temple for a little bit. The Akatsuki don't operate like your typical Nuknins, but more like Ronins like me, taking jobs as independent mercenaries, working for the highest bidder, operating within the shadows and even using proxy and puppet companies as a front for their operations. Back in Mizu, there were at least 3 mercenary companies that were secretly controlled by Akatsuki, working as their proxies, getting profit for themselves, and that's just that I know of. Their business scheme is for a proxy to approach the client, like an advertiser for a buyer, offer up the services of the Akatsuki, as if they were their own, and then Akatsuki proceed to act, while the entire deal and information about it appears to be made only between the client and a mercenary group, separate and not affiliated with the Akatsuki. That's how they probably escape under the radar of the frog fetishist. Naruto, and how do you know about it? Kurenai asked of him. Most of their business scheme I know from one of the mercenary leaders I interrogated during the war, and as for the rest, I've got informants and friends in pretty much every country and nations. This is how I get most contracts, and those people also supply me with information of rival companies, Ronins, and Nuknins that are in this business too, so they also know about Akatsuki and their actions and what they are interested in. Naruto informed them. From several of my reliable sources, I found out that the Akatsuki's primary interests lie with the Jinchuriki of hidden villages, and their tailed beasts. They spent millions of ryo to gain more info on them, identities, family members, powers, rank, ways to approach them, aka everything. Such information gathering is not something that can be hidden well, and when someone starts to ask so many questions about Jinchuriki, let us just say, my informants started to get a very bad feeling that this one was no longer in their level of business. With the amount of data they were gathering, I can tell that they were really after capturing the tailed beasts, and they could be gone at them at least 3 years ago, but there was a sudden and emergency change of plans on their part, due to sudden death of Sanbai, and later on, the death of Gobi. All done by yours truly, though I don't understand or get it, why would deaths of 2-tailed beasts put a stop to them? This is far more than we've gathered on them in 7 years. When I get back to the village, this information will be put to good use. Tsunade already determined, before remembering why she was here. Anyway, girls, there is a reason as to why I am also here, and it would be best if I told you all about it. May we sit? Everyone gotten into their seat, and Tsunade finally began to reveal why she was here and what she really wanted from Naruto. 20 minutes later, Tsunade had concluded her tale and talk, telling Naruto, Anko, and Kurenai, along with Naruto's wives, what kind of mission she had in her mind for Naruto and what she was planning. What Anko and Kurenai just heard was something they were digesting with a lot of difficulty, while Madatabi and Yujito looked at Tsunade with wide eyes, while Kurama was in deep thought of her own. Naruto simply listened to it all, hands on his knees as he sat, eyes closed, and thinking this all over, until he finally spoke up. I've gotta hand it to you, Kaa-chan, out of every possible mission, request, or just a friendly favor, I did not expect that you would be giving me such a mission. Naruto opened up his eyes, looking at her. Okay, I've done some really difficult stuff and completed near impossible missions, destroyed at least 4 castles, killed 2 Baijuya, saved over 2,500 men and women in a single night through Iryo ninjutsu, but this will make Uchiha's massacre by Itaka look like a child's play. This is Onaki's combined collection of wet dreams and possibly the biggest, meanest, most disgracing flip-off for first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Actually, seeing how things are in Konoha, with how it degraded and fell, I will have to say that I am far more on with this plan. Minato suddenly spoke up from Naruto's mindscape, having been silent for over a year now. Naruto, I know we have discussed this, and I understand that you want to keep away from Konoha, but perhaps it is time to confront your demons, if you know what I mean. This surprised Naruto, and Kurama, who listened through their link. Yeah, no kidding here. If old monkey shit brain had heard you right now, he would have a bloody heart attack. Anko said, processing what she just heard. This mission sounds far more like something that would give my old teacher a boner, if he has it even, or whatever is hanging down there. Anko, I think we got your point. And yes, she is right. Kurenai said, looking at hardened face of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I know that situation in Konoha is far from good, but aren't there less extreme actions that you would be able to take to improve it? Kurenai, you yourself should know by now, that any other options would not only be ineffective, but will only serve to further fester the infection in Konoha. Tsunade spoke with medical metaphors. Daimyo herself has personally stated to me, that the situation with Konoha is now beyond her patience and mercy. Either I implement what we just discussed into action, or she will send her armies to put Konoha to the sword. She won't have a civil war to fight like one in Mizu, and see the other nations march upon her with their full armies, chopping off regions and land like a butcher chops off the meat off a pig's body. Tsunade let out a sigh. This is the situation we are in. This is no longer just Konoha, but an entire land of fire. Either we do this, or the entirety of the country ends up being nothing more but a note in history books. Yeah, and what you are proposing here can be translated as the highest form of treason. Yujito spoke up. Me, Madatabi, Kurama and Naruto here hold no loyalties for your village, Tsunade, and you know it, but what you are proposing. If other villages catch a wind of this, a new shinobi war will be on the horizon for you. I know. Tsunade simply stated to them with sorrow. I've fought in 2 of them, and even back then, Konoha had won every time due to it sacrificing something or someone, completely ignoring what true will of fire stated. Uncle Tobirama, clans of Senju, Uzumaki, hundreds of shinobi and more. I am sick and tired of this way, of sacrificing fine men and women on the pedestal of Konoha, like some savages. Besides that, when compared to an all-out civil war, shinobi wars were always a far more contained sorts of conflicts. Battles were fought far away from the civilian-populated areas, daimyos, feudal lords and other politically significant persons were kept out of it. People of the country itself almost never even noticed the battles or wars. In fact, the most destructive and costly of them all was the Second Shinobi World War, with the majority of all the action taken in Aim no Kuni, all because Hanzo has declared it a battle zone in its entirety, which has led to deaths of thousands of civilians and shinobi alike. The only instance in Shinobi World Wars. Naruto summarized, as he opened his eyes. But the kind of war that Kaa-chan speaks here about. This kind of war, it makes Shinobi World War look like a little skirmish on the borders, a contained small experiment between the nations, a show of their force in a controlled manner. But civil war. It is an uncontrollable chaos made into reality, where civilians die not in dozens or tens, but in tens of thousands daily. Former friends become worst enemies in a single night, and there is no trust in one another, just battles, fighting and death. You don't know if you'll see the next day or not, or if your partner won't stab you in the back, being an undercover agent or a traitor. I may have not seen your Shinobi World Wars, but one will take any of them over what has happened in Mizu. Naruto stated with grim confidence and knowledge. Was it that bad out there? Anko asked of him, having heard only rumors regarding the entire event, but she believed that they were exaggerated. I heard some very fucked up things happened there, but it couldn't have been that bad, could it? No, Anko. It was worse. Naruto simply stated to her, shocking Anko, as she saw in his eyes clear flashes of nightmares that plagued Naruto's mind at night, while he sighed and spoke up again. When all is considered, what Kaa-chan is proposing is the lesser of 2 evils, of 3 even. Naruto stated simply. So, Naruto, does that mean that you will accept this mission? Tsunade asked of him, with Naruto responding. You know, had it simply been about me, I would have gladly taken this mission. Hell, just thinking about makes me kinda giddy. Naruto said with a small chuckle, before became serious again. However, this is no longer just about me. If I am returning back to Konoha, then I am bringing my family with me. I can just leave them here, and Akatsuki will soon react to the loss of 2 of their members. However, I will not bring my wives and my children back into that nest of vile and corrupt, if I don't know if they will be defended or not. I can personally vouch and guarantee their protection, and you already know what will happen if someone harms them. You get a full reign to respond with lethal force if you want. No strings from Konoha attached. You, and everyone you bring along for this mission, are officially part of Daimyo's personal private contractors, hired by her to assist Konoha and ordered to take orders only from me personally. The council will have nothing on you, and if they do make their move, then you get the carte blanche to do whatever you see fit to put them in their place, within the borders of law, that is. Tsunade explained to him, with Naruto sighing at this one. And just to make it clear, you and your family will be staying over in my estate. Not even civilians will be stupid enough to try anything in my house, plus it'll let me see my cute little grandkids far more often. Tsunade said in a giddy way, already planning out to spoil them rotten while she had the chance. Well, I personally got no good or bad feels for Konoha, save for what they've done to Naruto-kun, so. If Naruto-kun is in, I am going along with it. Mada said. Same here, and I will not let my husband be all alone in that nest. Yujito stated to him, with Naruto smiling to her and Madatabi, before looking at his first wife, deep in her thought. "Kurama, it is your call now, love." Naruto spoke to her through their telepathic link. "I am ready to simply refuse it, if you don't want it, and no questions are asked. Just say the word. You know how much I've hated Konoha, Naruto. For all that they had done to you, how it had betrayed its own founders and made a mockery of their work, and most importantly, for how they used you and threw you out." Kurama said to him mentally, while looking at him in the real world. "Of all the places on the faces of this planet, that one is the only one I wish I could wipe out of existence. Once, it may have been a place where I would be glad to raise our Yasaka, Naruto-kun, but now. Ah, Mito, yet again you are proven right. Kurama, if this is your decision, then it is decided. We won't be heading to Konoha, and we'll go to Mizu and Naruto-kun." Kurama suddenly stopped him mentally. "You know that I had greatly respected and cherished my friend, Mito Uzumaki, your grandmother. What you may not know of is that before the day of her passing, she had asked of me something." Flashback. 38 years ago. Mito Uzumaki's mindscape. In a small bench overlooking an ocean sat Mito Uzumaki, an elderly, very old lady and one of the last surviving Uzumaki, dressed in a simple white kimono, with her eyes seemingly closed, but a content smile upon her old, riddled with wrinkles face, as she overlooks the ocean. At her side sits a young, beautiful-looking woman, with snow-white long hair, tied up in a long ponytail, blue eyes, an alabaster-colored skin, dressed in white and light blue kimono, looking at the ocean herself. Two old friends sat on a bench together, until Mito spoke up. "Thank you, Kurama." Mito smiled to Kyuubi, her once prisoner, now the closest friend she had and companion, the only one that now remained with her. "You need not to thank me, Mito-chan." Kurama smiled to her friend here. "I merely wanted to let you see your home, to feel it. I know that it merely a mental projection of your own mindscape, yet. No, Kurama, it is beautiful. And thank you for this as well, Kurama. You always seemed to know when I had my spirits down." Mito said to her, letting out a sigh as she looked at the sunset. "What I thank you is for being with me, an old wrinkled woman, possibly one of the last of her now extinct clan, soon to pass away. Now, that is not a good way to speak, Mito." Kurama chided her lightly. "Your clan is one of the toughest, I would know of it well, and I am sure that Shinjin had gotten many of your clansmen out of Uzu in time, not only that little brat Kushina. And what is all this talk about passing away anyway? You are still as lively as ever and." "Kurama." Mito stopped her with a strong and firm, yet calm and soothing voice. "It's all right. I know that my time is near, and you know it even better than I do." Kurama let out a sigh, looking greatly saddened at this realization. "Look at you, the great and almighty Kyuubi no Yoko, looking so distraught, all because of her jailer passing away. Don't speak like that, Mito." Kurama practically shouted at her, tears coming out of her eyes. I was wrong to have said all those bad things about you, and I apologize to you. Why, you are the closest person I have, and you are not just some measly human, but my dearest friend, and there is a way to. Kurama, you know my opinion on that, and I still stand by it." Mito said to her softly, taking her hand into her own. "And I never held any ill for what you said to me all those years ago. And I apologize to you for keeping you here, and for imprisoning you against your will. I wish I did differently all those years ago." "Mito." Kurama sniffed a bit. "Is there anything I can do to you? Something to ease the passing away?" Mito simply chuckled at this one. "Oh, Kurama, you have done for me more than you even realize, my good friend." Mito chuckled to Kurama. "Had it not been for you, I doubt that this old body and spirit of mine would have lived so long, especially after all the losses I had witnessed. First was Hashi-kun, then Tobi-kun, and after him my Hiro-kun and Nani-chan, then my little Nawake, nearly all of Senju, and now my clan, the great Uzumaki clan, my home and village of Uzushiagaku, gone just like all of them. Sacrificed upon the pedestal of Konoha, like all of them." Mito said with great deal of sadness, grief, bitterness, and anger even, shocking Kurama. Madara Baka was right. For many years I couldn't believe him, yet now, looking at Konoha now, I can see that he was right about it all. There has appeared and grown darkness, and now, it is not just a small leech, but a tumor that grows and consumes what my husband and our clans had built. Kurama listened well to her friend, not disagreeing with her, for it was true. Yet, there is still light and hope for it. Kurama added. Tsuna's son and your great-grandson, Minato. Even though he is still young, I can clearly see the best of Hashirama and Tobirama in him, calm and collected, not seeking conflict, yet understanding that to protect the peace, one must be ready to defend it with his life. I am sure he will lead the village out of these turbulent tides and into calmer waters. Yes, he has what it takes to be a worthy Hokage. Yet I fear that this village may no longer be worthy of a true Hokage. Mito let out what she truly thought. Hiruzen's ideals of peace and pacifism may be good, but how he had seen them implemented had corrupted this village. His peace. It is not the peace that Hashi-kun wanted. It is an apathy, negligence, an inability to stand for peace when it matters the most, and it is this apathy that gave way to corruption. And at the other end is Danzo, with his ideas of truly strong hidden village. He may think himself smarter and greater than Hiruzen, yet he is the same fool as Saru. Cold and brute force without any emotions and focused in the hands one man for his own ambitions will not bring strength to village, but will only get it destroyed. Tobi-kun knew it well, very well, yet he failed to teach them both about it. And in the end, we have a man that is blinded by the light of so-called peace, and another one so deep in the darkness that he no longer sees shadows of light. And in between them grew the Konoha I now know, yet not recognize from before. Now it is not a beacon of prosperous future and peaceful life for our children, but a tree, whose roots are rotting, and its leaves burn away in light of sun, and there is no true shadow anymore. Kurama, I fear that Konoha's days may now be counting, and its own people will one day not just bring its end, but may once again ignite the Sengoku Jide in Hai no Kuni. Mito admitted to Kurama, who couldn't help but agree with her. Minato-kun, I truly hope that you save the leaves and roots of our great tree. Kurama, you have been my greatest friend and companion, one that I will always be most grateful of knowing. The feeling is mutual and even greater, Mito-chan. Kurama bowed to her a little. I know it is not my place to ask anything of you, but do not say it like that, Mito. If there is anything I can do, just ask of me. Kurama wanted to ease the last hours for her dearest friend and was ready to do anything. Thank you, Kurama. Mito smiled to her with tears. I wish to ask you of a favor. Should there ever come a time when Konoha has shed away all of its ways and teachings of its founders, I wish for you, the one that has been here in Konoha since its true days, to save the village from itself. Save it from itself? Mito. If what you are thinking is true, then. Are you sure? Kurama asked of her, knowing of her thoughts through their link. To go this far? Would Hashirama and Tobirama approve of this? Hashi-kun would not, he would seek to return the village to its beginnings through more peaceful means, yet I fear that by that time, all of his words would fall upon deaf ears. Even so, he would understand the need for doing this. When a garden is left unattended, the weeds and wildness takes over, destroying it and turning once a haven of peace and calmness into a residence of vile and corrupt. Mito let out a sigh, gazing out in the ocean. If it comes to such garden may become a threat to the fields of crops, take away the precious bread that people eat. And before it must happen, the garden must be returned to its beginnings, and there are no half measures for this, Kurama. I know that when I pass away, Kushina shall take my place. Poor thing, her mind is already plagued by the council and their warnings of you, as well as Hiruzen's blinded ideals. I wish she had listened to me, but call it an intuition, but I believe that one day, you may find a host that shall be able to save Konoha and return itself to what it once was, and I wish for you to guide him, Kurama. Will you oblige this feeble old lonely lady this last request? Mito asked of Kurama, who listened to her, before letting out a defeated sigh and speaking up. You just had to play this old tune, didn't you, Mito-chan? Kurama looked up to her. Very well. On my word and upon the memory of Rakudo Sennin, my father, I swear to complete your final request, Mito Uzumaki. And I do really hope that the host after that foolish girl will be at least half as good as you. Mito simply chuckled at this one. I wouldn't know, Kara-chan. Who knows, it may happen to be a cute-looking boy next time for you. You may even find yourself in love with him before you know it. Mito joked a little, looking at a flustered face of her closest friend Kyuubi. Flashback end. Mito Baa-chan. I didn't even realize it. I always knew that she was a great woman, a true mother of Konoha, but ask such thing of you, Kara-chan. Naruto said to her mentally in shock. She cared for her husband's legacy more than anything. In the end, when all of her family, her clan, and friends, all were gone, the only thing for her left was the village, the legacy that she and Hashirama had built for their children. Kurama said to her husband with sadness. And for decades she observed it becoming what you saw it, Naruto-kun. For her, I believe it was what finally killed her, the last nail in her coffin, Konoha's destruction, not physically, yet spiritually. It killed her soul. Uzushiagaku's destruction had wounded her deeply, yet the degradation of Konoha had finished the job. I wish I had been able to ease her pain in any way, yet. I hate this Konoha, Naruto-kun, and I will never accept it or let it get its hands upon our family, that is my word. However, I have given Mito my word, swore upon my father's name and memory, and this single promise had allowed Mito to pass away without further pain. I may be known as bringer of destruction, but no one will ever dare to say that Kurama does not hold her word. And I will not rest easy, until my friend's soul is put to peace. Naruto-kun, I ask, no, beg you. Kurama looked at her husband, who merely nodded to her. We are coming, all of us. I take this mission, Kaa-chan. Naruto said to Tsunade, shocking her and the girls, with Tsunade glancing at Kurama, who nodded at this one too. However, let me make this clear, we are not with Konoha, no one in there will have a word over our actions, and if anyone even touches my family, I will kill whoever it is, be it their precious Uchiha, Danzo, or even Kushina with Menma. I hear you, Sashi, and I thank you. Tsunade let out a relieved sigh, bowing to him, before addressing Anko and Kurane. Anything leaves your mouth about this talk you can kiss your careers goodbye, along with citizenship of Konoha and Hinokuni. Both women nodded at this one. Once we are in Konoha, I am sealing the hell out of our home. Kurama promised to Tsunade, who looked at her surprised. I am an Uzumaki. We seal all and everything our hands can get to. Kurama said dismissively for the public. And the fact that Mito had taught me all of her seals and I've brushed it all up with Uzumaki's bountiful library is a more than a welcomed addition to my already fearsome power. Kurama said to herself in her mind. Agreed, but even with me and my family there, we'll still need some help out there. Plus, there are still some unfinished matters that need to be settled. Naruto said, as he rubbed his chin in thought. Well, looks like I'll be skipping morning training tomorrow. Kaa-chan, do you mind coming with me tomorrow morning? There are a couple of people I want you to meet, and there are a few persons who could greatly help with your plan. Are they trustworthy? Tsunade immediately asked, with Naruto nodding to her. Trustworthy, loyal, and I would trust both of them with my life, Kaa-chan. Naruto said to her with a smile. With one, I've trusted him my life during the entirety of Mizu's civil war and he is quite possibly the greatest swordsman of this era, a master Hiragaki style and one of the legends of Shinsengamai and Mizu. And the other one. She and I have known each other for years, having met in the beginning of my shinobi career. She may not shown herself much during the last 4 or so years, but in Mizu she saved more lives than even I did, as well as a life one of the more loyal shinobi of Leaf, someone who was declared dead. Naruto said to her with a small smile. Chapter 5. Next morning. Naruto's house. Usually, a morning in Naruto's house is a pretty quiet one, with both of his kids having breakfast, their parents watching over them, talking between themselves and amongst themselves, after which Yasaka and Masamune go play outside under the watchful eyes of Madatabi and Yujito, whilst Naruto usually goes on a morning training routine, with Kurama, with the help of her own shadow clones, cleaning up the house and going to the town's school, where she often helps out with teaching kids. Naruto, after his morning training, would head to town as well, checking things out there, along with catching up with Tajuna, Tsunami, Inari, folks in general, and, of course, with some of his closest friends that have moved to neutral and peaceful land of Wave to live after Mizu's civil war. During his time as first mercenary for hire, and later on a legitimate soldier, commander, and supporter of Ieyasu Tokugawa and his faction, Naruto has made himself many lifelong friends, establishing lasting friendships and bonds with people around him. By the time the war had ended, Naruto could be said that he knew practically all of Mizu and half of it was in his friends list. And two of Naruto's closest ones also now lived in Wave, and in the mission that he had accepted from Tsunade, he will need their help. But, back to the morning and breakfast, where Naruto's family has gathered, along with Karen, Kurane, Anko, and Tsunade, with them immediately noticing coming two kids, who already bid their greetings to Kurama, Yujito and Masamune. "Ah, you two my little cuties, aren't you happy to see your Baa-chan?" Tsunade said with a fake sad tone, with both Yasaka and Masamune already running and hugging their beloved Baa-chan, while Kurama and Yujito playfully admonished silently Tsunade for this act. "Ah, how I've missed you two, my little rascals. Ya-chan, Ma-kun, have you missed your Baa-chan?" "Of course, Baa-chan. Ma-kun and I are really, really happy to see you," Yasaka said with a smile, with Masamune smiling and nodding eagerly, with Tsunade hugging her grandkids even tighter. Naruto, I just noticed that while your daughter seems pretty talkative, your son on the other hand." Kurane, having witnessed the morning exchange of words in the family, decided to ask something that bugged her out a bit. "Masamune is fine, Kurane, he simply likes to speak when he has something to say, as Yuji-chan said to me. According to her, my son is too smart to waste words for something that people already know about him or something obvious," Naruto said to Kurane, who nodded to this one. "I think he gets this one from me. I was the same way when I was his age, wasn't I?" "Now that you mention it, you were like that too." Kurane nodded to this, turning her gaze towards children, as the two made their way to Kurane, Anko and Naruto, looking curiously at the former two. "Papa, are they shinobi like you?" Masamune asked, curiously looking at smiling Anko and Kurane. "They look pretty strong." Both Kurane and Anko both blinked at this one with smiles, while Naruto kneeled before his kids to speak to them. "Yasaka, Masamune, remember a couple of weeks back I told you about my past, and about two very strong and very kind women that took care of me, about my two big sisters?" Both kids nodded to this one, with Naruto smiling to them rising up. "Now, I would like you two to meet said big sisters of mine. This is Kurane Uehai and Anko Mitarashi, my two big sisters and two of my closest friends in Konoha that I had at the time when I was your age." Naruto gave way to both women to look at them with smiles. "Hi, little munchkins, I am Anko." Anko introduced herself. "Wow, Naruto-kun really wasn't he kidding saying that you are cute. You two look almost delicious enough that I could eat you both up in one go. Mama said that people don't eat other people, because it is bad for stomach and is also very bad manners." Yasaka remembered, with Anko chuckled at this one, moving closer to them both. "Your mom is right on this one, munchkin," Anko said to Yasaka with a smile, then looking at Masamune. "So, Blondie, have something smart to say? You know, you look practically like a copy of your dad here, though his hair used to be of a brighter tone, but yours are also pretty. And you also have a very pretty color of hair," Masamune said, with Anko grinning and blushing up. "Papa said that it reminds him of some beautiful flowers. He was right, it kinda reminds me of violets Mama Kurama likes." Anko blushed up at this one, bringing Masamune close to her and hugging him very tightly. "Ah, you are just so little and cute, and already know all the right things to say to a lady. Kawaii," Anko stated, hugging Masamune closely, nearly suffocating him, while Kurane and Yasaka exchanged words. "Mama said that you and this violet lady took care of Papa when he was very little. Is that right?" Yasaka suddenly asked of Kurane, who nodded to her. "Yes, I took your father in when he was very little, around your and Masamune's age. He is like a son or a little brother to me, so I hope that we can get along," Kurane said with a hopeful smile, with Yasaka smiling to her and nodding. If Papa is like a little brother to you, then you are like an aunt to me, Auntie Kurane. Yasaka simply said with a smile, while Kurane chuckled at this one, while Yasaka suddenly bowed before her. Thank you for taking care of Papa for Mamas. Kurane almost lost gift of speech at this one. And no problems, it was nothing too special for me and Anko. Kurane stammered a bit, with Yasaka looking up at her. Well, if you didn't take care of Papa, he and Mama wouldn't meet, and they wouldn't later have me and Ma and I-san, that's what Mama and Papa said to me. Yasaka said to Kurane, who looked at Naruto and Kurama, who both simply signaled to her to go with it. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but still, thank you. You are a very nice girl, Yasaka. Kurane said to her with a smile, with Yasaka smiling to her as well. Say, did your parents tell you what shinobi are? I don't know much about shinobi, but Mama says that Papa is a very strong shinobi. She says that Papa is one of the strongest shinobi in the world, and that Baa-chan is the strongest lady in all of world and the best healer, even better than Papa. Yasaka simply answered to her. She once asked me if I want to be a shinobi myself one day. And what did you answer? Kurane was genuinely curious on this subject, interested in Naruto's kids wanted to go his way. Do you want to be a shinobi, like your Papa and Baa-chan? Yasaka didn't wait with the answer. Nope, I don't want to. This answer brought a look of surprise from both Kurane and Anko. Mama and Papa say that shinobi fight a lot of bad people, but I don't like fighting, because it gets people bad and hurt. But I really like how Papa and Baa-chan help people and heal them, so I want to be a healer, like Baa-chan. She is both very strong and can heal people, so I want to be like her. Ah, Ya-chan, you make want to cry with pride. Tsunade sniffed, taking away the lone tear coming from her eye, as she hugged her granddaughter from behind. So sorry, Kurane, but Ya-chan is already taken as my future best apprentice and successor, so back off. I don't take kindly to people trying to steal my apprentices, especially my own granddaughter. Tsunade made it clear as day that she was deadly serious on this subject. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Kurane simply gulped at this one. Alright, kids, you two get to know your new aunts here, while Baa-chan and I will head to town. We have some things to take care of in town, but I promise that we'll be back soon. Naruto kissed the forehead of his daughter and roughed up his son's hair, before Yasaka suddenly stopped him, but pulling back his pants. Yasaka, what's wrong? Papa. Can we not play outside today? Yasaka suddenly asked of him in a bit of meek and somewhat frightened voice. There is a lot of people out there and they feel bad. This last bit surprised Kurane and Anko, but not others in here. Our little Ya-chan here is a censor, much like me. Karen answered for everyone, sipping her coffee, after a tough night of healing the idiots outside. In her age, I too already had developed the ability of sensing others, though little Ya-chan seems to be an even better sensor than me here. Naruto nodded to this one, confirming what Karen just said, though she did forget to mention, that unlike most of the other sensor types, Yasaka also could sense other people's emotions and feelings, via a powerful empathy. This was something very unexpected when Naruto and his family first realized it, but Kurama was surprised the most when she found out about it. The humanoid Baijuyu explained to her beloved and his wives that she herself possessed a powerful empathic ability, capable of sensing other people from dozens of miles away from her when she wished. It would seem like Yasaka had inherited Kurama's ability and it may be even activated when she was but an infant. The proof to that was the fact of Yasaka reacting accordingly to various emotions that she sensed coming to her, clinging closer when in Mother's loving embrace, laughing when with Madatabi, quietly smiling with Yujito and more. There was no hiding anything from her, and Naruto understood that well, and he was actually really proud for his girl for taking control over that ability, with Kurama's guidance. And, unbeknownst to most, he was secretly glad and relieved that Yasaka didn't want to pursue a life of a shinobi for herself, instead taking a path of a healer. When he was young, all that Naruto could think of was becoming a Hokage, which meant becoming a shinobi himself. He was so naive and foolish. All he wanted was just to be recognized and respected, and since Hokage was the most respected and loved person in the village, it was clear, in young Naruto's mind, that he would need to be a Hokage so that others would start treating him with respect. Only years, a countless number of killed enemies and hundreds of saved comrades and friends did Naruto realize the full horror and hardship of a way of shinobi, the way of taking one's life to save several more. A path, littered with death, blood, treachery, immorality, and more. It was a way that destroyed one's soul, if he were to give into darkness, and Naruto has walked on the line with it for many times, yet managing to not fall. He didn't want the same for his children, not really, but he would understand if Masamune and Yasaka had wished to pursue this path. He would teach them both and let them learn what that path is, not to discourage them, but to prepare them for the future. The Shinobi Academy of Konoha has done very little to nothing in preparations of their students to what really is life of a shinobi, nor did it even teach them more useful stuff, like importance of survival out in the wild or gave the basics in using weapons for close and ranged combat, aside from just kunao and shuriken throwing. Main reasons why Naruto had learned Kenjutsu and Iryo Ninjutsu were because it was a bit easier to kill your enemies with a skilled usage of a weapon, instead of wasting your chakra on elaborate jutsu, while Iryo Ninjutsu was essential for every shinobi to know at least in basics. In the heat of battle, a skilled medic is worth more than a dozen of shinobi, as he can save your life through medical treatment and not just jutsu. Naruto himself at first wanted to pursue this path in honor of Tsunade, but later because he realized the importance of this ninjutsu and how it could save other people. That way, Naruto was capable of turning the tide of war in Mizu through not just being a merciless killing machine, but also as being someone who saved lives. In his own estimates, he saved about 12.491 lives during the Mizu's civil war, using Kurama's chakra, hundreds of shadow clones and not sparing anything he had in him in saving lives. Just in Battle of Tsuruga Castle, Naruto and 400 of his shadow clones saved 2.671 lives of Tokugawa soldiers and shinobi on his side. And while he may have taken over 20.000 lives over his entire career, which would weigh down on him at times, understanding of the fact that he fought to preserve lives of more people and knowing that he personally saved those 12,000 men and women gave Naruto some peace to his soul, which would often be troubled by the realizations of your hands being soaked in blood of thousands. Naruto didn't want the same for his kids, especially for Yasaka. She has a much gentler heart than he and she deserves better, so he would fully support her in a path of a healer and teach her what he knew, alongside Tsunade. Plus, while she may not like the idea of becoming a shinobi and kunoichi, that didn't mean that Naruto wouldn't make sure that his little girl wasn't capable of obliterating any opponents and enemies that threaten her, in self-defensive purposes of course. After all, there is no law prohibiting a civilian healer and doctor to be able to wipe the floor with cage-level shinobi through using S-rank jutsu, now was there? Naruto looked at his daughter and nodded to her. Yes, Yasaka, you and Makun can play at home, but just make sure not to break anything or get in your mother's way, okay? Yasaka and Masamune both nodded and ran towards the living room, with Kurane and Anko following them, while Karen simply chuckled at this one. Her ability continues to grow stronger and stronger. I am starting to become scared at the thought of bringing her to Konoha. It is still difficult for her to control her abilities, but she is making a great progress, especially taking into fact that she is only 4. Kurama said softly to her husband. It will be months before she can fully use her ability without trouble, but until then, I'll be there for her and make sure she never feel alone and scared. Same with me here too. Karen suddenly spoke up. Since you are coming to Konoha, I'll be sure to pay your regular visits. I could help out your wife here in training little Yachan with her sensory abilities, plus it is far better than just hanging out with those idiots outside, especially with that Sasuke team. Naruto, just why the hell you didn't finish him off, for crying out loud? Karen shouted at him all of a sudden. Can you imagine just how badly that bastard has gotten on my nerves? Since the day he learned of my heritage and what clan Uzumaki really is and what they are all about, that sleazy-looking Bishonen has been trying to get in my pants and make me his personal incubator. Fuck, even that damned council has been trying to marry me to him, and Kushina even supported them in that one, ugh. Why the hell you didn't bloody kill him? Karen demanded to know. Well, sorry about that one, Karen. I was about to turn him in ashes, but then a Sage Mode Jiraiya hit me with his Udama Raise-Non, so I kinda wasn't able to kill him. Naruto sighed, as he rubbed the spot on his back where he was hit. Damn it, and that was some really great armor, a Tetsu no Kuni made order, specifically for me. Well, let us hope Masayuki 1T be met when he gets it back for repairs. Oh, who am I kidding, he'll be furious like hell. Naruto simply sighed at the prospects of hearing an earful from the top blacksmith in Tetsu no Kuni. Naruto, if you really took a Rasengan, and charged with Senjutsu energy, then I should. Tsunade immediately was worried when she heard about this one, but Naruto stopped her. It's okay, Kaa-chan. The armor took about 90% of damage and the rest 10 I healed up right after I teleported out of the spot. Naruto said to her with a smile. Still, to fight against another sage is not something to look forward to. Though compared to Chen Storm Stout, Jiraiya still has a long way to go. Isn't that the name of a famous brewer from Kumo no Kuni? Tsunade asked of him. How come that good jolly fella a sage, what summon does he even has? The bear summoning contract, a panda one, to precise. And believe me when I say this, Kaa-chan, that jolly fella is capable of brewing the best bear in all of elemental nations, and kicking the living hell out of you with you missing every single strike at him. Naruto simply stated, recalling his first meeting with him. Anyway, we should probably be moving now. We need to visit 2 places in town, and you need to meet a couple of people, Kaa-chan. Tsunade simply nodded, as the two went to door and exited the house. Tsunade was dressed in her usual dress-up, whilst Naruto was dressed in a black and white haori with hakama pants, made in similar to Shinzengamai fashion, with Naruto holstering a katana and wakizashi on his left hip, making him appear much like a Ronin or samurai in public. As he grew up, Naruto has developed a taste for traditional style of clothing and adopted it over the more modern and hip styles of dressing. With what such change was connected to, it was hard to tell, but Naruto now preferred to dress in such way more than in a modern anyway, not that he would occasionally not dress in more today's dress-up. Exiting the house, Naruto and Tsunade were greeted with the sight of a small tent camp made right in front of his house, though at some distance. It has taken Shizuan, Karen, and Hinata to heal up everyone last night, but it was done and the group was able to set up camp right at Naruto's doorsteps, not wanting to leave the place. Naruto could already sense the glares of Guy, who was nearly sitting in a wheelchair, Asuma, with his face now disfigured via a deep scar, destroying his former handsome mug, Sasuke, whose beauty evaporated with his now scarred face and missing eye and arm, and others as well. And right in front of him and Tsunade stood Gurren, who was in an argument with Jiraiya and Kushina. Okay, are you deaf or just stupid, because I've told for 100, that Hokage will not be receiving any visitors, that Danti have her permission to enter that house. And she made it damn clear, that anyone, aside from her guard, Hinata, and Kurane, can enter that place, and you aren't them, so scram. Gurren has had enough with those two already as it is in Konoha. Listen, you Orochimaru's whore, unless you let me inside to talk to my Sachi, I'll make sure that you are trialed and hanged when we reach Konoha. Kushina threatened Gurren, who didn't take that threat well, but didn't show it directly. This is a matter of grave importance, so unless you move your crystal plane ass away, I'll make you move, got it? Then let me counter this one, pepper for brains. Gurren didn't miss the beat. You take one more step towards that home, and you'll become the latest example of art, a crystallized Uzumaki whore. I bet people would pay quite hefty sums to see something like that. At that one, Kushina was already prepared to unsheath her katana, when Naruto spoke up. While all of your sculptures are worthy great praises, Gurren, I doubt that you'll find much success with this particular exponent. Naruto and Tsunade came out behind Gurren and looked at the pair in front of them. If memory serves me right, I told you to stay away from my house, lest you want to suffer the consequences. Are you in a hurry to die, then? Naruto casually asked of them, with Jiraiya speaking up. Naruto, we'll get off that high horse of yours already and pull that stick out of your ass. We are trying to protect the legacy of your father and your grandfather and granduncle. Jiraiya practically shouted at him, with Naruto not reacting to this in any way. Konoha is in your blood, and you will protect it, like it, or not, so you either agree to come with us, or I could just finish what I started last night, but considering that my Kaa-chan and I have reached an agreement in this question, I'll let you off easy this time. Naruto could clearly see shock upon their faces. Relax, frog fetishist, I am coming to Konoha, along with my family, so you can stop pestering me about it. However, make no mistake, Jiraiya, after everything you've done to me and hidden away from me, there'll be a cold day in hell before I even think about forgiving you, her, or anyone in that god-forsaken place. Naruto, you say it like you don't give a damn about Konoha. Jiraiya said to him. It is your home and you are correct, as I don't give a damn about it. However, I am a professional Ronin, and professionals don't let their personal feelings get in the way of completing their mission and doing their job. It is bad for the reputation and business, Naruto simply stated, seeing a questioning look on them. Why the look of confusion? I am sure you know how I've made my reputation as Hanzo Hattori, right? Wait, Sachi, you mean to tell me that Tsunade has hired you? Like a sellsword of something? How could you fall so low as to demand payment for protecting your own home, your real family? Kushina practically shouted at him, with Naruto not even reacting to this one. Kushina, I've been stripped of everything by that place, so how else could I sustain my living, if not by using the skills and knowledge I had? And considering that I was trained, poorly and inappropriately, as a shinobi, there was no other profession for me that could support me and my family. Besides, all shinobi are nothing more than mercenaries when you think about it. They are given missions, and then paid to complete it, without asking questions about morality or philosophy of life. Naruto simply states to her as if it were a commonly known fact. The differences between me and the shinobi from villages are as such, I can choose which village to work for, while others can't do so. I have a larger contracting base than most. Ronins may often be paid less money than your average jonin, but those that have mastered the way of earning their bread get paid on average twice as much as your average Asuma Sarutobi, and finally, I get to choose who are my clients, not the other way around. And this time, my client just so happened to be not Konoha or your council, but Daimyo of Hinokuni herself, so you too may say hi to your newest private military contracted mercenary. That statement got both Kushina and Jiraiya shocked. Daimyo of Hinokuni hired you. How the fuck did that happen, and, if she had a job, then why? Jiraiya was about to go on a rant, when Tsunade spoke up. Because our daimyo has decided that it's time for her to step up her game, or our village will get in a bad light. She tasked me with delivering a message to Hanzo here, who happened to be Naruto, and he agreed on the terms of contract. Tsunade simply stated to them. So from now on, Naruto Uzumaki is an officially hired Ronin, contracted by daimyo to work on her in Konoha for a specified duration of time, with a payment and other forthcoming privileges. Like it or not, but from now on, Naruto works for daimyo as her official aide to Konoha, and has an official political and judicial protection of Fire Court and daimyo. In other words, you try and mess with him and his family, then you will be receiving his punishment, not mine. To think that my own grandson would stoop so low. Naruto, your father would. Jiraiya had hoped that mention of Minato would bring Naruto back to his senses, but it did the opposite. My father had wanted for me to make my own way in life, not waste my time in pursuits of other people's dreams and duties. Naruto simply answered, knowing the truth already, which Jiraiya simply took as a jab to his own pride. Your pitiful attempts at manipulations and schemes have already cost me everything, Jiraiya, so do not think I'll let you drag me into that hellhole once again. Find another fool to pass on your so valued legacy, and I believe that Menma has already started grasping it, so focus on him while you still can. And even if you did focus on me, there is literally nothing you could teach me, nothing of worth to me at this point, anyway. Oh really? And how about learning an elemental Raise-Non, eh? Did you know that your genius of a brother has already perfected the Raise-Non of Minato and taught me how to do it? Jiraiya grinned, knowing that Naruto would get hooked in a second at the thought of getting a new jutsu. How about that, my apprentice? Naruto merely blinked at this one, sighing and stepping a couple paces away from them. He rose up his right hand, and within 2 seconds a familiar-looking spinning ball of chakra formed, yet it seemed like there was fire right inside of it, giving the Raise-Non a flaming look. Jiraiya, Kushina, Sasuke, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma looked at this one with shock, seeing Naruto so effortlessly pulling out an elemental variant of Raise-Non. Naruto simply looked at Jiraiya with an impassive look, speaking up. Does Menma infuse fire with Raise Non through using shadow clones to stabilize the process? Naruto simply asked of them. And no, he infuses wind with Raise Non, but his D does use 2 shadow clones for the process. Kushina answered in a shocked way. Sachi, when and how did you learn to do it? It took Menma years to just make his R-Raisen Shuriken, and why you? Kushina, do not compare Menma and me. We are completely different and probably opposite of one another, so it would be foolish to draw comparisons between us, as we were molded completely and utterly differently into whom we are now. Naruto simply stated, easily dispelling his Raisen to. If you are finished, Kaa-chan and I have business in town, before I move out tomorrow towards your revered Konoha. You can tag along if you want, but when I say stay away, you will stay away. Naruto and Tsunade didn't even stay to listen for their reply, as they moved towards the town, while Jiraiya and Kushina quickly followed them, and once the town was in sight, Kushina decided to speak up again. So. Naruto, what kind of business would you have in town, if you don't mind me asking? Kushina wanted to establish a dialogue with her son. Personal and professional. Naruto simply stated to her, making it clear he did not want to say any more on this topic, but Jiraiya decided to try some more with Naruto, wanting for his grandson to once again look at him with adoration. You know, if you want a lesson on how to be a professional, then maybe. Jiraiya spoke in his usual tone, but Naruto cut him off. Jiraiya, what did I tell you half an hour ago? Naruto reminded him. Don't be like that, Naruto. I am just trying to be civil with you here. Are you still mad at me for what I said all those years ago to you? Look, I may have done a mistake back then, but you also have to understand that. Jiraiya had wanted to defend himself, but Naruto didn't let him. Jiraiya, if I cared about your words, I would continued being mad at you to this day, but I don't. What does tick me off to this day is what you had done to me, how you and that blind fool of a Hokage had nearly destroyed me as a person. I used to think that what Orochimaru had done was horrible, but now I think I'll actually shake his hand in gratitude, though I would prefer to kill the man myself. Naruto caught a shocked look of Jiraiya, though he did not see it, but he knew how he looked at him, as well as a gasp from Kushina. Naruto, do you even hear yourself? You spit on the name of my sensei and our Hokage. How you even dare to speak of him like that? This man has led our village for over half a century, through 2 wars and many catastrophes, and I will not have some disrespectful brat disrespecting his memory for the good deeds he has done to him, not even by someone like you. Jiraiya growled, with Naruto let out an amused chuckle. All the good he has done to me. What was so good he done to me, hypocrite? Place me in an orphanage, where 2 matrons had tried to kill me before I turned 1, until they kicked me out at 3? Let Inyazuka hounds chase me around the village and chew on my flesh till my near death, so that those hounds knew how to properly hunt? Let his son nearly kill me and then take away my family and memory of it? Or how about the time when I made a friend in Yakumo Kurama, the girl so close to me, that this idiot guy thought I corrupted her and tried to kill me to save her from me, and the girl lashed out through genjutsu, leading guy to traumatizing her body in blind rage. What did Hiruzen do, He forced Kurane to seal her powers away, while you altered her memories, making her think she was weak her whole life. Naruto had to control his anger at that last one, as this one cut deep for him. I have more reasons to hate Third Hokage than Orochimaru has lives to spare. And as for that Konoha that he led so wisely, I am honestly surprised that it still stands. Naruto coldly replied, as the group has finally made their way to what seemed like a mix between a police station of Wave and a big dojo, with 4 policemen, wearing white and blue uniform made of a shirt, a sleeveless jacket and pants and boots, with katanas, and wakaizashi strapped them. Master Hanzo, how are you today? Thank you very much for dealing with those Akatsuki scum yesterday, you saved many lives yesterday. One of the policemen said to Naruto, who merely nodded to him at this one, ignoring another look of shock from Jiraiya and Kushina. Nar. Hanzo, you dealt with Akatsuki yesterday. Why the hell did you not tell me about it? Jiraiya, having received an elbow to his ribs, corrected himself, with Naruto replying evenly. Slipped my mind, plus I've already informed Hokage here about everything, so you can ask her about details. Naruto returned his attention to the policeman in front of him. I am here to see my friend, is he here today? Oh, yes, he is right inside, with his student and wife in tow. He decided to pay a visit, to see how the training of policemen coming along, though his contract has expired a while back. The officer said to him, opening the door before Naruto and his group. You'll find them inside, at a training yard, as always. Again, thank you very much for what you have done yesterday. Don't mention it. Naruto smiled to him and proceeded inside with his group, passing by the policemen and officers of Wave, all of them either greeting Naruto with great amount of respect and admiration, or bowing low to him for the same reason, but before he has done it all, Naruto made a single shadow clone and sent it further into town to find someone he needed. Okay, Sachi, who are we going to meet in here? Uve told me that you two have known each other since Mizu's civil war and fought together in there. Tsunade asked quietly of him. We have, and, as I have stated before, he is a former Shinsengamai and one of the best swordsmen in the world, easily my better in sword play. Along with that, Tajuna, now Wave's daimyo, had contracted him with establishing and training Wave's police force, officers of which you see here. Naruto informed Tsunade, who was starting to think things over, when she heard a new idea from her adopted son. Considering that Konoha's police force has been effectively defunct for over 12 years, I think as a Hokage you would like an opportunity to re-establish it, with a capable contractor effectively putting T back together. What, we are here to see another one of those mercs. Kid, you really need to refresh the circle of your friends. Jiraiya admonished, but Naruto ignored him as the group entered the training yard, looking at the scene before them. On the training yard stood 4 persons, 3 fully grown young men in training garments and 1 young girl, dressed in a training garments, with a tied-up light brown ponytail hair and green eyes, holding a shina in her hands, while others held similar weapons. They stood in combat positions, and as soon as the bamboo touched the water in a fountain, the match began. The men moved to attack the girl first, with one in the right aiming at her left, one in the center to strike from above and the last one at her right. Girl didn't hesitate and moved 2 paces backwards, with strikes missing her, before went sprinted right at them in full speed. In what seemed like a blur to these policemen, yet a normal shinobi speed to Naruto and his group, equal to that of a high Chunin and low Jonin, the girl appeared again before her enemies, going for one on her left and slashing him with her shina on his arm in a thrusting attack. His comrades began to move towards her, and girl moved her blade in a horizontal slash, string one who was at the center previously, before ducking at the strike on her. In half-seated position, she brought her blade again to her shoulder and thrust at a close range at her only remaining opponent, striking at his vital point and ending the spar. Kushina was very impressed at how well the girl had moved and stroke, recognizing the style of Hiragaki with her trained eye and wondering, who would teach the girl her age the style of Shinsengamai, while Naruto merely smiled at how far this girl has come along in Kenjutsu. That will be enough, Mikoto. Well done. Came calm and collected voice, filled with kind tone and softness in it, making the visitors turn to see who the bearer of it was. A couple of meters away from the group stood a pair of a young man and a young woman. The man had short brown messy hair, green eyes, and was dressed in black and yellow coat, with a green shirt underneath with red fingerless gloves above, reaching to his elbows, followed by tight black pants and dark brown high boots. He had a katana and wakizashi on his left and generally looked like a very handsome young man, yet also had an air of calm and collected mind. On his left stood a young beautiful-looking girl with red markings on her face, black eyes, and brown hair, made into a ponytail with 2 strands on sides of her face. She wears light brown clothing with black shorts and a purse at her side. She looks surprised at seeing Tsunade, who is also greatly surprised at the sight of a girl, but before either can say a thing, young man speaks again. Do not take your defeat too close to heart. Mikoto has had more time and practice to master her sword style, as well as more experience in fighting several opponents at once. However, while your combined assault was executed well in theory, in practice, you should not stick so close to each other. It limits your own maneuverability and gives more room for your opponent to strike or evade. When you hold a numerical advantage, use to encircle your opponent and strike at its different points, making sure to limit the range of movements for your enemy, as well as lesser his chance on escape and evasion. He spoke in a kind, yet teaching tone, with the men nodding to him. Now, if you would be so kind as to give us some privacy, as it would seem our guests here have something important to discuss here with me. Hi, Taeko. The men bowed before him and quickly deserted the yard, leaving Naruto and his group alone with this man, his apprentice and the young girl. My apologies for not being able to assist you yesterday, Naruto. The man spoke in kind and collected way, turning to him and his group. The attack of Akatsuki had thrown public into a fray, so I assisted the police and medics in recovering the injured and calming down the populace. Had you not intervened when you did, casualties would have been far greater than what we experienced, and fortunately no killed were reported. You have my gratitude for your actions yesterday, Naruto. It is nothing new for me, or you. All in the day's work, Tsuji. Naruto said with a smile to him, looking at the young girl. Great job on those three, Miko-chan. Your usage of Hirajuki is almost frighteningly good. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Mikoto smiled to him, bowing before him, before looking at a surprised Tsunade Senju. Lady Hokage, it has been a long time. I am glad that you appear to be in a good health. I am. Mikoto Sarutobi, the reported dead genin of Team 13 under Jonin Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade spoke in a nearly shocked voice, with Mikoto stiffening at the mention of her former sensei. You were reported dead by your sensei more than a year and a half ago, killed by IWA Shinobi in Land of Grass. Yet, were you able to survive somehow? Not quite. My team did encounter the IWA Shinobi, only they did not attack us. It was Sasuke Uchiha that attacked and killed them. Before killing my team and nearly killing me. Konoha's Shinobi paled and widened their eyes at what they heard. Naruto-sensei had found me, healed me, and buried my fallen teammates, before bringing me here. After that, I have become an apprentice to Tsuji-sensei and lived here. I apologize for not reporting back to Konoha and effectively deserting my village, Hokage-sama, but I was afraid that I would be putting my life in danger had I done so. Wait, in danger? Mikoto, what do you? That arrogant prick Uchiha. Tsunade gritted her teeth as she understood what had happened there. To so openly violate laws of shinobi and all for those damned eyes of his. I'll have his head when we return to Konoha for treason and murder of his own genins. Tsunade was livid at the realization that Sasuke Uchiha had murdered his own genins just to obtain Manga Kyushari non. Lady Tsunade, I am afraid that Konoha's council will not abide to this one. For them, it will only seem like a minor loss for a much greater gain, despite how immoral it was, nor will they risk their relations with the revered Uchiha Sasuke. Spoke up young woman to Tsunade, drawing the attention to her. Sorry for not informing you about myself for such a long time, Hokage-sama, but I was in a similar to Miko-chan position myself. Hana and Yuzuka. I thought that you and 8 members of your clan had perished on your diplomatic mission to Inumuro clan of Mizu, with only Kiba surviving. Tsunade spoke, looking at very much living Hana and Yuzuka, though without her Himuru Ninken. It has been over 5 years now since the report of that mission's failure, and yet... Oh, Hokage-sama, if only you had known, that your desire to let my clan's exiled cousins back was seen as a chance by my mother and most of Inuzuka clan to completely wipe them out. Tsunade widened her eyes at this one. I was the only member of that group that rebelled against the orders of my mother to put essentially, my own kin to the sword. And the other Inuzuka, including Kiba, they took this as a sign of weakness. And Clan Inuzuka is merciless upon weak and supposed traitors. Flashback. 5 years and 3 months ago. Mizu no Kuni. Hana Inuzuka had always known that her clan, the Inuzuka clan, was the one where brute force, ferocity, and wildness were signs of power, strength and authority. Strength was the only valid argument in the clan, and it was maintained through harshness and mercilessness towards those that didn't understand the core concept of Inuzuka's philosophy of life. Strength is the major argument in all, and it gives you the right to take all that you want. Hana knew that philosophy well, having been beaten it into her by her mother and head of clan, Some Inuzuka, who instituted it and propagandized it in everyone in the clan, as well asserting her own place as alpha through making the younger and older generations rival amongst each other for authority and power in clan, whilst she maintained a strong position over weakened by infighting Inyazuka members. Such system of control and power was something Hana didn't take to heart, unlike all the others, making her an outcast amongst the clan mates. She despised how her clan, once a strong pack of wolves, now turned into hyenas, squabbling amongst each other in hopes of gaining power, yet not able to obtain it. Back when Clan Inyazuka was ruled by Hana's grandfather, Otani Inyazuka, the clan was one of the proudest and strongest in the Leaf, with its members standing fast and strong for each other. However, all of that had changed when he suddenly died, rumored to have been killed in his sleep by Hana's mother to take power. The clan immediately had split into two factions, with little over a half standing for Tsum as the rightful heir to clan and position of Alpha, and the other one being led by Tsum's younger brother, Hakaiba, who was sure that his sister was not fit for the role of Alpha and suspected that she had killed their father. All seemed like there would be a civil war in Inyazuka clan, until Tsum hadn't appealed to the Third Hokage Council, painting Hakaiba and his supporters as traitors to the Leaf and real killers of Otani Inyazuka. Hiruzen and council trusted Tsum, and by his own order, Hakaiba and his supporters were banished from Konoha and Hai no Kuni forever, though Tsum had wanted them dead, so that there would be no opposition to her power. Decades later, and now that Mizu was in a state of civil war with Hakaiba and his own clan, now named Inumuru, participating in it on side of Tokugawa Ieyasu. The reports have reached Konoha about severe losses in life and Ninken of Inumuru, as well as how clans Oda, Hashiba, and Shibata were preparing to wipe them out. Tsunade decided to lift their banishment and welcome them back in Konoha, to strengthen the positions of Konoha and clan Inyazuka as a whole. She had tasked Tsum Inyazuka with coming up with the right group for a diplomatic mission to Mizu no Kuni, but Tsunade was far too trusting to Tsum, who wouldn't have Hakaiba and his renegades back. Instead of a diplomatic mission, she made a group for a cleanup operation, to wipe out the remaining Inumuru members, with Kiba and Hana being on it. Kiba was more than happy to wipe them all out, along with other members of his team, while Hana was abhorred and horrified, yet submitted to this. However, once they reached for Mizu no Kuni and they were soon to reach the Inumuru clan site, her group and Kiba killing almost a half of clan S injured, elderly and too young, as the rest of clan was out defending the pass to their camp, Hana rebelled against the orders of her mother. That wasn't taken well by her other teammates, especially by Kiba, who was the first one to attack her and Himuru triplets. His Gatsuga ripped through one of the triplets without mercy, killing him, with Hana horrified and shocked at how merciless her own little brother was. Her other teammates weren't any less violent and or merciful, with their Ninken literally eating away the other two Himuru hounds, and their human partners beating her mercilessly and having their way with her body. Even her own brother, her own flesh and blood, didn't stay away from her and was even the first to violate her in that way. In several hours, Hana, wrapped, beaten to half-death and violated on more than one level, laid down on the ground and looked how Kiba pulled back his pants after finishing with her, snarling at her. "Ha, I guess you were good at least for something, Hana. A shame such a nice bitch has to be put down, but you know our way, sister, only strong can live in Inyazuka, and you are weak." Kiba smirked at her, as his teammates were all ready to finish her off as well, with Hana unable to even move a muscle of her bloodied, inured, and violated naked body. However, just as Kiba was about to deliver her the finishing blow with his own fangs, screams, whines and shouts of terror and pain filled the forest and night. Right behind Kiba and Akamaru, his group came under a coordinated attack of what seemed like samurai wearing blue and white haori, cutting their way through Inyazuka shinobi without mercy. Among them, one could see an all-black shinobi, wearing a full mask with face guard, leather armor all over his torso, shoulders, arms, and legs, and black clothing on it, slashing with a katana and wakaizushi at the enemies. And as for the Ninken, they were mercilessly pounded and ripped apart by similar-looking hounds and men and women of Inumuru clan, distinguished by their blue markings on cheeks and chins. And their head, a tall man with long messy black hair and brown eyes, followed by a large white wolfhound, made his way to Kiba and picked him with one hand, while his wolfhound pinned Akamaru to the ground, not letting him to come to rescue of his partner. The man spoke up. "Your stench. You are one of Tsum's brats, aren't you?" Hakaiba only received a nod from him, which made the man snarl at him. "So this is how you Inyazuka act? Strike at our elderly, sick, and babes. And then even going as far as to have your way with your own flesh and blood. Hakiba smashed Kiba against the ground and ordered 3 of his clan members to hold him, as he turned to the black shinobi. Hanzo Hattori, may I borrow your Wakaizashi here? Now identified Hanzo simply nodded to him, handing him over his blade, which Hakiba took immediately and walked to Kiba and knelt before him. Your comrades and their dogs have been punished, but you will not get away with just death. It would be only a salvation for you. You mounted your own sister, beaten and violated her. In true Inyazuka clan, there was only one suitable punished for degenerated shits like you. Hakiba snarled at him and then sent Hanzo's Wakaizashi to Kiba's manhood. The screams of Kiba filled the night, as Hakiba implemented the punishment upon him, carving away from him one thing that made him a man. The greatest shame for Inyazuka man is to lose their manhood, the symbol of their prowess and what allowed them mount women, to be rendered less than shit and unable to mate and spread their genes. Only 3 times has this punishment taken place in Inyazuka clan, and each time, it was the head of clan that done it. Hakiba easily carved away Kiba's member, before ripping it out of him and throwing it away, all the while Kiba had screamed out of unimaginable pain. Hakiba stood up and gave his commands. Stop his bleeding there and let that ninkin of his go with him. He'll carry the message from us to that bitch Tsum and she'll know what she will get if she deals with us like that again. Hakiba ordered, as one of the medics went to do so with Kiba, while he handed the Wakaizashi to Hanzo, but he decided not to accept it. I would rather throw it away, than use it again, Hakiba-san. Hanzo said with a disgusted tone, with Hakiba agreeing with him and throwing it away as well, while he and Hanzo moved to Hana, followed by the commander of the Shinzengamai here. What savagery! To do such a thing with one's clan member, a blood sister no less. Captain of Shinzengamai said in utter shock, while Hanzo examined her seemingly lifeless body. She looks a lot like Tsum in her youth, yet there is clarity and honesty in her eyes. Such a shame. For my own blood and flesh to fall so low as to. Suddenly they all heard a sharp inhale coming from the girl. Kami, she is still breathing. Yes, though barely. She needs help and she needs it fast. Hanzo immediately began to use his mystical hand healing. I can only stabilize her condition and support her, but she needs serious medical attention ASAP, otherwise she won't survive till nightfall. Alright, medics. Heal this pup with all you've got, she's one of us now. Hakiba commanded with a roar, as 4 additional medics went to work on Hana Inyazuka, saving her life. End of flashback. Soon after I was stable enough, I was moved to Mikawa Hospital for proper rehabilitation, where I stayed for the next 6 months. Hana ended her tale, with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina looking sick and pale. After the war was over, I was offered a place in Inumura clan, but I turned it down and decided to quit being shinobi altogether, pursuing a medic's career with vet's as well. And, about 4 years ago, I've married one of my rescuers. Hana looked with smile at her husband, who returned it in kind. So now I am Hana Okada, Hokage-sama. Hana Okada. Wait, then that means you are. Tsunade had wide eyes when she looked at the young man in front of her, who nodded to her and answered. My, where are my manners? I completely forgot to introduce myself properly, Haven Ti? Lady Tsunade Senjo, it is my privilege and honor to meet a medic of such renown and legend. The man made a small bow to her. Allow me to introduce myself properly to you. I am Tsuji Okada, former member of Shinzengamai and captain of their 1st Division, now retired, as you can see for yourself. Tsuji Okada. Like the same Shinzengamai swordsman that is hailed as the best sword in all of elemental nations, capable of outmatching the entirety of 7 mist swordsmen on his own. Jiraiya looked in shock at the guy before him. You hardly look past 20 to me, yet you are telling me that this scrawny kid is an S-rank Ronin, that had killed Mitsuhide Akaki and Nagamasa Azai, 2 of the world-renowned Mizu's swordsmen in duels. Rumors exaggerated my deeds quite a great deal, I assure you. I am skilled in sword play, true, but to go up against 7 ninja swords of mist would be suicidal for me, and there are better swordsmen than me out there, like Hajime Sato and Kenshin Himura, both my dear friends and quite fearsome swordsmen themselves. Tsuji humbly stated about himself. As for Mitsuhide and Nagamasa, I did have the assistance of my good friend Hanzo, or Naruto, here. Ever the humility himself, aren't you, Tsuji? Naruto simply shook his head at the antics of his friend. You'll never admit a clear fact about yourself, even if it's as great as those, won't you? And you didn't even need my help out there with them, all I did was simply keep the reinforcements away, you did the job with them on your own there. Perhaps, my friend, but your help and support there were invaluable for me and our cause. Tsuji smiled to him. Now, do not take this the wrong way, but would you mind telling me why do I, my lovely wife and my apprentice here, stand in a presence of 2 out of 3 Sunins and Konoha's mistress of sword and seals all of a sudden? Would it have something to do with Konoha's group suddenly invading your property last night? Tsuji asked of Naruto in a serious voice. It would, Tsuji, it most certainly would. Naruto sighed at this one. I have a business proposition for you, but first I would like to discuss it with you and Hana in private, if you two do not mind. Seeing how your mother, our Hokage, and former teacher of yours are here, I assume this has something to do with Konoha. Hana asked of Naruto, who nodded to her, with her turning to Mikoto. I wish for Mikoto to also be there, if this is possible. Actually, it would be great. Naruto looked at Mikoto, who nodded to him, moving closer to Naruto. Tsuji. Let us take this to the warehouse here, it has a good soundproofing and there we shall be able to talk without being interrupted. Naruto nodded to him, with him, Tsuji, Hana and Mikoto going towards the warehouse and leaving Naruto's group here alone. Meanwhile, in the other part of town. You continue to find trouble upon yourself, Naruto. A young-looking woman with green hair made into a bun, with orange bangs on her sides, and orange pupilless eyes, dressed in an attire consisting of a sleeveless, backless top, and short tight pants, with 2 lapels on the front and the back, with an obi around her waist, as well as purple arm warmers which extend up to her shoulders, and has bandages around her tights and ankles, said to Naruto with a chuckle. First the Akatsuki show up to wreck things up while I was out in Port S Market, then your old friends show up for a little reunion, followed by your Hokage, and now you are tasked with completing the most ambitious and one of the most audacious missions in history. I would envy you, but that's beneath me. I take it Yuji-chan has spilled the beans to you already over the phone, didn't she? Naruto simply shook his head at this one, while his friend merely nodded. Well, add up to this the appearance my mother, godfather, and the guy that nearly killed Miko-chan and the asshole that violated Hana-chan, and you can imagine how my evening went yesterday. Wait, you mean to tell me that Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inyazuka were there too? She asked, surprised of him. I remember how pissed you were at both of them for what they had done. I am still surprised that the dog bastard had survived the castration. Well, Hakiba may punished him that way, Ive decided to finish him off for good. Naruto saw a look of surprise on his friend's face again. He and Akamaru now burn in hell for all I know. And as for that Uchiha Sab, he had a bad taste of my Anton, costing him half of his face, 1 cherry non, burned up half of body and an arm, but that bastard has more luck than me in gambling and surviving, as Kushina and Jiraiya stepped in and saved him, god damn it. Naruto cursed at this one, with his friend shaking her head at his misfortune. Why wouldn't he attack or finish that fucker off back then, is just beyond me. So anyway, you know what I am up against and what my mission now is. I know that asking you of a favor after all you had done for me is just ungrateful, and I will accept if you want to stay here, but just give a couple of hours to pack up my things and I'll be good to go. She simply said to him, surprising Naruto. Naruto, did you really think I'll leave my former student, best friend, and a father of my goddaughter out on this one? I am not going to let those vultures get anywhere close to my family and kids, and I too have a score to settle with Konoha of my own, if you recall, so I am game on this one, whether Tsuji, Hana and Miko-chan are coming or not. Naruto smiled to her back. Thank you, Pakura. This means a lot to me. Naruto said genuinely to his former sensei, Pakura, former Kunoichi of Sand, user, or Scorch release and one of the heroines of Mizu's Civil War. Check the description for the links to the author.